Section 0 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Introduction and Preface. Before the great Republic of the West had completed a century of independent national existence, its political fabric was subjected to the strain of a terrible internecine war. That the true cause of conflict was the antagonism between the spirit of federalism and the theory of states' rights is very clearly explained in the following pages. And the author exactly expresses the feeling with which most Englishmen regard the question of succession. When he implies that he had been a New Englander, he would have fought to the death to preserve the Union, while had he been born in Virginia, he would have done as much in defense of a right the South believed inalienable. The war thus brought about dragged on its weary length from the spring of 1861 to the same season of 1865. During its progress, reputations were made that will live forever in American history, and many remarkable men came to the front. Among these, not the least prominent was Stonewall Jackson, who to the renown of a great soldier and unselfish patriot added the brighter fame of a Christian hero, and to those who would know what manner of man this Stonewall Jackson was, and why he was so universally revered, so beloved, so trusted by his men, I can cordially recommend Colonel Henderson's delightful volumes. From their perusal I have derived real pleasure and sound instruction. They have taught me much, they have made me think still more, and I hope they may do the same for many others in the British Army. They are worth the closest study, for few military writers have possessed Colonel Henderson's grasp of tactical and strategical principles, or his knowledge of the methods which have controlled their application by the most famous soldiers, from Hannibal to von Moltke. Gifted with the rare power of describing not only great military events, but the localities where they occurred, he places clearly before his readers, in logical sequence, the circumstances which brought them about. He has accomplished, too, the difficult task of combining with the brilliant and critical history of a great war the life story of a great commander, of a most singular and remarkable man. The figure, the character, the idiosyncrasies of the famous Virginian, as well as the lofty motives which influenced him throughout, are most sympathetically portrayed. There have been few more fitted by natural instincts, by education, by study, and by self-discipline to become leaders of men than Stonewall Jackson. From the day he joined that admirable school at West Point, he may have said to have trained himself mentally, morally, and physically for the position to which he aspired, and which, it would seem, he always believed he would reach. Shy as a lad and reserved as a man, speaking little but thinking much, he led his own life, devouring the experiences of great men, as recorded in military history, in order that when his time came, he should be capable of handling his troops as they did. A man of very simple tastes and habits, but of strong religious principles, drawn directly from the Bible. A child in purity, a child in faith. The Almighty always in his thoughts, his stay in trouble, his guide in every difficulty. Jackson's individuality was more striking and more complete than that of all others who played leading parts in the great tragedy of secession. The most reckless and irreligious of the Confederate soldiers was silent in his presence, and stood awestruck and abashed before this great God-fearing man, and even in the far-off northern states the hatred of the formidable rebel was tempered by an irrepressible admiration of his piety, his sincerity, and his resolution. The passions then naturally excited have now calmed down, and are remembered no more by a reunited and chivalrous nation. With that innate love of virtue and real worth which has always distinguished the American people, there has long been growing up, even among those who were the fiercest foes of the South, a feeling of love and reverence for the memory of this great and true-hearted man of war, who fell in what he firmly believed to be a sacred cause. The fame of Stonewall Jackson is no longer the exclusive property of Virginia and the South. It has become the birthright of every man privileged to call himself an American. Colonel Henderson has made a special study of the Secession War, and it would be difficult, in my opinion, to find a man better qualified in every respect for the task he has undertaken. I may express the hope that he will soon give us the history of the war from the death of Stonewall Jackson to the fall of Richmond. extending, as it did, over a period of 4 years, and marked by achievements which are a lasting honour to the Anglo-Saxon name. The struggle of the South for independence is, from every point of view, one of the most important events in the second half of the century, and it should not be left half-told. Until the battle where Stonewall Jackson fell, the tide of success was flowing, and had borne the flag of the new Confederacy within sight of the gates of Washington. Colonel Henderson deals only with what I think may be called the period of Southern victories, for the tide began to ebb when Jackson fell, and those who read his volumes will, I am convinced, look forward eagerly to his story of the years which followed when Grant, with the skill of a practised strategist, threw a net round the Confederate capital, drawing it gradually together until he imprisoned its starving garrison and compelled Lee, the ablest commander of his day, to surrender at discretion. But the application of strategical and tactical principles and the example of noble lives are not the only or even the most valuable lessons of great wars. There are lessons which concern nations rather than individuals, and there are, too, to be learned from the Secession War, which are of particular value to both England and the United States, whose armies are comparatively small and raised by voluntary enlistment. The first is the necessity of maintaining at all times, for it is impossible to predict what tomorrow may have in store for us, a well-organized standing army in the highest state of efficiency, and composed of thoroughly trained and full-grown men. This army to be large enough for our military requirements, and adapted to the character, the habits, and the traditions of the people. It is not necessary that the whole force should be actually serving during peace. One half of it, provided it is periodically drilled and exercised, can be formed into a reserve. The essential thing is that it should be as perfect a weapon as can be forged. The second lesson is that to hand over to civilians the administration and organization of the army, whether in peace or in war, or to allow them to interfere in the selection of officers for command or promotion, is most injurious to efficiency, while during war, to allow them, no matter how high their political capacity, to dictate to commanders in the field any line of conduct after the army has once received its commission, is simply to ensure disaster. The first of these lessons is brought home to us by the opening events of the unreasonably protracted war. As I have elsewhere said, most military students will admit that had the United States been able, early in 1861, to put into the field, in addition to their volunteers, one army corps of regular troops, the war would have ended in a few months. An enormous expenditure of life and money, as well as a serious dislocation and loss of trade, would have thus been avoided. Never have the evil consequences which follow upon the absence of an adequate and well-organized army have been more forcibly exemplified. But alas, when this lesson is preached in a country governed alternately by rival political parties, and when there is no immediate prospect of a national danger, it falls on deaf ears. The demands made by the soldiers to put the army on a thoroughly efficient footing are persistently ignored, for the necessary means are almost invariably required for some other object, more popular at the moment, and in a parliamentary or party sense, more useful. The most scathing comment on such a system of administration is furnished in the story told by Colonel Henderson. The fearful trials to which the United States was subjected expose the folly and self-deception of which even well-meaning party leaders are too often capable. Ministers bluster about fighting and yet refuse to spend enough money on the army to make it fit for use, and on both sides of the Atlantic the lessons taught by the Peninsula, the Crimea, and the Secession War are but seldom remembered. The pleasing notion that whenever war comes, money can obtain for the nation all that it requires is still, it would seem, an article of at least lip faith with the politicians of the English-speaking race throughout the world. Gold will certainly buy a nation powder, pills, and provisions, but no amount of wealth, even when supported by a patriotic willingness to enlist, can buy discipline, training, and skillful leading. Without these, there can be no such thing as an efficient army, and success in the field against serious opposition is merely the idle dream of those who know not war. If any nation could improvise an army at short notice, it would be the United States, for its men all round are more hardy, more self-reliant, and quicker to learn than those of the older communities. But notwithstanding this advantage, both in 1861 and 1898, the United States failed to create the thoroughly efficient armies so suddenly required, and in both instances the unnecessary sufferings of the private soldier were the price paid for the weakness and folly of the politicians. In 1861, the governors of several of the northern states were ordered to call for volunteers to enlist for 90 days, the men electing their own officers. It was generally believed throughout the north that all southern resistance would collapse before the great armies that would thus be raised, but the troops sent out to crush the rebellion when they first came under fire were soldiers only in outward garb, and at Bull Run, face to face with shot and shell, they soon lapsed into the condition of a terrified rabble, and ran away from another rabble almost equally demoralized. And this not because they were cowards, for they were of the same breed as the young regular soldiers who retreated from the same field in such excellent order, but because they neither understood what discipline was, nor the necessity for it, and because the staff and the regimental officers, with few exceptions, were untrained and inexperienced. Mr. Davis, having prevented the Southern Army from following up the victory at Bull Run, gave the Northern states some breathing time. Mr. Lincoln was thus able to raise a new army of over 200,000 men for the projected advance on Richmond. The new army was liberally supplied with guns, pontoons, balloons, hospitals, and wagons, but, with the exception of a few officers spared from the regular army, it was without trained soldiers to lead it, or staff officers to move and to administer to its divisions. It must be admitted, I think, that General McClellan did all that a man could do in the way of training this huge mass. But when the day came for it to move forward, it was still unfit for an offensive campaign against a regular army. To the practised eye of an able and experienced soldier who accompanied McClellan, the Federal host was an army only in name. He likened it to a giant lying prone upon the earth, in appearance a Hercules, but wanting the bone, the muscle, and the nervous organization necessary to set the great frame in motion. Even when the army was landed in the peninsula, although the process of training and organization had been going on for over 6 months, it was still a most unwieldy force. Fortunately for the Union, the Confederate army, except as regards the superior leaders and the cavalry, was hardly more efficient. The United States, fully realizing their need of a larger regular army, are now on the point of increasing their existing force to treble its present strength. Their troops, like our own, are raised by voluntary enlistment for a short period of service with the colours. England has always very great difficulty in filling the ranks, even with undeveloped youths. The United States obtain as many full-grown men as they require, because they have the wisdom to pay their men well, on a scale corresponding to the market rate of wages. Here they are fortunate, but men are not everything, and I will still draw the moral that a nation is more than blind when it deliberately elects to entrust it to its defence to an army that is not as perfect as training and discipline can make it, that is not led by practised officers, staff, and regimental, and that is not provided with a powerful and efficient artillery. Overwhelming disaster is in store for such a nation if it be attacked by a large regular army, and when it falls there will be none to pity. To hang the ministers who led them astray, and who believed they knew better than any soldier how the army should be administered, would be but poor consolation to an angry and deluded people. Let me now dwell briefly upon the second of the two great national lessons taught by the Secession War. I shall say nothing here upon civilian meddling with the army organization, and with the selection of officers for command, but I wish particularly to point out the result of interference on the part of a legislative assembly or ministers with the plans and dispositions of the generals commanding in the field. Take first the notorious instance of Mr. Lincoln's interference with McClellan in the spring of 1862. McClellan, who was selected to command the army which was to capture Richmond and end the war, was a soldier of no nobility, and, in my opinion, if he had not been interfered with by the cabinet in Washington, he would probably have succeeded. It is true, as Colonel Henderson has said, that he made a mistake in not playing up to Lincoln's susceptibilities with regard to the safety of the federal capital. But Lincoln made a far greater mistake in suddenly reducing McClellan's army by 40,000 men, and by removing Banks from his jurisdiction, when the plan of campaign had been approved by the cabinet, and it was already too late to change it. It is possible, considering the political situation, that the garrison of Washington was too small, and it was certainly inefficient. But the best way of protecting Washington was to give McClellan the means of advancing rapidly upon Richmond. Such an advance would have made a Confederate counterstroke against the northern capital, or even a demonstration, impossible. But to take away from McClellan 40,000 men, the very force with which he intended to turn the Yorktown lines and drive the enemy back on Richmond, and at the same time to isolate Banks in the Shenandoah Valley, was simply playing into the enemy's hands. What Lincoln did not see were that to divide the Federal Army into three portions, working on three separate lines, was to run a far greater risk than would be incurred by leaving Washington weakly garrisoned. I cannot bring myself to believe that he in the least realized all that was involved in changing a plan of operations so vast as McClellan's. Again, look at the folly of which Mr. Benjamin, the Confederate Secretary of War, was guilty at the same period. The reader should carefully study the chapter in which Colonel Henderson describes Stonewall Jackson's resignation of his command when his arrangements in the field were altered without his cognizance by the Secretary of War. I should like to emphasize his words, that the soldier, he says, is but the servant of the statesman, as war is but an instrument of diplomacy. No educated soldier will deny. Politics must always exercise a supreme influence on strategy. Yet it cannot be gainsaid that interference with the commander in the field is fraught with the gravest danger. The absolute truth of this remark is proved, not only by the many instances in his own volumes, but by the history of war in all ages, and the principle for which Jackson contended when he sent in his resignation would seem too well founded to be open to the slightest question. Yet there are those who, oblivious of the fact that neglect of this principle has always been responsible for protracted wars, for useless slaughter and costly failures, still insist on the omniscience of statesmen, who regard the protest of the soldier as a mere outcome of injured vanity, and believe that politics must suffer unless the politician controls strategy as well as the finances. Colonel Henderson's pages supply an instructive commentary on these ideas. In the first 3 years of the Secession War, when Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Stanton practically controlled the movements of the Federal forces, the Confederates were generally successful. Further, the most glorious epoch of the Confederacy was the critical period of 1862, when Lee was allowed to exercise the full authority of Commander-in-Chief. And lastly, the Northern prospects did not begin to brighten until Mr. Lincoln, in March of 1864, with that unselfish intelligence which distinguished him, abdicated his military functions in favor of General Grant. And yet, while Lee and Grant had a free hand over the military resources of their respective nations, the political situation suffered no harm whatever. No extravagant demands were made upon the exchequer, and the government derived fresh strength from the successes of the armies. The truth is that a certain class of civilians cannot rid themselves of the suspicion that soldiers are consumed by an inordinate and bloodthirsty ambition. They cannot understand that a man brought up from his youth to render loyal obedience is less likely than most others to run counter to his constituted authority. They will not see that a soldier's pride in his own army and in the manhood of his own race tends to make him a devoted patriot. They do not realize that a commander's familiarity with war, whether gained by study or experience, must, unless his ability be limited, enable him to accommodate his strategy to political exigencies. Nor will they admit that he can possess a due sense of economy, although none knows better than an educated soldier the part played in war by a sound and thrifty administration of the national resources. The soldier, on the other hand, knows that his art is most difficult, that to apply strategical principles correctly, experience, study, knowledge of men, and an intimate acquaintance with the questions of supply, transport, and the movement of masses are absolutely necessary. He is aware that what may seem matters of small moment to the civilian, such as the position of a brigade, the strength of a garrison, the command of a detachment, may affect the whole course of a campaign, and consequently, even if he had not the historical examples of the earlier councils and other such assemblies to warn him, he would rebel against the meddling of amateurs. Let it not be forgotten that an enormous responsibility rests on the shoulders of a commander in the field. The honour of the army committed to his charge, the lives of the brave men under him, perhaps the existence of his country, and that failure, even if he can plead that he only obeyed the orders of his government, or that he was supplied with inadequate means, will be laid at his door. McDowell received no mercy after Bull Run, although he had protested against attacking the Confederates, and it was long before the reputation of Sir John Moore was cleared in the eyes of the English people. Such, to my mind, are the most important lessons to be drawn from this history of the first period of the Secession War. But it is not alone to draw attention to the teaching on these points that I have acceded, as an old friend, to Colonel Henderson's request that I should write an introduction to his second edition. In these days of sensational literature and superficial study, there is a prejudice against the story that fills more than one volume. But the reader who opens these pages is so carried away by the intense interest of the subject, clothed as it is in forcible and yet graceful language, that he closes them with regret, and I am only too glad to ask others to share the very great pleasure I have myself enjoyed in reading them. I know of no book which will add more largely to the soldier's knowledge of strategy and the art of war, and the ordinary reader will find in this life of Stonewall Jackson, true and accurate as it is, all the charm and fascination of a great historical romance. Preface. To write the life of a great general, to analyse his methods of war and discipline, to appraise the weight of his responsibilities, and to measure the extent of his capacity, it would seem essential that the experience of the writer should run on parallel lines. An ordinary soldier, therefore, who, notwithstanding his lack of such experience, attempts the task, may be justly accused of something worse than presumption. But if we were to wait for those who are really qualified to deal with the achievements of famous captains, we should, as a rule, remain in ignorance of the lessons of their lives, for men of the requisite capacity are few in a generation. So the task, if it is to be done at all, must perforce be left to those who have less knowledge but more leisure. In the present case, however, the mass of the contemporary testimony is so large that any initial disadvantages, I venture to think, will be less conspicuous than they might otherwise have been. The official records of the War of the Rebellion contain every dispatch, letter, and message, public or confidential, which has been preserved, and in the daily correspondence of the generals on both sides, together with the voluminous reports of officers of all grades, the tale of the campaigns is written so plain that none can fail to read. Again, Stonewall Jackson's military career, either in full or in part, has been narrated by more than one of his staff officers, whose intercourse with him was necessarily close and constant, and in addition, the literature of the war abounds with articles and sketches contributed by soldiers of all ranks who, at one time or another, served under his command. It has been my privilege, moreover, to visit the battlefields of Virginia with men who rode by his side when he won his victories, to hear on the spot the description of his manoeuvres, of his bearing under fire, and of his influence over his troops. I can thus make fairly certain that my facts are accurate. But in endeavouring to ascertain the strength of the armies at different periods, I have been less fortunate. For most part I have rested on the official records. It is to be regretted, however, that, so far as the Confederates are concerned, there are several gaps in the series of returns, and I have found it extremely difficult to arrive at a fair estimate of the approximate strength at any period within these intervals. For instance, the numbers at Lee's disposal at the end of August 1862 rest upon the basis of a return dated July 20th, and in the meantime several regiments and batteries had been transferred elsewhere, while others had been added. I have done my best, however, to trace all such changes, and where officers and employed men are not included in the returns, I have been careful to add a normal percentage to the official totals. As regards Jackson's place in history, my labours have been greatly facilitated by the published opinions of many distinguished soldiers, American, English, French, and German, and I have endeavoured, at every step, as the surest means of arriving at a just conclusion, to compare his conduct of military affairs with that of the acknowledged masters of war. His private life, from his boyhood onwards, has been so admirably depicted by his widow, that I have had nothing more to do than to select from her pages such incidents and letters as appear best suited to illustrate his character, and to add a few traits and anecdotes communicated by his personal friends. Several biographies have already been published, and that written by the late Reverend R.L. Dabney, D.D., sometime Major in the Confederate Army, and Jackson's Chief of Staff for several months, is so complete and powerful that the need of a successor is not at once apparent. This work, however, was brought out before the war had ceased, and, notwithstanding his intimate relations with his hero, it was impossible for the author to attain that fullness and precision of statement which the study of the official records can alone ensure. Nor was Dr. Dabney a witness to all the events he so vigorously described. It is only fitting, however, that I should acknowledge the debt I owe to a soldier and writer of such conspicuous ability. Not only have I quoted freely from his pages, but he was good enough, at my request, to write exhaustive memoranda on the many episodes of Jackson's career. Cook's Life of Jackson is still popular, and deservedly so. But Cook, like Dr. Dabney, had no access to the official records, and his narrative of the battles, picturesque and lifelike as it is, can hardly be accepted as sober history. On the other hand, the several works of the late Colonel William Allen, CSA, in collaboration with Major Hotchkiss, CSA, are as remarkable for their research and accuracy as for their military acumen, while the volumes of the Southern Historical Society, together with a remarkable series of articles entitled Battles and Leaders of the Civil War, written by the leading participants on either side, are a perfect mine of wealth to the historical student. I need hardly add that the memoirs and biographies of both the Federal and Confederate generals, of Lee, Grant, Stuart, Sherman, Johnston, Longstreet, Beauregard, McClellan, Hancock, Pendleton, and others, are a necessary complement to the official records. Nevertheless, with all this mass of information at my command, had it not been for the exceeding kindness of the friends and comrades of Stonewall Jackson, I much doubt whether I should have been able to complete my task. To the late Major Hotchkiss, his trusted staff officer, whatever of value these volumes may contain is largely due. Not only did he correct the topographical descriptions, but he investigated most carefully many disputed points, and in procuring the evidence of eyewitnesses, and thus enabling me to check and amplify the statements of previous writers. He was indefatigable. Dr. Hunter McGuire, medical director of Jackson's successive commands, has given me much of his valuable time. The Reverend J.P. Smith, D.D., Jackson's aide-de-camp, has rendered me great assistance, and many officers and men of the Stonewall Brigade, of Jackson's division, and of the 2nd Army Corps, I have received contributions to this memorial of their famous chief. Generals Gustafson Smith, Fitzhugh Lee, Stephen D. Lee, and N.G. Harris, Colonel Williams, Colonel Poag, and the R.E. Lee, Esquire, of Washington, D.C., all formerly of the Confederate States Army, have supplied me with new matter. Colonel Miller, USA, most courteously responded to my request for a copy of the services of his regiment, the 1st Artillery in the Mexican War. The late General John Gibbon, USA, wrote for me as reminiscences of Jackson as a cadet at West Point and as a subaltern in Mexico, and many officers who fought for the Union have given me information as to the tactics and discipline of the Federal armies. The Reverend J. Graham, D.D. of Winchester, Virginia, Dr. H.A. White of Washington, and Lee University, Lexington, Virginia, author of An Admirable Life of General Lee, and the Honorable Francis Lawley, once special correspondent of the Times in the Confederate States, have been most kind in replying to my many questions. To Major General Hilliard, C.B., late Commandant of the Staff College, I am indebted for the most valuable criticism on the campaigns of 1862. And my warmest thanks are here tendered to the Commander-in-Chief, Field Marshal Lord Wolseley, for much information and more encouragement. I cannot conceal from myself, however, that, notwithstanding the numerous authorities I have been able to consult, as well as the intrinsic interest of my subject, many of the following chapters will be found excessively dull by civilian readers. Stonewall Jackson's military career was not all hard fighting, nor was it on the battlefield alone that his supreme ability for war was made manifest. His time and thoughts were more occupied by strategy, that is, by combinations made out of the enemy's sight, than by tactics, that is, by the manoeuvres executed in the enemy's presence. But strategy, unfortunately, is an unpopular science, even among soldiers, requiring both in practice and in demonstration constant and careful study of the map, the closest computation of time and space, a grasp of many factors, and the strictest attention to the various steps in the problems it presents. At the same time, it is a science which repays the student, although he may have no direct concern with military affairs, for not only will a comprehension of its immutable principles add a new interest to the records of stirring times and great achievements, but it will make him a more useful citizen. In free countries like Great Britain, her colonies, and the United States, the weight of intelligent opinion in all matters of moment generally turns the scale, and if it were generally understood that, in regular warfare, success depends on something more than rank and experience, no government would dare to entrust the command of the army to any other than the most competent soldier. The campaigns of the Civil War show how much may be achieved even with relatively feeble means by men who have both studied strategy and have the character necessary for its successful practice. And they also show, not a whit less forcibly, what awful sacrifices may be exacted from a nation ignorant that such a science exists. and such ignorance is widespread. How seldom do we hear a knowledge of strategy referred to as an indispensable acquirement in those who aspire to high command? How often is it repeated, although in doing so the speakers betray their own shortcomings, that strategy is mere matter of common sense? Yet the plain truth is that strategy is not the only determining factor in civilized warfare, but that, in order to apply its principles, the soundest common sense must be carefully trained. Of all the sciences connected with war, it is the most difficult. If the names of the great captains, soldiers, and sailors be recalled, it will be seen that it is to the breadth of their strategical conceptions rather than to their own tactical skill that they owe their fame. An analysis of the great wars shows that their course was generally marked by the same vicissitudes. First, we have the great strategist, a Hannibal, or a Napoleon, or a Lee, triumphing with inferior numbers over adversaries who are tacticians and nothing more. Then suddenly the tide of victory is checked, and brilliant manoeuvres no longer avail. Fabius and Scipio, Wellington, Nelson and St. Vincent, Grant, Sherman and Farragut have replaced the mere tacticians, and the superior resources, wielded with strategical skill, exert their inevitable effect. Or it may be that fortune is a constant throughout to her first favourite, and that a Marlborough, a Frederick, a Washington, a Moltke, opposed only by good fighting men, never by an accomplished strategist, marches from victory to victory. It is impossible, then, to estimate the ability of any general without considering his strategy. Moreover, in this age of inventions, of rapid movement and still more rapid communication, the science is more complicated and even more important than heretofore, and it is deserving, therefore, of far closer attention from both soldiers and civilians than it has hitherto received. It is for these reasons that I have described and discussed in such minute detail the strategy of the campaigns with which Jackson had to do. I have only to add that should anything in these pages wound the susceptibilities of any one of those splendid soldiers and gallant gentlemen who took part in the Civil War, whether he be Northerner or Southerner, I here tender him my humblest apologies, assuring him at the same time that, while compiling these pages, I have always borne in mind the words of General Grant. I would like to see truthful history written. Such history will do full credit to courage, endurance, and ability of the American citizen, no matter what section he hailed from, or in what ranks he fought. I am very strongly of the opinion that any fair-minded man may feel equal sympathy with both Federal and Confederate. Both were so absolutely convinced that their cause was just, that it is impossible to conceive either Northerner or Southerner acting otherwise than he did. If Stonewall Jackson had been a New Englander, educated in the belief that secession was rebellion, he would assuredly have shed the last drop of his blood in defence of the Union. If Ulysses Grant had been a Virginian, imbibing the doctrine of states' rights with his mother's milk, it is just as certain that he would have worn the Confederate grey. It is with those Northerners who would have allowed the Union to be broken, and with those Southerners who would have tamely surrendered their hereditary rights, that no Englishman would be willing to claim kinship. End of section 0. Section 1 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Chapter 1. West Point. Part 1. In the first quarter of the century, on the hills which stand above the Ohio River, but in different states of the Union, were born 2 children, destined, to all appearance, to lives of narrow interests and thankless toil. They were the sons of poor parents, without influence or expectations. Their native villages, deep in the solitudes of the West, and remote from the promise and possibilities of great cities, offered no road to fortune. In the days before the railway, escape from the wilderness, except for those with long purses, was very difficult, and for those who remained, if their means were small, the farm and the store were the only occupations. But a farmer without capital was little better than a hired hand. Trade was confined to the petty dealings of a country market, and although thrift and energy, even under such depressing conditions, might eventually win a competence, the most ardent ambition could hardly hope for more. Never was an obscure existence more irretrievably marked out than for these children of the Ohio. And yet, before either had grown grey, the names of Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, and of Stonewall Jackson, Lieutenant General in the Confederate Army, were household words in both America and Europe. Descendants of the pioneers, these hardy borderers, half soldiers and half farmers, who held and reclaimed through long years of Indian warfare the valleys and prairies of the West, they inherited the best attributes of a frank and valiant race. Simple yet wise, strong yet gentle, they were gifted with all the qualities which make leaders of men. Actuated by the highest principles, they both ennobled the cause for which they fought, and while the opposition of such kindred natures adds to the dramatic interest of the Civil War, the career of the great soldier, although a theme perhaps less generally attractive, may be followed as profitably as that of the great statesman. Providence dealt with them very differently. The one was struck down by a mortal wound before his task was well begun. His life, to all human seeming, was given in vain, and his name will be ever associated with the mournful memories of a lost cause and a vanished army. The other, ere he fell beneath the assassin's stroke, has seen the abundant fruits of his mighty labours, his sun set in a cloudless sky, and yet the resemblance between them is very close. Both dared, for that sweet motherland which gave them birth, nobly to do, nobly to die. Their names, graven on memorial columns, are a song, heard in the future, more than a wall. And rampart their examples reach a hand, far through all years and everywhere they meet, and kindle generous purpose and the strength to mould it into action pure as theirs. Jackson, in one respect, was more fortunate than Lincoln. Although born to poverty, he came of a Virginia family which was neither unknown nor undistinguished, and as showing the influences which went to form his character, its history and traditions may be briefly related. It is an article of popular belief that the state of Virginia, the old dominion of the British Crown, owes her fame to the blood of the English Cavaliers. The idea, however, has small foundation in fact. Not a few of her great names are derived from a less romantic source, and the Confederate general, like many of his neighbours in the western portion of the state, traced his origins to the lowlands of Scotland. An ingenious author of the last century, himself born on Tweedside, declares that those Scotch families whose patronymics end in son, although numerous and respectable and descended, as the distinctive syllable denotes, from the Vikings, have seldom been preeminent either in peace or war. And certainly as regards the Jacksons of bygone centuries, the assertion seems justified. The name is almost unknown to border history. In neither lay nor legend has it been preserved. And even in the black lists of the wardens, where the most enterprising of the community were continually proclaimed as thieves and malefactors, it is seldom honoured with notice. The omission might be held as evidence that the family was of peculiar honesty, but, in reality, it is only proof that it was insignificant. It is not improbable that the Jacksons were one of the landless clans, whose only heritages were their rude peel towers, and who, with no acknowledged chief of their own race, followed, as much for protection as for plunder, the banner of some more powerful house. In course of time, when the marches grew peaceful and morals improved, when cattle lifting, no longer profitable, ceased to be an honourable occupation, such humbler marauders drifted away into the wide world, leaving no trace behind, save the grey ruins of their grim fortalices, and the incidental mention of some probably disreputable scion in a chapman's ballad. Neither mark nor memory of the Jacksons remain in Scotland. We only know that some members of the clan, impelled probably by a religious persecution, made their way to Ulster, where a strong colony of lowlanders had already been established. Under a milder sky and a less drastic government, the expatriated Scots lost nothing of their individuality. Masterful and independent from the beginning, masterful and independent they remained, inflexible of purpose, impatient of justice, and staunch to their ideals. Something, perhaps, they owed to contact with the Celt. Wherever the Ulster folk had made their home, the breath of the wholesome north had followed them, preserving untainted their hereditary virtues. Shrewd, practical, and thrifty, prosperity has constantly rewarded them, and yet, in common with the Irishmen of English stock, they found in the trade of arms the most congenial outlet for their energies, an abiding love of peace can hardly be enumerated amongst their more prominent characteristics, and it is a remarkable fact which, unless there is some mysterious property in the air, can only be explained by the intermixture of races, that Ireland, within the Pale, has been peculiarly prolific of military genius. As England has bred admirals, so the sister isle has bred soldiers. The tenacious courage of the Anglo-Saxon, blended with the spirit of that people, which above all delights in war, has proved on both sides of the Atlantic a most powerful combination of martial qualities. The same mixed strain which gave England Wolfe and Wellington, the Napiers and the Lawrences, has given America some of her greatest captains. Not the least famous of her presidents is that General Jackson, who won the Battle of New Orleans in 1814. So early in the century the name became known beyond the seas, but whether the same blood ran in the veins of the Confederate general and of the soldier president is a matter of some doubt. The former, in almost every single respect, save his warm heart, was the exact converse of the typical Irishman. The latter had a hot temper and a ready wit. Both, however, were undeniably fond of fighting, and a letter still preserved attests that their ancestors had lived in the same parish of Londonderry. 1748. John Jackson, the great-grandfather of our hero, landed in America in 1748, and it was not long before he set his face towards the wilderness. The emigrants from Ulster appeared as a rule to have moved westward. The states along the coast were already colonized, and, despite its fertility, the country was little to their taste. But beyond the border, in the broad Appalachian Valley, which runs from the St. Lawrence to Alabama, on the banks of the great rivers, the Susquehanna, the Ohio, the Cumberland, and the Tennessee, they found a land after their own heart, a soil with whose properties they were familiar, the sweet grasses and soft contours of their native hills. Here, too, there was ample room for their communities, for the West was as yet but sparsely tenanted. No considerable number penetrating far into the interior, settled eventually about the headwaters of the Potomac and the James. This highland region was the debatable ground of the United States. So late as 1756, the state of Virginia extended no further than the crests of the Blue Ridge. 200 miles westward, forts flying French colors dominated the valley of the Ohio, and the wild and inhospitable tract, a very labyrinth of mountains which lay between, was held by the fierce tribes of the Six Nations and the Lenni Lenape. 2 years later, the French had been driven back to Canada, but it was not till near the close of the century that the savage was finally dispossessed of his spacious hunting grounds. It was on these green uplands, where fight and foray were as frequent as once on the Scottish border, that John Jackson and his wife, a fellow passenger to America by name Elizabeth Cummins, first pitched their camp, and here is still the home of their descendants. January 21st, 1864. In the little town of Clarksburg, now the county seat of Harrison, but then no more a village in the Virginia backwoods, Thomas Jonathan Jackson was born on January 21st, 1824. His father was a lawyer, clever and popular, who had inherited a comfortable patrimony. The New World had been generous to the Jacksons. The emigrant of 1748 left a valuable estate, and his many sons were uniformly prosperous. Nor was their affluence the reward of energy and thrift alone, for the lands reclaimed by axe and plough were held by charter of sword and musket. The redskin fought hard for his ancestral domains. The stockaded forts, which stood as a citadel of refuge in every settlement, were often the scene of fierce attack and weary leaguer, and the nursing mothers of the frontier families were no strangers to war and bloodshed. The last great battle with the Indians east of the Ohio was fought in 1774, but the military experience of the pioneers were not confined to the warfare of the border. John Jackson and his sons bore arms in the War of Independence, and the then trained riflemen of West Virginia were welcome recruits in the colonial ranks. With the exception of the Highlanders of the 45, who had been deported in droves to the plantation, no race had less cause to remain loyal to the crown than the men of Ulster blood. Even after the siege of Londonderry, they had been proscribed and persecuted, and in the War of Independence the fiercest enemies of King George were the descendants of the same Scots-Irish who held the north of Ireland for King William. In Washington's campaigns, more than one of the Jacksons won rank and reputation, and when peace was established, they married into influential families. Nor was the next generation less successful. Judges, senators, and soldiers upheld the honor of the name, and proved the worth of the ancestral stock. They were marked, it is said, by strong and characteristic features, by a warm feeling of clanship, a capacity for hard work, and a decided love of roving. Some became hunters, others explorers, and the race is now scattered from Virginia to Oregon. A passion for litigation was a general failing, and none of them could resist the fascination of machinery. Every Jackson owned a mill, or a factory of some sort, many of them more than one, and their ventures were not always profitable. Jackson's father, among others, found it easier to make money than to keep it. Generous and incautious, he became deeply involved by becoming security for others. High play increased. His embarrassments when he died in 1827, every vestige of his property was swept away. His young widow, left with 3 small children, 2 sons and a daughter, became dependent on the assistance of her kinfolk for a livelihood, and on the charity of the Freemasons for a roof. When Thomas, her second son, was 6 years old, she married Captain Woodson, but her second matrimonial venture was not more fortunate than her first. Her husband's means were small, and necessity soon compelled her to commit her 2 boys to the care of their father's relatives. 1831. Within a year, the children stood around her dying bed, and at a very early age our little Virginian found himself a penniless orphan. But, as he never regretted his poverty, so he never forgot his mother. To the latest hour of his life, he loved to recall her memory, and years after she had passed away, her influence still remained. Her beauty, her counsels, their last parting, and her happy death, for she was a woman of deep religious feeling, made a profound impression on him. To his childhood fancy, she was the embodiment of every grace, and so strong had been the sympathy between them that even in the midst of his campaigns she was seldom absent from his thoughts. After her death, the children found a home with their father's half-brother, who had inherited the family estates, and was one of the largest slave owners in the district. Their surroundings, however, could hardly be called luxurious. Life on the Ohio was very different from life on the coast. The western counties of Virginia were still practically on the frontier of the United States. The axe had thinned the interminable woods, mills were busy on each mountain stream, and the sunny valleys were rich in fruit and corn. But as yet there was little traffic. Steam had not yet come to open up the wilderness. The population was small and widely scattered, and the country was cut off as much by nature as by distance from the older civilization of the East. The parallel ranges of the Alleghanies, with their pathless forests and great canyons, were a formidable barrier to all intercourse. The West was a world in itself. The only outlets eastward were the valleys of the Potomac and the James, the one leading to Washington, the other to Richmond. And so seldom were they used that the yeomen of the Ohio uplands were almost as much opposed, both in character and in mode of life, to the planters beyond the Blue Ridge, as the Coventers of Bothwell Brig to the gentlemen of the Dundee's Life Guards. Although the sturdy independence and simple habits of the borderers were not affected by contact with wealthier communities, isolation was not in every way a blessing. Served by throngs of slaves, the great landowners of the East, Virginia found leisure to cultivate the arts which make life more pleasant. The rambling houses on the banks of the James, the Rappahannock, and the Potomac, built on the model of English manners, had their libraries and picture galleries. A classical academy was the boast of every town, and a university training was considered as essential to the son of a planter as to the heir of an English squire. A true aristocracy in habit and in lineage, the gentlemen of Virginia long swayed the councils of the nation, and among them were many who were intimate with the best representatives of European culture. Beyond the Alleghanies, there were no facilities for education, and even had opportunities offered, few would have had the leisure to enjoy them. Labor was scarce, either slave or hired. The owners of farms were their own managers and overseers, and young men had to serve a practical apprenticeship to lumbering and agriculture. To this rule, despite his uncle's wealth, Jackson was no exception. He had to fight his own battle, to rub shoulders with all sorts and conditions of men, and to hold his own as best he could. It was a hard school, then, in which he grew to manhood, but for that very reason it was a good school for the future soldier. For a man who has to push his own way in the world, more especially if he has to carve it with his sword, a boyhood passed amongst surroundings which boast of no luxury and demand much endurance is the best probation. Von Moltke had recorded that the comfortless routine of the military academy at Copenhagen inured him to privation, and Jackson learned the great lessons of self-reliance and the rough life of his uncle's homestead. The story of his early years is soon told. As a blue-eyed child with long fair hair, he was curiously thoughtful and exceedingly affectionate. His temper was generous and cheerful. His truthfulness was proverbial, and his little sister found in him the kindest of playmates and the sturdiest of protectors. He was distinguished, too, for his politeness, although good manners were by no means rare in the rustic West. The manly courtesy of the true American is no exotic product, nor is the universal deference to a woman peculiar to any single class. The farmer of the backwoods might be ignorant of the conventionalities, but the simplicity and unselfishness which are the root of all good breeding could be learned in West Virginia as readily as in Richmond. Once tempted by his brother, the boy left his adopted home, and the two children, for the elder was no more than 12, wandered down the Ohio to the Mississippi, and spent the summer on a lonely and malarious island, cutting wood for passing steamers. No one opposed their going, and it seems to have been considered quite natural in that independent community that the veriest urchins should be allowed to seek their fortunes for themselves. Returning, ragged and fever-stricken, the little adventurers submitted once more to the routine of the farm, and to the intermittent studies of a country school. After his failure as a man of business, our small hero showed no further inclination to seek his fortunes far afield. He was fond of his home. His uncle, attracted by his steadiness and good sense, treated him more as a companion than a child, and in everything connected with the farm as well as the sports of the countryside, the boy took the keenest interest. Delicate by nature, with a tendency to consumption inherited from his mother, his physique and constitution benefited by a life of constant exercise and wholesome toil. At school, he was a leader in every game, and his proficiency in the saddle proved him a true Virginian. Fox hunting and horse racing were popular amusements, and his uncle not only kept a stable of well-bred horses, but had a 4-mile racecourse on his own grounds. As a lightweight jockey, the future general was a useful member of the household, and it was the opinion of the neighborhood that, if a horse had any winning qualities whatever in him, young Jackson never failed to bring them out. In the management of the estate, he learned early to put his shoulder to the wheel. Transporting timber from the forest to the sawmill was one of his most frequent tasks, and tradition records that if a tree were to be removed from ground of unusual difficulty, or if there were one more gigantic than the rest, the party of labourers was put under his control, and the work was sure to be effected. One who knew him well has described his character. He was a youth of exemplary habits, of indomitable will and undoubted courage. He was not what is nowadays termed brilliant, but he was one of those untiring, matter-of-fact persons who would never give up on an undertaking until he had accomplished his object. He learned slowly, but what he got into his head he never forgot. He was not quick to decide except when excited, and then when he made up his mind to do a thing, he did it on short notice and in quick time. Once, while on his way to school, an overgrown rustic behaved rudely to one of the schoolgirls. Jackson fired up and told him he must apologize at once or he would thrash him. The big fellow, supposing that he was more than a match for him, refused, whereupon Jackson pitched into him and gave him a severe pounding. His surroundings, then, although neither refined nor elevating, were not unwholesome, but of the moral influences to which he was subjected, so much cannot be said. While the stock of piety that the original settlers brought with them had not entirely vanished, there was much irregularity of life. Few men gave any thought to religion, and young Jackson drifted with the tide. Yet there was something that preserved him from contamination. His uncle, kindest of guardians, though irreligious and a sportsman, was scrupulously exacting in matters of integrity and veracity. His associates included the most respectable, yet the morals of the sporting fraternity of a frontier settlement are not likely to have been edifying. That his nephew, as he himself declares, was an ardent frequenter of races, house-raisings, and country dances is hardly surprising, and it is assuredly no ground whatever for reproach. Nor is it strange that, amid much laxity, he should have retained his integrity, that his regard for truth should have remained untarnished, and that he should have been constantly held aloof from all that was mean and vile. His mother was no mere memory to that affectionate nature. His good qualities, however, would scarcely of themselves have done more than raise him to a respectable rank among the farmers of West Virginia. A spur was wanting to urge him beyond the limits of so contracted an existence, and that spur was supplied by an honourable ambition. Penniless and dependent as he was, he still remembered that his ancestors had been distinguished beyond the confines of their native county, and this legitimate pride in his own people, a far-off reflection, perhaps, of the traditional Scottish attitude towards name and pedigree, exercised a marked influence on his whole career. To prove himself worthy of his forefathers was the purpose of his early manhood. It gives us a key to the many singularities of his character, to his hunger for self-improvement, to his punctilious observance, from a boy of the essentials of gentlemanly bearing, and to the uniform assertion of his self-respect. 1841. It was his openly expressed wish for larger advantages than those offered by a country school that brought about his opportunity. In 1841, at the age of 17, he became a constable of the county, a sort of minor sheriff. He had to execute the decrees of the justices, to serve their warrants, to collect small debts, and to summon witnesses. It was a curious office for a boy, but a year or two before he had been seized with some obscure form of dyspepsia, and the idea that a life on horseback, which his duties necessitated, might restore his health, had induced his relatives to obtain the post for him. Jackson himself seems to have been influenced by the hopes that his salary would help towards his education, and by the wish to become independent of his uncle's bounty. His new duties were uncongenial, but despite his youth he faced his responsibility with a determination which men of mature years might well have envied. In everything he was scrupulously exact. His accounts were accurately kept. He was punctuality itself, and his patience was inexhaustible. For 2 years he submitted cheerfully to the drudgery of his position, re-establishing his health, but without advancing a single step towards the goal of his ambition. But before he was 19, his hopes were unexpectedly realized. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Chapter 1. West Point, Part 2. 1842. The military academy at West Point not only provided, at the expense of the nation, a sound and liberal education, but offered an opening to an honourable career. Nominations to cadetships were made by the Secretary of War on the recommendation of members of Congress, and, in 1842, a vacancy occurred which was to be filled by a youth from the congressional district in which Clarksburg was included. Jackson, informed of the chance by a friendly blacksmith, eagerly embraced it and left no stone unturned to attain his object. Every possible influence that could be brought to bear on the member for the district was immediately enlisted. To those who objected that his education was too imperfect to enable him even to enter the academy, he replied that he had the necessary application, that he hoped he had the capacity, and that he was at least determined to try. His earnestness and courage won upon all. His application was strongly backed by those who had learned to value his integrity and exactness, and Mr. Hayes, the member for the district, wrote that he would do all in his power to secure the appointment. No sooner had the letter been read than Jackson determined to go at once to Washington, in order that he might be ready to proceed to West Point without a moment's delay. Packing a few clothes into a pair of saddlebags, he mounted his horse and, accompanied by a servant who was to bring the animal home, rode off to catch the coach at Clarksburg. It had already passed, but galloping on he overtook it at the next stage, and on his arrival at Washington, Mr. Hayes at once introduced him to the Secretary of War. On presenting him, he explained the disadvantages of his education, but begged indulgence for him on account of his pluck and determination. The Secretary plied him with questions, but Jackson was not to be diverted from his purpose, and so good was the impression which he made that he then and there received his warrant, accompanied by some excellent advice. "Sir," said the Secretary, "you have a good name. Go to West Point, and the first man who insults you, knock him down and have it charged to my account." Mr. Hayes proposed that the new-fledged cadet should stay with him for a few days in order to see the sights of Washington, but as the academy was already in session, Jackson, with a strong appreciation of the value of time, begged to decline. He was content to ascend the roof of the Capitol, then still building, and look once on the magnificent panorama of which it is the centre. At his feet lay the city, with its busy streets and imposing edifices. To the south ran the Potomac, bearing on its ample tide the snowy sails of many merchantmen, and spanned by a bridge more than a mile in length. Over against the Capitol, looking down on that wide watered shore, stood the white porch of Arlington, once the property of Washington, and now the home of a young officer of the United States Army, Robert Edward Lee. Beyond Arlington lay Virginia, Jackson's native state, stretching back in leafy hills and verdant pastures, and far and low upon the western horizon his own mountains loomed faintly through the summer haze. It was a strange freak of fortune that placed him, at the very outset of his career, within sight of the theatre of his most famous victories. It was still stranger caprice that was to make the name of the simple country youth, ill-educated and penniless, as terrible in Washington as the name of Black Douglas was once in Durham and Carlisle. 1842. It was in July 1842 that one of America's greatest soldiers first entered to his name on the parade ground at West Point. Shy and silent, clad in Virginia homespun, with the whole of his personal effects carried in a pair of weathered-stained saddlebags, the impression that he made on his future comrades, as the Secretary of War appears to have anticipated, was by no means favourable. The West Point cadets were then, as now, remarkable for their upright carriage, the neatness of their appointments, and their soldierly bearing towards their officers and towards each other. The grey coatee, decorated with bright buttons and the broad gold lace, the shako with tall plumes, the spotless white trousers set off the trim young figures to the best advantage, and the full-dress parade of the cadet battalion, marked by discipline and precision in every movement, is still one of the most attractive of military spectacles. These natty young gentlemen were not slow to detect the superficial deficiencies of the newcomer. A system of practical joking, carried to extremes, had long been a feature of West Point life. Jackson, with the rusticity of the backwoods apparent at every turn, promised the highest sport. And here it may be written, once for all, that, however nearly in point of character the intended victim reached the heroic standard, his outward graces were few. His features were well cut, his forehead high, his mouth small and firm, and his complexion fresh. Yet the ensemble was not striking, nor was it redeemed by grave eyes and a heavy jaw, a strong but angular frame, a certain awkwardness of movement, and large hands and feet. His would-be tormentors, however, soon found they had mistaken their man. The homespun jacket covered a natural shrewdness which had been sharpened by responsibility. The readiness of resource which had characterized the Wilhelm constable was more than a match for their most ingenious schemes, and baffled by a temper which they were powerless to disturb, their attempts at persecution, apparently more productive of amusement to their victim than to themselves, was soon abandoned. Rough as was the life of the Virginia border, it had done something to fit this unpromising recruit for the give and take of his new existence. Culture might be lacking in the distant West, but the air men breathed was at least the sputtered breath of independence. Each was what he made himself. A man's standing depended on his success in life, and success was within reach of all. There, like his neighbours, Jackson had learned to take his own part. Like them, he acknowledged no superiority save that of actual merit, and believing that the richest prize might be won by energy and perseverance, without diffidence or misgiving, he faced his future. He knew nothing of the life of the great nation of which he was so insignificant an atom, of the duties of the army, of the manners of its officers. He knew only that even as regards education he had an uphill task before him. He was indeed on the threshold of a new world, with his own way to make, and apparently no single advantage in his favour. But he came of a fighting race, he had his own inflexible resolution to support him, and his determination expressed itself in his very bearing. 4 cadets, 3 of whom were afterwards Confederate generals, were standing together when he first entered the gates of the academy. There was about him, says one of them, so sturdy an expression of purpose that I remarked, "That fellow looks as if he had come to stay." Jackson's educational deficiencies were more difficult of conquest than the goodwill of his comrades. His want of previous training placed him at a great disadvantage. He commenced his career amongst the Immortals, the last section of the class. It was only by the most strenuous efforts that he maintained his place. His struggles at the blackboard were often painful to witness. In the struggle to solve a problem, he invariably covered both his face and uniform with chalk, and he perspired so freely, even in the coldest weather, that the cadets, with boyish exaggeration, declared that whenever the General, as he had once been dubbed in honour of his namesake, the victor of New Orleans, got a difficult proposition, he was certain to flood the classroom. It was all he could do to pass his first examination. "We were studying," writes a classmate, "algebra and analytical geometry that winter, and Jackson was very low in his class. Just before the signal light out, he would pile up his grate with anthracite coal, and lying prone before it on the floor would work away on his lessons by the glare of the fire which scorched his very brain to the late hour of the night. This evident determination to succeed not only aided his own efforts directly, but impressed his instructors in his favour. If he could not master the portion of the textbook assigned for the day, he would not pass it over, but continued to work at it till he understood it. Thus it often happened that when he was called out to repeat his task, he had to reply that he had not yet reached the lesson of the day, but was employed upon the previous one. There was then no alternative but to mark him as unprepared, a proceeding which did not in the least affect his resolution. Despite all drawbacks, his 4 years at the academy were years of steady progress. The immortals were soon left far behind, and at the end of the first 12 months he stood 51st in a class of 72. But when he entered the first class and commenced the study of logic, that bugbear to the majority, he shot from near the foot of the class to the top. In the final examination he came out 17th, notwithstanding that the less successful years were taken into account, and it was a frequent remark amongst his brother cadets that if the course had been a year longer, he would have come out first. His own satisfaction was complete. Not only was his perseverance rewarded by a place sufficiently high to give him a commission in the artillery, but his cravings for knowledge had been fully gratified. West Point was much more than a military school. It was a university, and a university under the very strictest discipline, where the science of the soldier formed only a portion of the course. Subjects which are now considered essential to a military education were not taught at all. The art of war gave place to ethics and engineering, and mathematics and chemistry were considered of far more importance than topography and fortification. Yet, with French, history, and drawing, it will be admitted the course was sufficiently comprehensive. No cadet was permitted to graduate unless he reached a high standard of proficiency. Failures were numerous. In the 4 years the classes grew gradually smaller, and the survival of the fittest was a principle of administration which was rigidly observed. The fact, then, that a man had passed the final examination at West Point was a sufficient certificate that he had received a thorough education, that his mental faculties had been strengthened by 4 years of hard work, and he was well equipped to take his place amongst his fellow men. And it was more than this. 4 years of the strictest discipline, for the cadets were allowed only one vacation during their whole course, was sufficient to break in even the most careless and the most slovenly to neatness, obedience, and punctuality. Such habits are not easily unlearned, and the West Point certificate was thus a guarantee of qualities that are everywhere useful. It did not necessarily follow that because a cadet won a commission, he remained a soldier. Many went to civil life, and the academy was an excellent school for men who intended to find a career as surveyors or engineers. The great railway system of the United States was then in its infancy. Its development offered endless possibilities, and the work of extending civilization in a vast and rapidly improving country had perhaps more attraction for the ambitious than the career of arms. The training and discipline of West Point were not then concentrated in one profession, but were disseminated throughout the States, and it was with this purpose that the institution of the academy had been approved by Congress. In the wars with England, the militia of the different states had furnished the means both of resistance and aggression. But their grave shortcomings, owing principally to the lack of competent officers, had been painfully conspicuous. After 1814, the principle that the militia was the first line of defence was still adhered to, and the standing army was merely maintained as a school for generals and a frontier guard. It was expected, however, that in case of war, the West Point graduates would supply the national forces with a large number of officers who, despite their civil avocations, would at least be familiar with drill and discipline. This fact is to be borne in mind in view of the Civil War. The demands of the enormous armies then put into the field were utterly unprecedented, and the supply of West Pointers was altogether inadequate to meet them. But the influence of the military academy was conspicuous throughout. Not a few of the most able generals were little more than boys, and yet, as a rule, they were far superior to those who came from the militia or volunteers. 4 years of strict routine, of constant drill and implicit subordination, at the most impressionable period of life, proved a far better training for command than the desultory and intermittent service of a citizen army. During his stay at West Point, Jackson's development was not all in one direction. He gained in health and strength. When he joined, he had not yet attained his full height, which fell short of 6 feet by 2 inches. The constant drilling developed his frame. He grew rapidly, and soon acquired the erect bearing of the soldier, but notwithstanding the incessant practice in riding, fencing, and marching, his anatomical peculiarities still asserted themselves. It was with great difficulty that he mastered the elementary process of keeping step, and despite his youthful proficiency as a jockey, the regulation seat of the dragoon, to be acquired on the back of a rough cavalry trooper, was an accomplishment which he never mastered. If it be added that his shyness never thawed, that he was habitually silent, it is hardly surprising to find he had few intimates at the academy. Caring nothing for the opinion of others, and tolerant association rather than seeking it, his self-contained nature asked neither sympathy nor affection. His studious habits never left him. His only recreation was a rapid walk in the intervals of the classes. His whole thoughts and his whole energy was centred on doing his duty and passing into the army with all the credit he could possibly attain. Although he was thoroughly happy at West Point, life to him, even at that early age, was a serious business, and most seriously he set about it. Still, unsociable and irresponsive as he was, there were those in whose company he found pleasure, cadets who had studied subjects not included in the West Point course, and from whom there was something to be learned. It was an unwritten law of the academy that those of the senior year should not make companions of their juniors. But Jackson paid no heed to the traditional code of etiquette. His acquaintances were chosen regardless of standing, as often from the class below him as his own, and in yet another fashion his strength of character was displayed. Towards those who were guilty of dishonourable conduct, he was merciless almost to vindictiveness. He had his own code of right and wrong, and from one who infringed it he would accept neither apology nor excuse. His musket, which was always scrupulously clean, was one day replaced by another in a most slovenly order. He called the attention of his captain to his loss, and described the private mark by which it was to be identified. That evening, at the inspection of arms, it was found in the hands of another cadet, who, when taxed with his offence, endeavoured to shield himself by falsehood. Jackson's anger was unbounded, and for the moment his habitual shyness completely disappeared. He declared that such a creature should not continue a member of the academy, and demanded that he should be tried by court-martial and expelled. It was only by the means of the most persevering remonstrances on the part of his comrades and his officers that he could be induced to waive his right of pressing the charge. His regard for duty, too, was no less marked than his respect for truth. During 1/2 year his roommate was orderly sergeant of his company, and this good-natured, if perfunctory young gentleman, often told Jackson that he need not attend the Reveille roll call, in which every cadet was supposed to answer to his name. Not once, however, did he avail himself of the privilege. At the same time, he was not altogether so uncompromising as at first sight he appeared. At West Point, as in after years, those who saw him interested or excited noticed his smile was singularly sweet, and the cadets knew that it revealed a warm heart within. Whenever, from sickness or misfortune, a comrade stood in need of sympathy, Jackson was the first to offer it, and he would devote himself to his help with a tenderness so womanly that it sometimes excited ridicule. Sensitive he was not, for of vanity he had not the slightest taint, but of tact and sensibility possessed more than his share. If he was careless of what others thought of him, he thought much of them. Though no one made light of pain on his own account, no one could have more carefully avoided giving pain to others, except when duty demanded it, and one of his classmates testifies that he went through the trying ordeal of 4 years at West Point without ever having a hard word or bad feeling from cadet or professor. Nor did his comrades fail to remember that when he was unjustly blamed, he chose to bear the imputation silently rather than expose those who were really at fault. And so, even in that light-hearted battalion, his sterling worth compelled respect. All honoured his efforts, and wished him Godspeed. While there were many, says Colonel Turnley, who seemed to surpass him in intellect, in geniality, and in good fellowship, there was no one of our class who was more absolutely possessed of the respect and confidence of all, and in the end Old Jack, as he was always called, with his desperate earnestness, his unflinching straightforwardness, and his high sense of honour came to be regarded by his comrades with something very like affection. One peculiarity cannot be passed by. When at study he always sat bolt upright at his table with his book open before him, and when he was not using pencil and paper to solve a problem, he would often keep his eyes fixed on the wall or ceiling in the most profound abstraction. No one I have ever known, says a cadet who shared his barrack room, could so perfectly withdraw his mind from surrounding objects or influences, and so thoroughly involve his whole being in the subject under consideration. His lessons were uppermost in his mind, and to thoroughly understand them was always his determined effort. To make the author's knowledge his own was ever the point at which he aimed. This intense application of mind was naturally strengthened by constant exercise, and month by month and year by year his faculties of perception developed rapidly till he grasped with unerring quickness the inceptive points of all ethical and mathematical problems. This power of abstraction and of application is well worth noting, for not only was it remarkable in a boy, but, as we shall see hereafter, it had much to do with the making of the soldier. At West Point, Jackson was troubled with the return of an obscure complaint which had already threatened him, and he there began that rigid observance of the laws of health to which afterwards developed to almost an eccentricity. His peculiar attitude when studying was due to the fear that if he bent over his work, the compression of his internal organs might increase their tendency to disease. And not only did he lay down rules for his physical regimen, a book of maxims which he drew up at West Point has been preserved, and we learn that his scrupulous exactness, his punctilious courtesy, and his choice of companions were the outcome of much deliberation. Nothing in this curious volume occurs to show that his thoughts had yet been turned towards religion. It is as free from all reference to the teachings of Christianity as the maxims of Marcus Aurelius. Every line there written shows that at this period of Jackson's life devotion to duty was his guiding rule, and, notwithstanding his remarkable freedom from egotism, the traces of an engrossing ambition and of absolute self-dependence are everywhere apparent. Many of the sentiments he would have repudiated in after life as inconsistent with humility, but there can be no question that it was a strong and fearless hand that penned on a conspicuous page the sentence, "You can be what you resolve to be." Jackson was already a man in years when he passed his final examination, and here the record of his boyhood may fitly close. He had made no particular mark at the Academy. 1846. His memory in the minds of his comrades was associated with his gravity, his silence, his kind heart, and his awkward movements. No one suspected him of nobler qualities than dogged perseverance and a strict regard for truth. The officers and sergeants of the cadet battalion were supplied by the cadets themselves, but Jackson was never promoted. In the mimic warfare of the playground at Bryan, Napoleon was the master of the rebels. His capacity for command had already been detected, but neither comrade nor teacher saw beneath the unpromising exterior of the West Point student a trace of aught save what was commonplace. And yet there is much in the boyhood of Stonewall Jackson that resembles the boyhood of Napoleon, of all great soldiers the most original. Both were affectionate. Napoleon lived on bread and water that he might educate his brothers. Jackson saved his cadet's pay to give his sister a silk dress. Both were indefatigable students, impressed with the conviction that the world was to be conquered by force of intellect. Jackson, burning his lessons into his brain, is but the counterpart of the young officer who lodged with a professor of mathematics that he might attend his classes, and who would wait to explain the lectures to those who had not clearly understood them. Both were provincial, neither was prepossessing. If West Point cadets laughed at Jackson's large hands and feet, was not Napoleon with his thin legs thrust into enormous boots, saluted by his friends' children, on his first appearance in uniform, with the nickname of Le Chat-Bot? It is hard to say which was the more laughable, the spare and bony figure of the cadet standing bolt upright like a graven image in a tight uniform, with his eyes glued to the ceiling of his barrack room, or the young man with gaunt features, round shoulders, and uncombed hair, who wandered alone in the streets of Paris in 1795. They had the same love of method and of order. The accounts of the Virginian constable was not more scrupulously kept than the ledgers of Napoleon's household, nor could they show a greater regard for economy than the tailor's bill, still extant, on which the future emperor gained a reduction of 4 sous. But it was not on such trivial lines alone that they run parallel. An inflexibility of purpose, an absolute disregard of popular opinion, and an unswerving belief in their own capacity were predominant in both. They could say no. Neither sought sympathy, and both felt that they were masters of their own fate. You can be whatever you resolve to be may be well placed alongside the speech of the brigadier of 25. Have patience. I will command in Paris presently. What should I do there now? But here the parallel ends. In Jackson, even as a cadet, self was subordinate to duty. Pride was foreign to his nature. He was incapable of pretense, and his simplicity was inspired by that disdain of all meanness which had been his characteristic from a child. His brain was disturbed by no wild visions. No intemperate ambition confused his sense of right and wrong. The essence of his mind, as has been said of another like mould, was clearness, healthy purity, incompatibility with fraud in any of its forms. It was his instinct to be true and straightforward as it was Napoleon's to be false and subtle. And if, as a youth, he showed no trace of marked intellectual power, if his instructors saw no sign of masterful resolution and a genius for command, it was because at West Point, as elsewhere, his great qualities lay dormant, awaiting the emergency that should call them forth. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Section 3, Mexico, Part 1. 1846. On June 30th, 1846, Jackson received the brevet rank of second lieutenant of artillery. He was fortunate from the very outset of his military career. The officers of the United States Army, thanks to the thorough education and Spartan discipline of West Point, were fine soldiers, but their scope was limited. On the western frontier, far beyond the confines of civilization, stood a long line of forts, often hundreds of miles apart, garrisoned by a few troops of cavalry or companies of infantry. It is true that there was little chance of soldierly capacity rusting in these solitary posts. From the borders of Canada to the banks of the Rio Grande swarmed thousands of savage warriors, ever watchful for an opportunity to pay back with bloody interest the aggression of the whites. Murder, robbery, and massacre followed each other in rapid succession, and the troops were allowed few intervals of rest. But the warfare was inglorious, a mere series of petty incidents, the punishment of a raid, or the crushing of an isolated revolt. The scanty butcher's bills of the so-called battles made small appeal to the popular imagination, and the deeds of the soldiers in the western wilderness, gallant as they might be, aroused less interest in the States than the conflicts of the police with the New York mob. But although pursuits which carried the adversaries half across the continent, forays which were of longer duration than a European war, and fights against overwhelming odds, where no quarter was asked or given, kept the American officers constantly employed. Their training was hardly sufficient for the needs of a great campaign. In the running fights against Apache or Blackfoot, the rules of strategy and tactics were of small account. The soldier was constrained to acknowledge the brave and the trapper as his teachers, and Moltke himself, with all his lore, would have been utterly baffled by the cunning of the Indian. Before the war of 1845-6, the strength of the regular army was not more than 8,500 men, and the whole of this force, with the exception of a few batteries, was scattered in small detachments along the frontier. The troops were never brought together in considerable bodies, and although they were well drilled and under the strictest discipline, neither the commanders nor the staff had the least experience of handling men in masses. Many of the infantry officers had never drilled with a whole battalion since they left West Point. A brigade of cavalry, that is, 2 or 3 regiments working together as a single unit, had never been assembled, and scarcely a single general had ever commanded a force composed of the 3 arms, either on service or on parade. "During my 20 years of service on the frontier," said one of the most famous of the Confederate leaders, "I learned all about commanding 50 United States dragoons and forgot everything else." Nevertheless, this life of enterprise and hard work, the constant struggle against nature for the illimitable space of the inhospitable wilderness, was a more formidable antagonist than the stealthy savage, benefited the American soldier in more ways than one. He grew accustomed to danger and privation. He learned to use his wits, to adapt his means to his end, to depend on his intelligence rather than on rule. Above all, even the most junior had experience of independent command before the enemy. A ready assumption of responsibility and a prompt initiative distinguished the regular officers from the very outset of the Civil War, and these characteristics had been acquired on the western prairies. But the warfare of the frontier had none of the glamour of the warfare which is waged with equal arms against an equal enemy, of the conflict of nation against nation. To bring the foe to bay was a matter of the utmost difficulty. A fight at close quarters was of rare occurrence, and the most successful campaign ended in the destruction of a cluster of dirty wigwams or the surrender of a handful of starving savages. In such unsatisfactory service, Jackson was not called upon to take a part. It is doubtful if he ever crossed the Mississippi. His first experience of campaigning was to be on a field where gleams of glory were not wanting. The ink on his commission was scarcely dry when the artillery subaltern was ordered to join his regiment, the 1st Artillery, in Mexico. The war with the Southern Republic had blazed out on the Texan border in 1845, and the American government had now decided to carry it into the heart of the hostile territory. With the cause of quarrel we have no concern. General Grant had condemned the war as one of the most unjust ever waged by a stronger against a weaker nation. Be this as it may, it is doubtful whether any of Grant's brother officers troubled themselves at all with the equity of invasion. It was enough for them that the expedition meant a struggle with a numerous enemy, armed and organized on the European model, and with much experience of war, that it promised a campaign in a country which was the very region of romance, possessing a lovely climate, historic cities, and magnificent scenery. The genius of Prescott had just disentombed from dusty archives the marvelous story of the Spanish conquest, and the imagination of many a youthful soldier had been already kindled by his glowing pages. To follow the path of Cortez, to traverse the golden realms of Montezuma, to look upon the lakes and palaces of Mexico, the most ancient city of America, to encamp among the temples of a vanished race, and to hear, while the fireflies flitted through the perfumed night, the music of the black-eyed maidens of New Spain, was ever more fascinating prospect offered to a subaltern of 22. The companies of the 1st Artillery, which had been detailed for foreign service, were first transferred to Point Isabel, at the mouth of the Rio Grande. Several engagements had already taken place. Palo Alto, Resaca de la Palma, and Monterey were brilliant American victories, won by hard fighting over superior numbers, and a vast extent of territory had been overrun. But the Mexicans were still unconquered. The provinces they had lost were but a fringe of the national domains. The heart of the Republic had not yet felt the pressure of war, and more than 600 miles of difficult country intervened between the invaders and the capital. The American proposals for peace had been summarily rejected. A new president, General Santa Anna, had been raised to power, and under his vigorous administration the war threatened to assume a phase sufficiently embarrassing to the United States. Jackson had been attached to a heavy battery, and his first duty was to transport guns and mortars to the forts which protected Point Isabel. The prospect of immediate employment before the enemy was small. Operations had come to a standstill. It was already apparent that a direct advance upon the capital through the northern provinces was an enterprise which would demand an army much larger than the government was disposed to furnish. It seemed as if the first artillery had come too late. Jackson was fearful that the war might come to an end before his regiment should be sent to the front. The shy cadet had a decided taste for fighting. "I envy you men," he said to a comrade more fortunate than himself, "who have been in battle. How I should like to be in one battle." His longing for action was soon gratified. Mexico had no navy and a long seaboard. The fleet of the United States was strong, their maritime resources ample, and to land an army on a shorter route to the distant capital was no difficult undertaking. General Winfield Scott, who had been sent out as commander-in-chief, was permitted early in 1847 to organize a combined naval and military expedition for the reduction of Vera Cruz, the principal port of the Republic, whence a good road leads to Mexico. The line of advance would thus be reduced to 260 miles, and the natural obstacles, though numerous enough, were far less serious than the deserts which barred invasion from the north. 1847. For this enterprise, most of the regular regiments were withdrawn from the Rio Grande, and General Taylor, the hero of Palo Alto and Monterey, was left with a small army composed principally of volunteers to hold the conquered provinces. Scott's troops assembled in the first instance at Tampico. The transports, 80 in number, having embarked their freight, were directed to rendezvous in the roadstead of Lobos, 120 miles north of Vera Cruz, and when the whole had assembled, the fleet set sail for Los Sacrificios, the island where Cortes had landed in 1520, 3 miles south of the city. The army of invasion, in which the 1st Regiment of Artillery was included, consisted of 13,000 men. March 9. On the morning of March 9, the sun shone propitiously on the expedition. The surf boats, each holding from 70 to 80 men, were quickly arrayed in line. Then, dashing forward simultaneously with the strains of martial music sweeping over the smooth waters of the bay, they neared the shore. The landing was covered by 7 armed vessels, and as the boats touched the beach, the foremost men leapt into the water and ran up the sandy shore. In 1 hour, General Worth's division, numbering 4,500 men, was disembarked, and by the same precise arrangements, the whole army was landed in 6 hours without accident or confusion. To the astonishment of the Americans, the enemy offered no resistance, and the troops bivouacked in line of battle on the beach. Little more than a mile north, across a waste of sandhills, rose the white walls of Vera Cruz. The city was held by 4,000 men, and its armament was formidable. The troops, however, but partially organized, were incapable of operations in the open field. The garrison had not been reinforced. Santa Anna, on learning that the American army on the Rio Grande had been reduced, had acted with commendable promptitude. Collecting all the troops that were available, he had marched northwards, expecting, doubtless, to overwhelm Taylor and still be in time to prevent Scott from seizing a good harbor. But distance was against him, and his precautions were inadequate. Even if he defeated Taylor, he would have to march more than 1,000 miles to encounter Scott, and Vera Cruz was ill provided for a siege. It was difficult, it is true, for the Mexican general to anticipate the point at which the Americans would disembark. An army that moves by sea possesses the advantage that its movements are completely veiled. But Vera Cruz was decidedly the most probable objective of the invaders, and, had it been made secure, the venture of the Americans would have been rendered hazardous. As it was, with Santa Anna's army far away, the reduction of the fortress presented little difficulty. An immediate assault would be in all likelihood have proved successful. Scott, however, decided on a regular siege. His army was small, and a march on the capital was in prospect. The government grudged both men and money, and an assault would have cost more lives than could well be spared. On March 18, the trenches were completed. 4 days later, sufficient heavy ordnance having been landed, the bombardment was begun. March 27. On the 27th, the town surrendered. The garrison laid down their arms, and 400 cannon, many of large caliber, fell into the hands of the Americans. The fall of Vera Cruz was brought about by the heavy artillery aided by the sailors, and the 1st Regiment was continuously engaged. The Mexican fire, notwithstanding their array of guns, was comparatively harmless. The garrison attempted no sortie, and only 64 of the investing force were killed or wounded. Nevertheless, Jackson's behavior under fire attracted notice, and a few months later he was promoted to 1st Lieutenant for gallant and meritorious conduct at the siege of Vera Cruz. Scott had now secured an admirable line of operations, but the projected march upon the city of Mexico was a far more arduous undertaking than the capture of a port. The ancient capital of Montezuma stands high above the sea. The famous valley which surrounds it is embosomed in the heart of a vast plateau, and the roads which lead to this lofty region wind by steep gradients over successive ranges of rugged and precipitous mountains. Between Vera Cruz and the upland lies a level plain, 60 miles broad and covered with tropical forest. Had it been possible to follow up the initial victory by a rapid advance, Cerro Gordo, the first and the most difficult of the mountain passes, might have been occupied without a blow. Santa Anna, defeated by Taylor at Buena Vista, but returning hotfoot to block Scott's path, was still distant, and Cerro Gordo was undefended. But the progress of the Americans was arrested by the difficulties inherent in all maritime expeditions. An army landing on a hostile coast has to endure a certain period of inactivity. Under ordinary circumstances, as at Vera Cruz, the process of disembarking men is rapidly accomplished. The field guns follow with but little delay, and a certain proportion of cavalry becomes early available. But the disembarkation of the impedimenta, the stores, wagons, hospitals, ammunition, and transport animals, even where ample facilities exist, demands far more time than the disembarkation of the fighting force. In the present case, as all the animals had to be requisitioned in the country, it was not till the middle of April that supplies and transport sufficient to warrant further movement had been accumulated. And meanwhile, General Santa Anna, halting in the mountains, had occupied the pass of Cerro Gordo with 13,000 men and 42 pieces of artillery. The Mexican position was exceedingly strong. The right rested on a deep ravine with precipitous cliffs. The left on the hill of Cerro Gordo, covered with batteries, and towering to the height of several hundred feet above the surrounding ridges, while the front, strongly entrenched, and commanding the road which wound zigzag fashion up the steep ascent, followed the crest of a lofty ridge. The Americans reached the foot of the pass without difficulty. The enemy had made no attempt to check their passage through the forest. Confident in the inaccessibility of his mountain crags, in his numerous guns and massive breastworks, Santa Anna reserved his strength for battle on ground of his own selection. Several days were consumed in reconnaissance. The engineers, to whom this duty was generally assigned in the American army, pushed their explorations to either flank. At length, the quick eye of a young officer, Captain Robert Lee, already noted for his services at Vera Cruz, discovered a line of approach hidden from the enemy by which the position might be turned. In 3 days, a rough road was constructed by which guns could be brought to bear on the hill of Cerro Gordo, and infantry marched round to strike the Mexicans in rear. April 18. The attack, delivered at daylight on April 18, was brilliantly successful. The enemy was completely surprised. Cerro Gordo was stormed with the bayonet, and Santa Anna's right assaulted from a direction whence he confessed that he had not believed a goat could approach his lines, was rolled back in confusion on his center. 1,200 Mexicans were killed and wounded, and 3,000 captured, together with the whole of their artillery. The next day the pursuit was pushed with uncompromising resolution. Amid pathless mountains, 6,000 feet above the sea, where every spur formed a strong position, the defeated army was permitted neither halt nor respite. The American dragoons, undeterred by numbers, pressed forward along the road, making hundreds of prisoners, and spreading panic in the broken ranks. May 15. The infantry followed, sturdily breasting the long ascent. A second entrenched position, barring the La Jolla Pass, was abandoned on their approach. The strong castle of Perote, with an armament of 60 guns and mortars, opened its gates without firing a shot, and on May 15, the great city of Puebla, surrounded by glens of astonishing fertility, and only 80 miles from Mexico, was occupied without resistance. At Cerro Gordo, the 1st Artillery was employed as infantry. Their colors were amongst the first to be planted on the enemy's breastworks, but in none of the reports does Jackson's name occur. The battle, however, brought him good luck. Captain Magruder, an officer of his own regiment, who was to win distinction on wider fields, had captured a Mexican field battery, which Scott presented to him as a reward for his gallantry. Indian wars had done but little toward teaching American soldiers the true use of artillery against a rapidly moving enemy who systematically forbore exposing himself in mass, and in a country where no roads existed, only the firearm was effective. But already at Palo Alto and Resaca, against the serried lines and thronging cavalry of the Mexicans, light field guns had done extraordinary execution. The heavy artillery, hitherto the more favored service, saw itself eclipsed. The 1st Regiment, however, had already been prominent on the fighting line. It had won reputation with the bayonet at Cerro Gordo, and before Mexico was reached, there were other battles to be fought and other positions to be stormed. A youth with a predilection for hard knocks might have been content with the chances offered to the foot soldier. But Jackson's partiality for his own arm was as marked as was Napoleon's, and the decisive effect of a well-placed battery appealed to his instincts with greater force than the wild rush of a charge of infantry. Skillful maneuvering was more to his taste than the mere bludgeon work of fighting at close quarters. 2 subalterns were required for the new battery. The position meant much hard work, and possibly much discomfort. Magruder was restless and hot-tempered, and the young officers of artillery showed no eagerness to go through the campaign as his subordinates. Not so Jackson. He foresaw that service with a light battery under a bold and energetic leader was likely to present peculiar opportunities, and with his thorough devotion to duty, his habits of industry, and his strong sense of self-reliance, he had little fear of disappointing the expectations of the most exacting superior. "I wanted to see active service," he said in after years, "to be near the enemy in the fight, and when I heard that John Magruder had got his battery, I bent all my energies to be with him, for I knew if any fighting was to be done, Magruder would be on hand." His soldierly ambition won its due reward. The favors of fortune fall to the men who woo more often than to those who wait. The barrack-room proverb, which declares that ill luck follows the volunteer, must assuredly have germinated in a commonplace brain. It is characteristic of men who have cut their way to fame that they have never allowed the opportunity to escape them. The successful man pushes to the front and seeks his chance. Those of a temper less ardent wait till duty calls, and the call may never come. Once before, when, despite his manifold disadvantages, he secured his nomination to West Point, Jackson had shown how readily he recognized an opening. Now, when his comrades held back, he eagerly stepped forward to prove anew the truth of the vigorous adage, "Providence helps those who help themselves." The American army was delayed long at Puebla. Several regiments of volunteers, who had engaged only for a short term of service, demanded their discharge, and reinforcements were slow in arriving. August 7. It was not until the first week in August that Scott was able to move upon the capital. The army now numbered 14,000 men. Several hundred were sick in hospital, and 600 convalescents, together with 600 effectives, were left to garrison Puebla. The field force was organized in 4 divisions, the first under Major General Worth, the second under Major General Twiggs, the third, to which Magruder's battery was attached, under Major General Pillow, the fourth, Volunteers and Marines, under Major General Pierce. 4 field batteries, a small brigade of dragoons, and a still smaller siege train made up a total of 11,500 officers and men. During the 3 months that his enemy was idle at Puebla, Santa Anna had reorganized his army, and 30,000 Mexicans, including a formidable body of cavalry, fine horsemen and well-trained, and a large number of heavy batteries, were now ready to oppose the advance of the invaders. On August 10, the American army crossed the Rio Frio Mountains, 10,000 feet above the sea, the highest point between the Atlantic and the Pacific, and as the troops descended the western slopes, the Valley of Mexico first broke upon their view. There, beneath the shadow of her mighty mountains, capped with eternal snows, stood the imperial city, her far-circling walls, her garden groves, and stately palaces. There lay the broad plain of Tenochtitlan, with all its wealth of light and color, the verdure of the forest, the warmer hues of the great cornfields ripening to the harvest, and the sheen and sparkle of the distant lakes. There it lay, as it burst upon the awe-struck vision of Cortez and his companions, bathed in the golden sunshine, stretched out, as it were, in slumber, in the arms of the giant hills. On every hand were the signs of a teeming population. White villages and substantial haciendas glistened in the woodlands. Roads, broad and well-traveled, crossed the level, and in the clear atmosphere of those lofty altitudes the vast size of the city was plainly visible. The whole army of Mexico formed the garrison. Hills crowned with batteries commanded the approaches, while a network of canals on either flank and a broad area of deep water enhanced the difficulties of maneuver. The line of communication, far too long to be maintained by the small force at Scott's disposal, had already been abandoned. The army depended for subsistence on what it could purchase in the country. The sick and wounded were carried with the troops, and there was no further reserve of ammunition than that which was packed in the regimental wagons. Cortez and his 400, when they essayed the same enterprise were not more completely isolated, for, while the Spaniard had staunched allies in the hereditary foes of the Aztecs, Scott's nearest supports were at Puebla, 80 miles from Mexico, and these numbered only 1,200 effective soldiers. The most adventurous of leaders might well have hesitated ere he plunged into the great valley swarming with enemies and defended by all the resources of a civilized state. But there was no misgiving in the ranks of the Americans. With that wholesome contempt for foreign foe which has wrought more good than evil for the Anglo-Saxon race, the army moved forward without a halt. Recovering, says Scott, from the trance into which the magnificent spectacle had thrown them, probably not a man in the column failed to say to his neighbor or himself, "That splendid city shall soon be ours." The fortifications which protected Mexico on the east were found to be impregnable. The high ridge of El Pinon, manned by nearly the whole of Santa Anna's army, blocked the passage between the lakes, and deep morasses added to the difficulties of approach. To the south, however, on the far side of Lake Chalco, lay a more level tract, but accessible only by roads which the Mexicans deemed impracticable. Despite the difficulties of the route, the maneuver of Cerro Gordo was repeated on a grander scale. August 16 to 18. After a toilsome march of 27 miles from Ayotla over the spurs of the Sierras, the troops reached the great road which leads to the capital from the south. Across this road was more than one line of fortifications, to which the Mexican army had been hurriedly transferred. The hacienda of San Antonio, 6 miles from the city, strengthened by field works and defended by heavy guns, commanded the highway. To the east was a morass, and beyond the morass were the blue waters of Lake Chalco, where to the west the Pedregal, a barren tract of volcanic scori, over whose sharp rocks and deep fissures neither horse nor vehicle could move, flanked the American line of march. The morass was absolutely impassable. The gloomy solitude of the Pedregal, extending to the mountains, 5 miles distant, seemed equally forbidding, but the engineer officers came once more to the rescue. A road across the Pedregal, little better than a mule track, was discovered by Captain Lee. August 19. Under cover of a strong escort, it was rapidly improved, and Pillow's and Worth's divisions, accompanied by Magruder's battery, were directed to cross the waste of rocks. Beyond the Pedregal was a good road approaching the city from the southwest, and by this road the post of San Antonio might be assailed in rear. Overlooking the road, however, as well as the issues from the Pedregal, was a high ridge backed by the mountains, and held by 6,000 Mexicans. Opposite this ridge, the Americans came out on cultivated ground, but all further progress was completely checked. Shortly after midday, the leading brigade, with Magruder's battery on hand, reached the summit of a hill within 1,000 yards of the enemy's breastworks. Magruder came at once into action, and the infantry attempted to push forward, but the Mexican artillery was far superior, both in numbers of pieces and weight of metal, and the ground was eminently unfavorable for attack. 22 heavy cannon swept the front, and the right of the position was secured by a deep ravine. Masses of infantry were observed in rear of the entrenchments, and several regiments of lancers were in close support. For 3 hours the battle raged fiercely. On the right the Americans pushed forward, crossing, with extreme difficulty, an outlying angle of the Pedregal, covered with dense scrub and occupied by the village of Contreras. But elsewhere they made no impression. They were without cavalry, and Magruder's guns were far too few and feeble to keep down the fire of the hostile batteries. The infantry, says Scott, could not advance in column without being mowed down by grape and canister, nor advance in line without being ridden down by the enemy's numerous horsemen. Nor were the Mexicans content on this occasion to remain passively in their works. Both infantry and cavalry attempted to drive the assailants back upon the Pedregal, and although these counterstrokes were successfully repulsed, when darkness fell, the situation of the troops was by no means favorable. Heavy columns of Mexicans were approaching from the city. The remainder of the American army was opposite San Antonio, 5 miles distant, on the far side of the Pedregal, and no support could be expected. To add to their discomfort, it rained heavily. The thunder crashed in the mountains, and torrents of water choked the streams. The men stood in the darkness, drenched and dispirited, and an attack made by a Mexican battalion induced General Pillow to withdraw Magruder's battery from the ridge. The senior subaltern had been killed. 15 gunners and as many horses had fallen. The slopes were covered with huge boulders, and it was only by dint of the most strenuous exertions that the guns were brought down in safety to the lower ground. A council of war was then held in Contreras Church, and, contrary to the traditionary conduct of such conventions, a more desperate expedient was adopted. The Mexican reinforcements, 12,000 strong, had halted on the main road, their advanced guard within a few hundred yards of the village. Leaving 2 regiments to hold this imposing force in check, it was determined to make a night march and turn the rear of the entrenchments on the ridge. The commander-in-chief was beyond the Pedregal, opposite San Antonio, and it was necessary that he should be informed of the projected movement. "I have always understood," says an officer present in this quarter of the field, "that what was devised and determined on was suggested by Captain Lee. At all events, the council was closed by his saying that he desired to return to General Scott with the decision, and that, as it was late, the decision must be given as soon as possible, since General Scott wished him to return in time to give directions for cooperation." During the council, and 4 hours after, the rain fell in torrents, whilst the darkness was so intense that one could move only by groping. The Pedregal was infested by straggling bands of Mexicans, and yet over those 5 miles of desolation, with no guide but the wind, or an occasional flash of lightning, Lee, unaccompanied by a single orderly, made his way to Scott's headquarters. This perilous adventure was characterized by the commander-in-chief as the greatest feat of physical and moral courage performed by any individual during the entire campaign. The night march, although it entailed the passage of a deep ravine, and was so slow that one company in 2 hours made no more than 400 yards, was completely successful. The Mexicans, trusting to the strength of their position and to the presence of the reinforcements, had neglected to guard their left. The lesson of Cerro Gordo had been forgotten. The storming parties, guided by the engineers, Lee, Beauregard, and Gustavus Smith, established themselves, under cover of the darkness, within 500 paces of the entrenchments, and as the day broke, the works were carried at the first rush. End of Section 3. Read by Will Caffey. Oregon, January 2023.
Section 4 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Section 4. August 20. 17 minutes after the signal had been given, the garrison, attacked in front and rear simultaneously, was completely dispersed. 800 Mexicans were captured and nearly as many killed. The reinforcements, unable to intervene and probably demoralized by this unlooked-for defeat, fell back to the village of Churubusco, and San Antonio was evacuated. The pursuit was hotly pressed. Churubusco was heavily bombarded. For 2 hours, the American batteries played upon the church and hacienda, both strongly fortified, and after a counterstroke had been beaten back, a vigorous onslaught made by the whole line of battle compelled the enemy to give way. A brilliant charge of General Shields' brigade dispersed their last reserves, and the whole of the hostile army fled in confusion to the city. The American cavalry followed at speed, using their sabers freely on the panic-stricken masses, and one squadron, not hearing the recall, dashed up to the very gates of the city. Scott's losses amounted to 1,053, including 76 officers. The Mexican casualties were 3,000 prisoners and 3,250 killed and wounded. 37 field guns were abandoned, and, a still more valuable capture, a large supply of ammunition fell into the hands of the victors. Magruder's battery, it appears, was retained in reserve throughout the Battle of Churubusco, and Jackson's share in the victory was confined to the engagement of the previous day. But his small charge of 3 guns had been handled with skill and daring. Magruder was more than satisfied. In a few moments, ran his official report, Lieutenant Jackson, commanding the second section of the battery, who had opened fire upon the enemy's works from a position on the right, hearing our fire still further in front, advanced in handsome style, and kept up the fire with equal briskness and effect. His conduct was equally conspicuous during the whole day, and I cannot too highly commend him to the Major General's favorable consideration. The extreme vigor with which the Americans had prosecuted their operations now came to an untimely pause. After his double victory at Contreras and Churubusco, General Scott proposed an armistice. The whole of the Mexican army had been encountered. It had been decisively defeated. Its losses in men and materiel had been very heavy. The troops were utterly demoralized. The people were filled with consternation, and a rapid advance would probably have been followed by an immediate peace. But Scott was unwilling to drive his foes to desperation, and he appears to have believed that if they were spared all further humiliation, they would accede without further resistance to his demands. The Mexicans, however, were only playing for time. During the negotiations, in direct defiance of the terms of the armistice, Santa Anna strengthened his fortifications, rallied his scattered army, and prepared once more to confront the invader. Scott's ultimatum was rejected, and on September 5th, hostilities were renewed. September 8. 3 days later, the position of Molino del Rey, garrisoned by the choicest of the Mexican troops, was stormed at dawn, but the enemy had benefited by his respite. The fighting was desperate. 800 Americans were killed and wounded before the entrenchments and strong buildings were finally carried. And although the Mexicans again lost 3,000 men, including 2 generals, their spirit of resistance was not yet wholly crushed. Driven from their outworks, they had fallen back on a still more formidable line. Behind the Molino del Rey rose the hill of Chapultepec, crowned by the great castle which had been the palace of Montezuma and of the Spanish viceroys, now the military college of the Republic and the strongest of her fortresses. 3 miles from the city walls, the stronghold completely barred the line of advance on the San Cosme Gate. Heavy guns mounted on the lofty bastions which encircled the citadel commanded every road, and the outflanking movements which had hitherto set at naught the walls and parapets of the Mexicans were here impracticable. Still, careful reconnaissance has shown that, with all its difficulties, this was the most favorable approach for the invading army. The gates of Belen and San Antonio were beset by obstacles even more impracticable. The ground over which the troops would advance to storm the fortress was far firmer than elsewhere. There was ample space for the American batteries, and if the hill were taken, the Mexicans, retreating along 2 narrow causeways with deep marshes on either hand, might easily be deprived of all opportunity of rallying. On the night of the 11th, 4 batteries of heavy guns were established within easy range. On the 12th, they opened fire, and the next morning the American army, covered by the fire of the artillery, advanced to the assault. September 13th. In the victory of Molino del Rey, Magruder's battery had taken little part. Jackson, posted with his section on the extreme flank of the line, had dispersed a column of cavalry which threatened a charge, but with this brief interlude of action, he had been merely a spectator. At Chapultepec, he was more fortunate. Pillow's division, to which the battery was attached, attacked the Mexicans in front, while Worth's division assailed them from the north. The 14th Infantry, connecting the two attacks, moved along the road which skirts the base of the hill, and Magruder was ordered to detach a section of his battery in support. Jackson was selected for the duty, and as he approached the enemy's position, dangers multiplied at every step. The ground alongside was so marshy that the guns were unable to leave the road. A Mexican field piece, covered by a breastwork, raked the causeway from end to end, while from the heights of Chapultepec, cannon of large caliber poured down a destructive fire. The infantry suffered terribly. It was impossible to advance along the narrow track, and when the guns were ordered up, the situation was in no way bettered. Nearly every horse was killed or wounded. A deep ditch cut across the road hindered effective action, and the only position where reply to the enemy's fire was possible lay beyond this obstacle. Despite the losses of his command, Jackson managed to lift 1 gun across by hand, but his men became demoralized. They left their posts. The example of their lieutenant, walking up and down on the shot-swept road and exclaiming calmly, "There is no danger. See, I am not hit," failed to inspire them with confidence. Many had already fallen. The infantry, with the exception of a small escort, which held its ground with difficulty, had disappeared, and General Worth, observing Jackson's perilous situation, sent him orders to retire. He replied it was more dangerous to withdraw than to stand fast, and if they would give him 50 veterans, he would rather attempt the capture of the breastwork. At this juncture, Magruder, losing his horse as he galloped forward, reached the road. The ditch was crowded with soldiers, many wounded, many already dead, many whose hearts had failed them. Beyond, on the narrow causeway, the 1 gun which Jackson had brought across the ditch was still in action. Deserted by his gunners and abandoned by the escort which had been ordered to support him, the young subaltern still held his ground. With the sole assistance of a sergeant, of stauncher metal than the rest, he was loading and firing his solitary field piece, rejoicing, as became the son of a warrior race, in the hot breath of battle, and still more in the isolation of his perilous position. To stand alone, in the forefront of the fight, defying the terrors from which others shrank, was the situation which of all others he most coveted, and under the walls of Chapultepec, answering shot for shot and plying sponge and handspike with desperate energy, the fierce instincts of the soldier were fully gratified. Nor was Magruder the man to prefer prudent counsels. A 2nd gun was hoisted across the ditch. The men rallied. The Mexican artillery was gradually overpowered, and the breastwork stormed. The crisis of the struggle was already past. Pillow's troops had driven the enemy from their entrenchments at the base of the hill, and beneath the shadows of the majestic cypresses, which still bear the name of the Grove of Montezuma, and up the rugged slopes which tower above them, pressed the assaulting columns. A redoubt which stood midway up the height was carried. The Mexicans fell back from shelter to shelter, but amid smoke and flame the scaling ladders were borne across the castle ditch, and reared against the lofty walls were soon covered with streams of men. The leaders, hurled from the battlements onto the crowd below, failed to make good their footing, but there were others to take their places. The supports came thronging up. The enemy, assailed in front and flank, drew back, disheartened, and after a short struggle the American colors, displayed upon the keep, announced to the citizens of Mexico that Chapultepec had been captured. Yet the victory was not complete. The greater part of the garrison had fled from their entrenchments before the castle had been stormed, and infantry, cavalry, and artillery, in wild confusion, were crowding in panic on the causeways. But their numbers were formidable, and the city, should the army be rallied, was capable of a protracted defense. Not a moment was to be lost if the battle was to be decisive of the war. The disorder on Chapultepec was hardly less than that which existed in the ranks of the defeated Mexicans. Many of the stormers had dispersed in search of plunder, and regiments and brigades had become hopelessly intermingled in the assault of the rocky hill. Still, the pursuit was prompt. Towards the San Cosme Gate, several of the younger officers, a lieutenant by name Ulysses Grant amongst the foremost, followed the enemy with such men as they could collect, and Jackson's guns were soon abreast of the fighting line. His teams had been destroyed by the fire of the Mexican batteries. Those of his wagons, posted further to the rear, had partially escaped. To disengage the dead animals from the limbers and to replace them by others would have wasted many minutes, and he had eagerly suggested to Magruder that the guns should be attached to the wagon limbers instead of to their own. Permission was given, and in a few moments his section was thundering past the cliffs of Chapultepec. Coming into action within close range of the flying Mexicans, every shot told on their demoralized masses, but before the San Cosme Gate, the enemy made a last effort to avert defeat. Fresh troops were brought up to man the outworks. The houses and gardens which lined the road were filled with skirmishers. From the high parapets of the flat housetops, a hail of bullets struck the head of the pursuing column, and again the American infantry, without cover and with little space for movement, recoiled from the attack. The situation of the invading army, despite the brilliant victory of Chapultepec, was not yet free from peril. The greater part of the Mexican forces was still intact. The city contained 180,000 inhabitants, and General Scott's battalions had dwindled to the strength of a small division. In the various battles before the capital, nearly 3,000 officers and men had fallen, and the soldiers who encompassed the walls of the great metropolis were spent with fighting. One spark of the stubborn courage which bore Cortez and his paladins through the hosts of Montezuma might have made of that stately city a second Saragossa. It was eminently defensible. The churches, the convents, the public buildings, constructed with that solidity which is peculiarly Spanish, formed each of them a fortress. The broad streets, crossing each other at right angles, rendered concentration at any threatened point an easy matter, and beyond the walls were broad ditches and a deep canal. Nor was the strength of the city the greatest of Scott's difficulties. Veracruz, his base of operations, was 260 miles distant. Puebla, his nearest supply depot, 80 miles. He had abandoned his communications. His army was dependent for food on a hostile population. In moving round Lake Chalco and attacking the city from the south, he had burned his boats. A siege or an investment were alike impossible. A short march would place the enemy's army across his line of retreat, and nothing would have been easier for the Mexicans than to block the road where it passes between the Sierras and the lake. Guerrillas were already hovering in the hills. One single repulse before the gates of the capital would have razed the country in rear, and hemmed in by superior numbers and harassed by a cavalry which was at least equal to the task of cutting off supplies, the handful of Americans must have cut their way through to Puebla or have succumbed to starvation. Such considerations had doubtless been at the root of the temporizing policy which had been pursued after Churubusco, but the uselessness of half measures had then been proved. The conviction had become general that a desperate enterprise could only be pushed to a successful issue by desperate tactics, and every available battalion was hurried forward to the assault. Before the San Cosme Gate, the pioneers were ordered up, and within the suburb, pick and crowbar forced a passage from house to house. The guns, moving slowly forward, battered the crumbling masonry at closest range. The Mexicans were driven back from breastwork to breastwork, and a mountain howitzer, which Lieutenant Grant had posted on the tower of a neighboring church, played with terrible effect at a range of 200 or 300 yards on the defenders of the gate. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the suburb had been cleared, and the Americans were firmly established within the walls. To the southeast, before the Balin Gate, another column had been equally successful. During the night, Santa Anna withdrew his troops, and when day dawned, the white flag was seen flying from the citadel. After a sharp fight with 2,000 convicts whom the fugitive president had released, the invaders occupied the city, and the war was virtually at an end. From Cerro Gordo to Chapultepec, the power of discipline had triumphed. An army of 30,000 men, fighting in their own country and supported by a numerous artillery, had been defeated by an invading force of one-third the strength. Yet the Mexicans had shown no lack of courage. At Chapultepec and Molino del Rey, as in many other occasions, says Grant, they stood up as well as any troops ever did. But their officers were inexperienced, the men were ill-instructed, and against an enemy of regular soldiers, well-led and obedient, their untutored valor, notwithstanding their superior numbers, had proved of no avail. They had early become demoralized. Their strongest positions had been rendered useless by the able maneuvers of their adversaries. Everywhere they had been outgeneraled. They had never been permitted to fight on the ground which they had prepared, and in almost every single engagement they had been surprised. Nor had the government escaped the infection which had turned the hearts of the troops to water. September 14. The energy of the pursuit after the fall of Chapultepec had wrought its full effect, and on September 14 the city of Mexico was surrendered, without further parley, to a force which, all told, amounted to less than 7,000 men. With such portion of his force as had not disbanded, Santa Anna undertook the siege of Puebla, and the guerrillas, largely reinforced from the army, waged a desultory warfare in the mountains. But these despairing efforts were without effect upon the occupation of the capital. The Puebla garrison beat back every attack, and the bands of irregular horsemen were easily dispersed. During these operations, Magruder's battery remained with headquarters near the capital, and so far as Jackson was concerned, all opportunities for distinction were past. February 1848. The peace negotiations were protracted from September to the following February, and in their camps beyond the walls the American soldiers were fain to content themselves with their ordinary duties. It cannot be said that Jackson had failed to take advantage of the opportunities which fortune had thrown in his way. As eagerly as he had snatched at the chance of employment in the field artillery, he had welcomed the tactical emergency which had given him sole command of his section at Chapultepec. It was a small charge, but he had utilized it to the utmost, and it had filled the cup of his ambition to the brim. Ambitious he certainly was. He confessed, says Dabney, to an intimate friend that the order of General Pillow, separating his section on the day of Chapultepec from his captain, had excited his abiding gratitude, so much so that while the regular officers were rather inclined to depreciate the general as an unprofessional soldier, he loved him because he gave him an opportunity to win distinction. His friends asked him, long after the war, if he felt no trepidation when so many were falling round him. He replied, "No, the only anxiety of which I was conscious during the engagements was a fear lest I should not meet danger enough to make my conduct conspicuous." His share of the glory was more than ample. Contreras gave him the brevet rank of captain. For his conduct at Chapultepec he was mentioned in the commander-in-chief's dispatches and publicly complimented on his courage. Shortly after the capture of the city, General Scott held a levee, and amongst others presented to him was Lieutenant Jackson. When he heard the name, the general drew himself up to his full height, and placing his hands behind him, said with affected sternness, "I don't know that I shall shake hands with Mr. Jackson." Jackson, blushing like a girl, was overwhelmed with confusion. General Scott, seeing that he had called the attention of everyone in the room, said, "If you can forgive yourself for the way in which you slaughtered those poor Mexicans with your guns, I am not sure that I can," and then held out his hand. "No greater compliment," says General Gibbon, "could have been paid a young officer," and Jackson apparently did not know he had done anything remarkable till his general told him so. Magruder could find no praise high enough for his industry, his capacity, and his gallantry, and within 18 months of his first joining his regiment, he was breveted major. Such promotion was phenomenal even in the Mexican War, and none of his West Point comrades made so great a stride in rank. His future in his profession was assured. He had acquired something more than the spurs of a field officer in his 7 months of service. A subaltern, it has been said, learns but little of the higher art of war in the course of a campaign. His daily work so engrosses his attention that he has little leisure to reflect on the lessons in strategy and tactics which unfold themselves before him. Without maps, and without that information of the enemy's numbers and dispositions, which alone renders the maneuvers intelligible, it is difficult, even where the inclination exists, to discuss or criticize the problems, tactical and strategical, with which the general has to deal. But siege and battle, long marches and rough roads, gave the young American officers an insight into the practical difficulties of war. It is something to have seen how human nature shows itself under fire, how easily panics may be generated, how positions that seem impregnable may be rendered weak, to have witnessed the effect of surprise, and to have realized the strength of a vigorous attack. It is something, too, if a man learns his own worth in situations of doubt and danger, and if he finds, as did Jackson, that battle sharpens his faculties and makes his self-control more perfect, his judgment clearer and more prompt, the gain in self-confidence is of the utmost value. Moreover, whether a young soldier learns much or little from his first campaign depends on his intellectual powers and his previous training. Jackson's brain, as his steady progress at West Point proves, was of a capacity beyond the average. He was naturally reflective. If at the military academy he had heard little of war, if during his service in Mexico his knowledge was insufficient to enable him to compare General Scott's operations with those of the great captains, he had at least been trained to think. It is difficult to suppose that his experience was cast away. He was no thoughtless subaltern, but already an earnest soldier, and in after times, when he came to study for himself the campaigns of Washington and Napoleon, we may be certain that the teaching he found there was made doubly impressive when read by the light of what he had seen himself. Nor is it mere conjecture to assert that in his first campaign his experience was of peculiar value to a future general of the Southern Confederacy. Some of the regiments who fought under Scott and Taylor were volunteers, civilians, like their successors in the Great Civil War, in all but name, enlisted for the war only, or even for a shorter term, and serving under their own officers. Several of these regiments had fought well, others had behaved indifferently, and the problem of how discipline was to be maintained in battle amongst these unprofessional soldiers obtruded itself as unpleasantly in Mexico as it had in the wars with England. Amongst the regular officers, accustomed to the absolute subordination of the army, the question provoked perplexity and discussion. So small was the military establishment of the states that in case of any future war, the army, as in Mexico, would be largely composed of volunteers, and despite the high intelligence and warlike enthusiasm of the citizen battalions, it was evident that they were far less reliable than the regulars. Even General Grant, partial as he was to the volunteers, admitted the superiority conferred by drill, discipline, and highly trained officers. A better army, he wrote, man for man, probably never faced an enemy than the one commanded by General Taylor in the earlier engagements of the Mexican War. These troops were all regulars, and they were those who carried Scott in triumph from the shores of the Gulf to the palace of Santa Anna. The volunteers had proved themselves exceedingly liable to panic. Their superior intelligence had not enabled them to master the instincts of human nature, and although they had behaved well in camp and on the march, in battle their discipline had fallen to pieces. It could hardly be otherwise. Men without ingrained habits of obedience, who have not been trained to subordinate their will to another's, cannot be expected to render implicit obedience in moments of danger and excitement, nor can they be expected, under such circumstances, to follow officers in whom they can have but little confidence. The ideal of battle is a combined effort, directed by a trained leader. Unless troops are thoroughly well disciplined, such effort is impossible. The leaders are ignored, and the spasmodic action of the individual is substituted for the concentrated pressure of the mass. The cavalry, which dissolves into a mob before it strikes the enemy, but seldom attains success, and infantry out of hand is hardly more effective. In the Mexican campaign, the volunteers, although on many occasions they behaved with admirable courage, continually broke loose from control under the fire of the enemy. As individuals, they fought well. As organized bodies, capable of maneuvering under fire and of combined effort, they proved to be comparatively worthless. So Jackson, observant as he was, gained on Mexican battlefields some knowledge of the shortcomings inherent in half-trained troops. And this was not all. The expedition had demanded the services of nearly every officer in the Army of the United States, and in the toils of the march, in the close companionship of the camp, and the excitement of battle, the shrewder spirits probed the characters of their comrades to the quick. In the history of the Civil War, there are few things more remarkable than the use which was made of the knowledge thus acquired. The clue to many an enterprise, daring even to foolhardiness, is to be found in this. A leader so intimately acquainted with the character of his opponent as to be able to predict with certainty what he will do under any given circumstances may set aside with impunity every established rule of war. All the older officers who became conspicuous in the rebellion, says Grant, I had also served with and known in Mexico. The acquaintance thus formed was of immense service to me in the War of the Rebellion. I mean what I learned of the characters of those to whom I was afterwards opposed. I do not pretend to say that all my movements, or even many of them, were made with special reference to the characteristics of the commander against whom they were directed, but my appreciation of my enemies was certainly affected by this knowledge. Many of the generals with whom Jackson became intimately connected, either as friends or enemies, are named in Scott's dispatches. Magruder, Hooker, McDowell, and Ambrose Hill belonged to his own regiment. McClellan, Beauregard, and Gustavus Smith served on the same staff as Lee. Joseph E. Johnston, twice severely wounded, was everywhere conspicuous for dashing gallantry. Shields commanded a brigade with marked ability. Pope was a staff officer. Lieutenant D.H. Hill received 2 brevets. Lieutenant Longstreet, struck down whilst carrying the colors at Chapultepec, was bracketed for conspicuous conduct with Lieutenant Pickett. Lieutenant Edward Johnson is mentioned as having specially distinguished himself in the same battle. Captain Huger, together with Lieutenants Porter and Reno, did good service with the artillery, and Lieutenant Ewell had 2 horses killed under him at Churubusco. So having proved his mettle and drunk delight of battle with his peers, Jackson spent 9 pleasant months in the conquered city. The peace negotiations were protracted. The United States coveted the auriferous provinces of California and New Mexico, a tract as large as a European kingdom and far more wealthy. Loath to lose their birthright, yet powerless to resist, the Mexicans could only haggle for a price. The states were not disposed to be ungenerous, but the transfer of so vast a territory could not be accomplished in a moment, and the victorious army remained in occupation of the capital. Beneath the shadow of the Stars and Stripes, conqueror and conquered lived in harmony. Mexico was tired of war. Since the downfall of Spanish rule, revolution had followed revolution with startling rapidity. The beneficent despotism of the great viceroys had been succeeded by the cruel exactions of petty tyrants, and for many a long year the country had been ravaged by their armies. The capital itself had enjoyed but a few brief intervals of peace, and now, although the bayonets of an alien race were the pledge of their repose, the citizens reveled in the unaccustomed luxury. Nor were they ungrateful to those who brought them a respite from alarms and anarchy. Under the mild administration of the American generals, the streets resumed their wonted aspect. The great markets teemed with busy crowds. Across the long causeways rolled the creaking wagons, laden with the produce of far-distant haciendas. Trade was restored, and even the most patriotic merchants were not proof against the influence of the American dollar. Between the soldiers and the people was much friendly intercourse. Even the religious orders did not disdain to offer their hospitality to the heretics. The uniforms of the victorious army were to be seen at every festive gathering, and the graceful Mexicanas were by no means insensible to the admiration of the stalwart Northerners. Those blue-eyed and fair-haired invaders were not so very terrible after all, and the beauties of the capital, accustomed to be wooed in liquid accents and flowery phrases, listened without reluctance to harsher tones and less polished compliments. Travelers of many races have borne willing witness to the charms and virtues of the women of Mexico. True daughters of Spain, it has been said, they unite the grace of Castile to the vivacity of Andalusia, and more sterling qualities are by no means wanting. Gentle and refined, unaffectedly pleasing in manners and conversation, they evince a warmth of heart which wins for them the respect and esteem of all strangers. To the homes made bright by the presence of these fair specimens of womanhood, Scott's officers were always welcome, and Jackson, for the first time in his life, found himself within the sphere of feminine attractions. The effect on the stripling soldier, who, stark fighter as he was, had seen no more of life than was to be found in a country village or within the precincts of West Point, may be easily imagined. Who the magnate was he never confessed, but that he went near losing his heart to some charming señorita of sangre azul he more than once acknowledged, and he took much trouble to appear to advantage in her eyes. The deficiencies in his education which prevented his full enjoyment of social pleasures were soon made up. He not only learned to dance, an accomplishment which must have taxed his perseverance to the utmost, but he spent some months in learning Spanish, and it is significant that to the end of his life he retained a copious vocabulary of those tender diminutives which fall so gracefully from Spanish lips. But during his stay in Mexico, other and more lasting influences were at work. Despite the delights of her delicious climate, where the roses bloom the whole year round, the charms of her romantic scenery, and the fascinations of her laughter-loving daughters, Jackson's serious nature soon asserted itself. The constant round of light amusements and simple duties grew distasteful. The impress of his mother's teachings and example was there to guide him, and his native reverence for all that was good and true received an unexpected impulse. There were not wanting in the American army men who had a higher ideal of duty than mere devotion to the business of their profession. The officer commanding the 1st Artillery, Colonel Frank Taylor, possessed that earnest faith which is not content with solitude. This good man, says Dabney, was accustomed to labor as a father for the religious welfare of his young officers, and during the summer campaign his instructions and prayers had produced so much effect as to awake an abiding anxiety and spirit of inquiry in Jackson's mind. The latter had little prejudice in favor of any particular sect or church. There was no state establishment in the United States. His youth had been passed in a household where Christianity was practically unknown, and with characteristic independence he determined to discover for himself the rule that he should follow. His researches took a course which his Presbyterian ancestors would assuredly have condemned. But Jackson's mind was singularly open, and he was the last man in the world to yield to prejudice. Soon after peace was declared, he had made the acquaintance of a number of priests belonging to one of the great religious orders of the Catholic Church. They had invited him to take up his quarters with them, and when he determined to examine for himself into the doctrine of the ancient faith, he applied through them for an introduction to the Archbishop of Mexico. Several interviews took place between the aged ecclesiastic and the young soldier. Jackson departed unsatisfied. He acknowledged that the prelate was a sincere and devout Christian, and he was impressed as much with his kindness as his learning, but he left Mexico without any settled convictions on the subject which now absorbed his thoughts. June 12. On June 12, peace having been signed at the end of May, the last of the American troops marched out of the conquered capital. Jackson's battery was sent to Fort Hamilton on Long Island, 7 miles below New York, and there, with his honors thick upon him, he settled down to the quiet life of a small garrison. He had gone out to Mexico a second lieutenant. He had come back a field officer. He had won a name in the army, and his native state had enrolled him amongst her heroes. He had gone out an unformed youth. He had come back a man and a proved leader of men. He had been known merely as an indefatigable student and a somewhat unsociable companion. He had come back with a reputation for daring courage, not only the courage which glories in swift action and the excitement of the charge, but courage of an enduring quality. And in that distant country he had won more than fame. He had already learned something of the vanity of temporal success. He had gone out with a vague notion of ruling his life in accordance with moral precepts and philosophic maxims, but he was to be guided henceforward by loftier principles than even devotion to duty and regard for honor, and from the path he had marked out for himself in Mexico, he never deviated. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Lexington, 1851 to 1861, Part 1. 1848. Of Jackson's life at Fort Hamilton there is little to tell. His friend and mentor, Colonel Taylor, was in command. The chaplain, once an officer of dragoons, was a man of persuasive eloquence and earnest zeal, and surrounded by influences which had now become congenial. The young major of artillery pursued the religious studies he had begun in Mexico. There was some doubt whether he had been baptized as a child. He was anxious that no uncertainty should exist as to his adhesion to Christianity, but he was unwilling that the sacrament should bind him to any particular sect. 1849. On the understanding that no surrender of judgment would be involved, he was baptized and received his first communion in the Episcopal Church. 2 years passed without incident, and then Jackson was transferred to Florida. In his new quarters his stay was brief. 1851. In March 1851 he was appointed Professor of Artillery Tactics and Natural Philosophy at the Virginia Military Institute. His success, for such he deemed it, was due to his own merit. One of his Mexican comrades, Major D.H. Hill, afterwards his brother-in-law, was a professor in a neighboring institution, Washington College, and had been consulted by the superintendent of the institute as to the filling of the vacant chair. Hill remembered what had been said of Jackson at West Point. If the course had been 1 year longer, he would have graduated at the head of his class. This voluntary testimonial of his brother cadets had not passed unheeded. It had weight as the best evidence of his thoroughness and application with the Board of Visitors, and Jackson was unanimously elected. The Military Institute, founded 12 years previously on the model of West Point, was attended by several hundred youths from Virginia and other southern states. At Lexington, in the county of Rockbridge, 100 miles west of Richmond, stand the castellated buildings and the wide parade ground which formed the nursery of so many Confederate soldiers. To the east rise the lofty masses of the Blue Ridge; to the north successive ranges of rolling hills, green with copse and woodland, fall gently to the lower levels, and stretching far away at their feet, watered by that lovely river which the Indians in melodious syllables called Shenandoah, bright daughter of the stars, the great Valley of Virginia. Deep meadowed, happy, fair with orchard lawns and bowery hollows, lies embosomed within its mountain walls. Of all its pleasant market towns, Lexington is not the least attractive, and in this pastoral region, where the great forests stand round about the cornfields, and the breezes blow untainted from the uplands, had been built the college which Washington, greatest of Virginians and greatest of American soldiers, had endowed. Under the shadow of its towers the state had found an appropriate site for her military school. The cadets of the Institute, although they wore a uniform, were taught by officers of the regular army, were disciplined as soldiers, and spent some months of their course in camp, were not destined for a military career. All aspirants for commissions in the United States Army had to pass through West Point and the training of the state colleges, for Virginia was not solitary in the possession of such an institution. However much it may have benefited both the minds and bodies of the rising generation, was of immediate value only to those who became officers of the state militia. Still, in all essential respects, the Military Institute was little behind West Point. The discipline was as strict, the drill but little less precise. The cadets had their own officers and their own sergeants, and the whole establishment was administered on a military footing. No pains were spared either by the state or the faculty to maintain the peculiar character of the school, and the little battalion, although the members were hardly likely to see service, was as carefully trained as if each private in the ranks might one day become a general officer. It was fortunate indeed for Virginia, when she submitted her destinies to the arbitrament of war, that some amongst her statesmen had been firm to the conviction that to defend one's country is a task not a whit less honorable than to serve her in the ways of peace. She was unable to avert defeat, but she more than redeemed her honor, and the efficiency of her troops was in no small degree due to the training so many of her officers had received at the Military Institute. Still, notwithstanding its practical use to the state, the offer of a chair at Lexington would probably have attracted but few of Jackson's contemporaries. But while campaigning was entirely to his taste, life in barracks was the reverse. In those unenlightened days, to be known as an able and zealous soldier was no passport to preferment. So long as an officer escaped censure, his promotion was sure. He might reach without further effort the highest prizes the service offered, and the chances of the dull and indolent were quite as good as those of the capable and energetic. The one had no need for, the other no incentive to, self-improvement, and it was very generally neglected. Unless war intervened, and nothing seemed more improbable than another campaign, even a Napoleon would have had to submit to the inevitable, Jackson caught eagerly at the opportunity of freeing himself from an unprofitable groove. He believed, he said, that a man who had turned, with a good military reputation, to pursuits of a semi-civilian character, and had vigorously prosecuted his mental improvement, would have more chance of success in war than those who had remained in the treadmill of the garrison. It was with a view, then, of fitting himself for command that Jackson broke away from the restraints of regimental life, not because those restraints were burdensome or distasteful in themselves, but because he felt that whilst making the machine they might destroy the man. Those responsible for the efficiency of the United States Army had not yet learned that the mind must be trained as well as the body, that drill is not the beginning and the end of the soldier's education, that unless an officer is trusted with responsibility in peace, he is but too apt to lose all power of initiative in war. That Jackson's ideas were sound may be inferred from the fact that many of the most distinguished generals in the Civil War were men whose previous career had been analogous to his own. His duties at Lexington were peculiar. As professor of artillery, he was responsible for little more than the drill of the cadets and their instruction in the theory of gunnery. The tactics of artillery, as the word is understood in Europe, he was not called upon to impart. Optics, mechanics, and astronomy were his special subjects, and he seemed strangely out of place in expounding their dry formulas. In the well-stocked library of the Institute, he found every opportunity of increasing his professional knowledge. He was an untiring reader, and he read to learn. The wars of Napoleon were his constant study. He was an enthusiastic admirer of his genius. The swiftness, the daring, and the energy of his movements appealed to his every instinct. Unfortunately, both for the Institute and his popularity, it was not his business to lecture on military history. We can well imagine him as a teacher of the art of war, describing to the impressionable youths around him the dramatic incidents of some famous campaign, following step by step the skillful strategy that brought about such victories as Austerlitz and Jena. The advantage would then have been with his pupils. In the work assigned to him, it was the teacher that benefited. He was by no means successful as an instructor of the higher mathematics. Although the theories of light and motion were doubtless a branch of learning which the cadets particularly detested, his methods of teaching made it even more repellent. A thorough master of his subject, he lacked altogether the power of aiding others to master it. No flashes of humor relieved the tedium of his long and closely reasoned demonstrations. He never descended to the level of his pupils' understanding, nor did he appreciate their difficulties. Facts presented themselves to his intellect in few lights. As one of his chief characteristics as a commander was the clearness with which he perceived the end to be aimed at, and the shortest way of reaching it, so, in his explanations to his stumbling class, he could only repeat the process by which he himself had solved the problem at issue. We may well believe that his self-reliant nature, trained to intense application, overlooked the fact that others, weaker and less gifted, could not surmount unended the obstacles which only aroused his own masterful instincts. Nevertheless, his conscientious industry was not entirely thrown away. To the brighter intellects in his class, he communicated accurate scholarship, and although the majority lagged far behind, the thoroughness of his mental drill was most useful, to himself perhaps even more than to the cadets. 1854 to 1857. The death of his first wife, daughter of the Reverend Dr. Junkin, president of Washington College, after they had been married but 14 months. The solution of his religious difficulties, and his reception into the Presbyterian Church, a 5 months' tour in Europe through Scotland, England, Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. His marriage to Miss Morrison, daughter of a North Carolina clergyman, such were the chief landmarks of his life at Lexington. 10 years, with their burden of joy and sorrow, passed away, of intense interest to the individual, but to the world a story dull and commonplace. Jackson was by no means a man of mark in Rockbridge County. Although his early shyness had somewhat worn off, he was still as reserved as he had been at West Point. His confidence was rarely given outside his own home. Intimates he had few, either at the Institute or elsewhere. Still, he was not in the least unsociable, and there were many houses where he was always welcome. The academic atmosphere of Lexington did not preclude a certain amount of gaiety. The presence of Washington College and the Military Institute drew together a large number of families during the summer, and fair visitors thronged the leafy avenues of the little town. During these pleasant months the officers and cadets, as became their cloth, were always well to the fore. Recreation was the order of the day, and a round of entertainments enlivened the commencements. Major Jackson attended these gatherings with unfailing regularity, but soon after his arrival he drew the line at dancing, and musical parties became the limit of his dissipation. He was anything but a convivial companion. He never smoked, he was a strict teetotaler, and he never touched a card. His diet, for reasons of health, was of a most sparing kind. Nothing could tempt him to partake of food between his regular hours, and for many years he abstained from both tea and coffee. In those peaceful times, moreover, there was nothing either commanding or captivating about the professor of artillery. His little romance in Mexico had given him no taste for trivial pleasures, and his somewhat formal manner was not redeemed by any special charm of feature. The brow and jaw were undoubtedly powerful, but the eyes were gentle, and the voice so mild and soft as to belie altogether the set determination of the thin, straight lips. Yet, at the same time, if Jackson was not formed for general society, he was none the less capable of making himself exceedingly agreeable in a restricted and congenial circle. Young and old, when once they had gained his confidence, came under the spell of his noble name, and if his friends were few, they were very firm. Why Jackson should have preferred the Presbyterian denomination to all others, we are nowhere told. But whatever his reasons may have been, he was a most zealous and hard-working member of his church. He was not content with perfunctory attendances at the services. He became a deacon, and a large portion of his leisure time was devoted to the work which thus devolved on him. His duties were to collect alms and to distribute to the destitute, and nothing was permitted to interfere with their exact performance. He was exceedingly charitable himself. 1/10 of his income was laid aside for the church, and he gave freely to all causes of benevolence and public enterprise. At the church meetings, whether for business or prayer, he was a regular attendant, and between himself and his pastor existed the most confidential relations. Nor did he consider that this was all that was demanded of him. In Lexington, as in other Southern towns, there were many poor Negroes, and the condition of these ignorant and helpless creatures, especially of the children, excited his compassion. Out of his own means he established a Sunday school, in which he and his wife were the principal teachers. His friends were asked to send their slaves, and the experiment was successful. The benches were always crowded, and the rows of black, bright-eyed faces were a source of as much pride to him as the martial appearance of the cadet battalion. Jackson's religion entered into every action of his life. No duty, however trivial, was begun without asking a blessing, or ended without returning thanks. He had long cultivated, he said, the habit of connecting the most trivial and customary acts of life with a silent prayer. He took the Bible as his guide, and it is possible that his literal interpretation of its precepts caused many to regard him as a fanatic. His observance of the Sabbath was hardly in accordance with ordinary usage. He never read a letter on that day, nor posted one. He believed that the government in carrying the mails were violating a divine law, and he considered the suppression of such traffic one of the most important duties of the legislature. Such opinions were uncommon even amongst the Presbyterians, and his rigid respect for truth served to strengthen the impression that he was morbidly scrupulous. If he unintentionally made a misstatement, even about some trifling matter, as soon as he discovered his mistake, he would lose no time and spare no trouble in hastening to correct it. Why, in the name of reason, he was asked, do you walk a mile in the rain for a perfectly unimportant thing? Simply because I have discovered that it was a misstatement, and I could not sleep comfortably unless I put it right. He had occasion to censure a cadet who had given, as Jackson believed, the wrong solution of a problem. On thinking the matter over at home, he found that the pupil was right and the teacher wrong. It was late at night and in the depth of winter, but he immediately started off to the Institute, some distance from his quarters, and sent for the cadet. The delinquent, answering with much trepidation the untimely summons, found himself to his astonishment the recipient of a frank apology. Jackson's scruples carried him even further. Persons who interlarded their conversation with the unmeaning phrase, "you know," were often astonished by the blunt interruption that he did not know, and when he was entreated at parties or receptions to break through his dietary rules, and for courtesy's sake to accept some delicacy, he would always refuse with the reply that he had no genius for seeming. But if he carried his conscientiousness to extremes, if he laid down stringent rules for his own governance, he neither set himself up for a model, nor did he attempt to force his convictions upon others. He was always tolerant, he knew his own faults and his own temptations, and if he could say nothing good of a man, he would not speak of him at all. But he was by no means disposed to overlook conduct of which he disapproved, and undue leniency was a weakness to which he never yielded. If he once lost confidence or discovered deception on the part of one he trusted, he withdrew himself as far as possible from any further dealings with him, and, whether with the cadets or with his brother officers, if an offense had been committed of which he was called upon to take notice, he was absolutely inflexible. Punishment or report inevitably followed. No excuses, no personal feelings, no appeals to the suffering which might be brought upon the innocent were permitted to interfere with the execution of his duty. Such were the chief characteristics of the great Confederate as he appeared to the little world of Lexington. The tall figure, clad in the blue uniform of the United States Army, always scrupulously neat, striding to and from the Institute, or standing in the center of the parade ground, while the cadet battalion wheeled and deployed at his command, was familiar to the whole community. But Jackson's heart was not worn on his sleeve. Shy and silent as he was, the knowledge that even his closest acquaintances had of him was hardly more than superficial. A man who was always chary of expressing his opinions, unless they were asked for, who declined argument, and used as few words as possible, attracted but little notice. A few recognized his clear good sense. The majority considered that if he said little, it was because he had nothing worth saying. Because he went his own way and lived by his own rules, he was considered eccentric. Because he was sometimes absent-minded and apt to become absorbed in his own thoughts, he was set down as unpractical. His literal accuracy of statement was construed as the mark of a narrow intellect, and his exceeding modesty served to keep him in the background. At the Institute, despite his reputation for courage, he was no favorite even with the cadets. He was hardly in sympathy with them. His temper was always equable. Whatever he may have felt, he never betrayed irritation, and in the lecture room or elsewhere he was kindness itself. But his own life had been filled from boyhood with earnest purpose and high ambition. Hard work was more to his taste than amusement. Time, to his mind, was far too valuable to be wasted, and he made few allowances for the thoughtlessness and indolence of irresponsible youth. As a relief possibly to the educational treadmill, his class delighted in listening to the story of Contreras and Chapultepec. But there was nothing about Jackson which corresponded with the boys' idea of a hero. His aggressive punctuality, his strict observance of military etiquette, his precise interpretations of orders, seemed to have as little in common with the fierce excitement of battle as the uninteresting occupations of the Presbyterian deacon, who kept a Sunday school for Negroes, had with the reckless gaiety of the traditional sabreur. And yet, says one who knew him, they imbibed the principles he taught. Slowly and certainly were they trained in the direction which the teacher wished. Jackson justly believed that the chief value of the Institute consisted in the habits of system and obedience which it impressed on the ductile characters of the cadets, and regarded any relaxation of the rules as tending to destroy its usefulness. His conscientiousness seemed absurd to the young gentleman who had no idea of the importance of military orders, or of the implicit obedience which a good soldier deems it his duty to pay to them. But which was right, the laughing young cadet or the grave major of artillery? Let the thousands who in the bitter and arduous struggle of the Civil War were taught by stern experience the necessity of strict compliance with all orders, to the very letter, answer the question. As exact as the multiplication table and as full of things military as an arsenal, was the verdict passed on Jackson by one of his townsmen, and it appears to have been the opinion of the community at large. Jackson, indeed, was as inarticulate as Cromwell. Like the great protector, he lived silent, and like him he was often misunderstood. Stories which have been repeated by writer after writer attribute to him the most grotesque eccentricities of manner, and exhibit his lofty piety as the harsh intolerance of a fanatic. He has been represented as the narrowest of Calvinists, and so general was the belief in his stern and merciless nature that a great poet did not scruple to link his name with the deed which, had it actually occurred, would have been one of almost unexampled cruelty. Such calumnies as Whittier's Barbara Frietchie may possibly have found their source in the impression made upon some of Jackson's acquaintances at Lexington, who, out of all sympathy with his high ideal of life and duty, regarded him as morose and morbid; and when in after years the fierce and relentless pursuit of the Confederate general piled the dead high upon the battlefield, this conception of his character was readily accepted. As he rose to fame, men listened greedily to those who could speak of him from personal knowledge. The anecdotes which they related were quickly distorted, the slightest peculiarities of walk, speech, or gesture were greatly exaggerated, and even Virginians seemed to vie with one another in representing the humble and kind-hearted soldier as the most bigoted of Christians and the most pitiless of men. But just as the majority of ridiculous stories which cluster round his name rest on the very flimsiest foundation, so the popular conception of his character during his life at Lexington was absolutely erroneous. It was only within the portals of his home that his real nature disclosed itself. The simple and pathetic pages in which his widow has recorded the story of their married life unfold an almost ideal picture of domestic happiness, uncheckered by the faintest glimpse of austerity or gloom. That quiet home was the abode of much content. The sunshine of sweet temper flooded every nook and corner, and although the pervading atmosphere was essentially religious, mirth and laughter were familiar guests. Those who knew General Jackson only as they saw him in public would have found it hard to believe that there could be such a transformation as he exhibited in his domestic life. He luxuriated in the freedom and liberty of his home, and his buoyancy and joyousness often ran into a playfulness and abandon that would have been incredible to those who saw him only when he put on his official dignity. It was seldom, indeed, except under his own roof or in the company of his intimates, that his reserve was broken through. In society he was always on his guard, fearful lest any chance word might be misconstrued or give offense. It is no wonder, then, that Lexington misjudged him. Nor were those who knew him only when he was absorbed in the cares of command before the enemy likely to see far below the surface. The dominant trait in Jackson's character was his intense earnestness, and when work was doing, every faculty of his nature was engrossed in the accomplishment of the task on hand. But precise, methodical, and matter-of-fact as he appeared, his was no commonplace and prosaic nature. He had the delicacy and the tenderness which are the rarest and most beautiful ornament of the strong. Beneath his habitual gravity, a vivid imagination, restrained indeed by strong sense and indulging in no vain visions, was ever at work, and a lofty enthusiasm, which seldom betrayed itself in words, inspired his whole being. He was essentially chivalrous. His deference to woman, even in a land where such deference was still the fashion, was remarkable, and his sympathy with the oppressed was as deep as his loyalty to Virginia. He was an ardent lover of nature. The autumnal glories of the forest, the songs of the birds, the splendors of the sunset, were sources of unfailing pleasure. More than all, the strength of his imagination carried him further than the confines of the material world, and he saw with unclouded vision the radiant heights that lie beyond. End of section 5. Section 6 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Stonewall Jackson in the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Lexington, 1851 to 1861, Part 2. Jackson then was something more than a man of virile temperament. He was gifted with other qualities than energy, determination, and common sense. He was not witty, he had no talent for repartee, and the most industrious collector of anecdotes will find few good things attributed to him. But he possessed a kindly humor which found vent in playful expressions of endearment, or in practical jokes of the most innocent description. And if these outbursts of high spirits were confined to the precincts of his own home, they proved at least that neither by temperament nor principle was he inclined to look upon the darker side. His eye for a ludicrous situation was very quick, and a joke which told against himself always caused him the most intense amusement. It is impossible to read the letters which Mrs. Jackson has published, and to entertain the belief that his temper was ever in the least degree morose. To use her own words, they are the overflow of a heart full of tenderness. It is true that they seldom omit some reference to that higher life which both husband and wife were striving hand in hand to lead, but they are instinct from first to last with the serene happiness of a contented mind. Even more marked than his habitual cheerfulness was his almost feminine sympathy with the poor and feeble. His servants, as was the universal rule in Virginia, were his slaves, but his relations with his black dependents were of almost a paternal character, and his kindness was repaid by that childlike devotion peculiar to the Negro race. More than one of these servants, so great was his reputation for kindness, had begged him to buy them from their former owners. Their interests were his special care. In sickness they received all the attention and comfort that the house afforded. To his favorite virtues, politeness and punctuality, they were trained by the master himself, and their moral education was a task he cheerfully undertook. There was one little servant in the family, says Mrs. Jackson, whom my husband took under his sheltering roof at the solicitations of an aged lady, to whom the child became a care after having been left an orphan. She was not bright, but he persevered in drilling her into memorizing a child's catechism, and it was a most amusing picture to see her standing before him with fixed attention, as if she were straining every nerve, and reciting her answers with the drop of a curtsy at each word. She had not been taught to do this, but it was such an effort for her to learn that she assumed the motion involuntarily. Jackson's home was childless. A little daughter born at Lexington lived only for a few weeks, and her place remained unfilled. His sorrow, although he submitted uncomplainingly, was very bitter, for his love for children was very great. A gentleman, says Mrs. Jackson, who spent the night with us, was accompanied by his daughter, but 4 years of age. It was the first time the child had been separated from her mother, and my husband suggested that she should be committed to my care during the night, but she clung to her father. After our guests had both sunk in slumber, the father was aroused by someone leaning over his little girl and drawing the covering more closely round her. It was only his thoughtful host, who felt anxious lest his little guest should miss her mother's guardian care under his roof, and could not go to sleep himself until he was satisfied that all was well with the child. These incidents are little more than trivial. The attributes they reveal seem of small import. They are not such as go towards building up a successful career, either in war or politics. And yet, to arrive at a true conception of Jackson's character, it is necessary that such incidents should be recorded. That character will not appear the less admirable because its strength and energy were tempered by softer virtues. And when we remember the great soldier teaching a Negro child, or ministering to the comfort of a sick slave, it becomes easy to understand the feelings with which his veterans regarded him. The quiet home at Lexington reveals more of the real man than the camps and conflicts of the Civil War. And no picture of Stonewall Jackson would be complete without some reference to his domestic life. His life at home, says his wife, was perfectly regular and systematic. He arose about 6 o'clock and first knelt in secret prayer. Then he took a cold bath, which was never omitted, even in the coldest days of winter. This was followed by a brisk walk in rain or shine. 7 o'clock was the hour for family prayers, which he required all his servants to attend promptly and regularly. He never waited for anyone, not even his wife. Breakfast followed prayers, after which he left immediately for the Institute, his classes opening at 8 o'clock and continuing to 11. Upon his return home at 11 o'clock, he devoted himself to study until 1. The first book he took up daily was his Bible, which he read with a commentary, and the many pencil marks upon it showed with what care he bent over its pages. From his Bible lesson he turned to his textbooks. During those hours of study he would permit no interruption, and stood all the time in front of a high desk. After dinner he gave himself up for half an hour or more to leisure and conversation, and this was one of the brightest periods in his home life. He then went into his garden or out to his farm to superintend his servants, and frequently joined them in manual labor. He would often drive me to the farm and find a shady spot for me under the trees while he attended to the work of the field. When this was not the case, he always returned in time to take me, if the weather permitted, for an evening walk or drive. In summer, we often took our drives by moonlight, and in the beautiful valley of Virginia the Queen of Night seemed to shine with more brightness than elsewhere. When at home he would indulge himself in a season of rest and recreation after supper, thinking it was injurious to health to go to work immediately. As it was a rule with him never to use his eyes by artificial light, he formed the habit of studying mentally for an hour or so without a book. After going over his lessons in the morning, he thus reviewed them at night, and in order to abstract his thoughts from surrounding objects, a habit which he had cultivated to a remarkable degree, he would, if alone with his wife, ask that he might not be disturbed by any conversation. He would then take his seat with his face to the wall, and remain in perfect abstraction until he finished his mental task. He was very fond of being read to, and much of our time in the evening was passed in my ministering to him in this way. He had a library, which, though small, was select, composed chiefly of scientific, historical, and religious books, with some of a lighter character, and some in Spanish and French. Nearly all of them were full of his pencil marks, made with a view to future reference. Next to the Bible, history, both ancient and modern, was his favorite subject. Plutarch, Josephus, Rolland, Robertson, Hallam, Macaulay, and Bancroft were his constant companions. Shakespeare held an honored place upon his shelves, and when a novel fell into his hands, he became so absorbed in the story that he eventually avoided such literature as a waste of time. "I am anxious," he wrote to a relative, "to devote myself to study until I shall become master of my profession." The Jacksons were far from affluent. The professor had nothing but his salary, and his wife, one of a large family, brought no increase to their income. But the traditional hospitality of Virginia was a virtue by no means neglected. He was generous but unostentatious in his mode of living, and nothing gave him more pleasure than to bid his friends welcome to his own home. His outdoor recreations were healthful but not exciting. The hills round Lexington teemed with game, the rivers with fish, and shooting and fishing were the favorite amusements of his colleagues. But Jackson found no pleasure in rod or gun, and although fond of riding and a good horseman, he never appears to have joined in any of those equestrian sports to which the Virginians were much addicted. He neither followed the hunt nor tilted at the ring. His exercise was taken after more utilitarian fashion, in the garden or the farm. It need hardly be said that such a lover of order and method was strictly economical, and the wise administration of the farm and household permitted an annual expenditure on travel. Many of the most beautiful localities and famous cities of the East and North were visited in these excursions. Sometimes he wandered with his wife in search of health. More often the object of their journey was to see with their own eyes the splendid scenery of their native land. The associations which were ever connected in Jackson's mind with his tour through Europe show how intensely he appreciated the marvels both of nature and of art. "I would advise you," he wrote to a friend, "never to name my European trip to me unless you are blessed with a superabundance of patience, as its very mention is calculated to bring up with it an almost inexhaustible assemblage of grand and beautiful associations. Passing over the works of the Creator, which are far the most impressive, it is difficult to conceive of the influences which even the works of his creatures exercise over the mind of one who lingers amidst their master productions. Well do I remember the influence of sculpture upon me during my short stay in Florence, and how there I began to realize the sentiment of the Florentine. Take from me my liberty, take what you will, but leave me my statuary, leave me these entrancing productions of art." And similar to this is the influence of painting. But delightful as were these holiday expeditions, the day of Jackson's return to Lexington and his duties never came too soon. In the quiet routine of his home life, in his work at the Institute, in the supervision of his farm and garden, in his evenings with his books, and in the services of his church, he was more than contented. Whatever remained of soldierly ambition had long been eradicated. Man of action as he essentially was, he evinced no longing for a wider sphere of intellectual activity or for a more active existence. Under his own roof tree he found all that he desired. There, says his wife, all that was best in his nature shone forth, and that temper was surely of the sweetest which could utter no sterner rebuke than, "Ah, that is not the way to be happy." Nor was it merely his own gentleness of disposition and the many graces of his charming helpmate that secured so large a degree of peace and happiness. Jackson's religion played even a greater part. It was not of the kind which is more concerned with the terrors of hell than the glories of paradise. The world to him was no place of woe and lamentation, its beauties vanity, and its affections a snare. As he gazed with delight on the gorgeous tints of the autumnal forests and the lovely landscapes of his mountain home, so he enjoyed to the utmost the life and love which had fallen to his lot, and thanked God for that capacity for happiness with which his nature was so largely gifted. Yet it cannot be said that he practiced no self-denial. His life, in many respects, was one of constant self-discipline, and when his time came to sacrifice himself, he submitted without a murmur. But in his creed fear had no place. His faith was great. It was not, however, a mere belief in God's omnipotence and God's justice, but a deep and abiding confidence in his infinite compassion and infinite love, and it created in him an almost startling consciousness of the nearness and reality of the invisible world. In a letter to his wife, it is revealed in all its strength. "You must not be discouraged at the slowness of recovery. Look up to him who giveth liberally for faith to be resigned to his divine will, and trust him for that measure of health which will most glorify him, and advance to the greatest extent your own real happiness. We are sometimes suffered to be in a state of perplexity that our faith may be tried and grow stronger. See if you cannot spend a short time after dark in looking out of your window into space and meditating upon heaven, with all its joys, unspeakable and full of glory. All things work together for good to God's children. Try to look up and be cheerful and not desponding. Trust our kind Heavenly Father, and by the eye of faith see that all things are right and for your best interests. The clouds come, pass over us, and are followed by bright sunshine. So in God's moral dealings with us, he permits to have trouble a while. But let us, even in the most trying of dispensations of his providence, be cheered by the brightness which is a little ahead." It would serve no useful purpose to discuss Jackson's views on controversial questions. It may be well, however, to correct a common error. It has been asserted that he was a fatalist, and therefore careless of a future over which he believed he had no control. Not a word, however, either in his letters or in his recorded conversations, warrants the assumption. It is true that his favorite maxim was, duty is ours, consequences are God's, and that knowing all things work together for good, he looked forward to the future without misgiving or apprehension. But nonetheless, he believed implicitly that the destiny of men and of nations is in their own hands. His faith was as sane as it was humble, without a touch of that presumptuous fanaticism which stains the memory of Cromwell, to whom he has been so often compared. He never imagined, even at the height of his renown, when victory on victory crowned his banners, that he was the scourge of God, the chosen instrument of his vengeance. He prayed without ceasing under fire as in the camp, but he never mistook his own impulse for a revelation of the divine will. He prayed for help to do his duty, and he prayed for success. He knew that more things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. But he knew also that prayer is not always answered in the way which man would have it. He went into battle with supreme confidence, not, as has been alleged, that the Lord had delivered the enemy into his hands, but that whatever happened would be the best that could happen. And he was as free from cant as from self-deception. It may be said of Jackson, as has been said so eloquently of the men whom in some respects he closely resembled, that his Bible was literally food to his understanding and a guide to his conduct. He saw the visible finger of God in every incident of life. That which in our day devout men and women feel in their earnest moments of prayer, the devout Puritan felt, as a second nature, in his rising up and in his lying down, in the marketplace and in the home, in society and in business, in Parliament, in council, and on the field of battle. And feeling this, the Puritan had no shame in uttering the very words of the Bible wherein he had learned so to feel, nay, he would have burned with shame had he faltered in using the words. It is very hard for us now to grasp what this implies, but there was a generation in which this phraseology was the natural speech of men. Of this generation, although later in time, was Stonewall Jackson. To him, such language as he used in his letters to his wife, in conversation with his intimates, and not rarely in his official correspondence, was the literal assertion of truths which he felt to the roots of his being, which absorbed his thoughts, which colored every action of his life, and which, from the abundance of his heart, rose most naturally to his lips. There is no need for further allusion to his domestic or religious life. If in general society Jackson was wanting in geniality, if he was so little a man of the world that his example lost much of the influence which, had he stood less aloof from others, it must have exercised, it was the fruit of his early training, his natural reserve, and his extreme humility. It is impossible, however, that so pure a life should have been altogether without reflex upon others. If the cadets profited but indirectly, the slaves had cause to bless his practical Christianity, the poor and the widow knew him as a friend, and his neighbors looked up to him as the soul of sincerity, the enemy of all that was false and vile. And for himself, what share had those years of quiet study, of self-communing, and of self-discipline in shaping the triumphs of the Confederate arms? The story of his military career is the reply. Men of action have before now deplored the incessant press of business which leaves them no leisure to think out the problems which may confront them in the future. Experience is of little value without reflection, and leisure has its disadvantages. One can comprehend, says Dabney, referring to Jackson's peculiar form of mental exercise, how valuable was the training which his mind received for his work as a soldier. Command over his attention was formed into a habit which no tempest of confusion could disturb. His power of abstraction became unrivaled. His imagination was trained and invigorated until it became capable of grouping the most extensive and complex considerations. The power of his mind was drilled like the strength of an athlete, and his self-concentration became unsurpassed. Such training was undoubtedly the very best foundation for the intellectual side of a general's business. War presents a constant succession of problems to be solved by mental processes. For some experience and resource supply a ready solution. Others, involving the movements of large bodies, considerations of time and space, and the 1,001 circumstances, such as food, weather, roads, topography, and morale, which a general must always bear in mind, are composed of so many factors that only a brain accustomed to hard thinking can deal with them successfully. Of this nature are the problems of strategy, those which confront a general in command of an army or of a detached portion of an army, and which are worked out on the map. The problems of the battlefield are of a different order. The natural characteristics which, when fortified by experience, carry men through any dangerous enterprise, win the majority of victories. But men may win battles and be very poor generals. They may be born leaders of men, and yet absolutely unfitted for independent command. Their courage, coolness, and common sense may accomplish the enemy's overthrow on the field, but with strategical considerations their intellects may be absolutely incapable of grappling. In the great wars of the early part of the century, Ney and Blücher were probably the best fighting generals of France and Prussia, but neither could be trusted to conduct a campaign. Blücher, preeminent on the battlefield, knew nothing of the grand combinations which prepare and complete success. If he was the strong right hand of the Prussian army, his chief of staff was the brain. Gneisenau, said the old marshal, makes the pills which I administer. Ney's best qualities, say Jomini, who served long on his staff, his heroic valor, his quick coup d'oeil, and his energy, diminished in the same proportion that the extent of his command increased his responsibility. Admirable on the field of battle, he displayed less assurance, not only in council, but whenever he was not actually face to face with the enemy. It is not of such material as Ney and Blücher, mistrustful of their own ability, that great captains are made. Marked intellectual capacity is the chief characteristic of the most famous soldiers. Alexander, Hannibal, Caesar, Marlborough, Washington, Frederick, Napoleon, Wellington, and Nelson were each and all of them something more than mere fighting men. Few of their age rivaled them in strength of intellect. It was this, combined with the best qualities of Ney and Blücher, that made them masters of strategy, and lifted them high above those who were tacticians and nothing more. And it was strength of intellect that Jackson cultivated at Lexington. So, in that quiet home amidst the Virginian mountains, the years sped by, peaceful and uneventful, varied only by the holiday excursions of successive summers. By day, the lecture at the Institute, the drill of the cadet battery, the work of the church, the pleasant toil of the farm and garden. When night fell and the curtains were drawn across the windows that looked upon the quiet street, there in that home where order reigned supreme, where, as the master wished, each door turned softly on a golden hinge, came those hours of thought and analysis which were to fit him for great deeds. The even tenor of this calm existence was broken, however, by an incident which intensified the bitter feeling which already divided the northern and southern sections of the United States. During the month of January, 1859, Jackson had marched with the cadet battalion to Harper's Ferry, where, on the northern frontier of Virginia, the fanatic, John Brown, had attempted to raise an insurrection amongst the negroes, and had been hung after trial in presence of the troops. By the South, Brown was regarded as a madman and a murderer. By many in the North he was glorified as a martyr, and so acute was the tension that early in 1860, during a short absence from Lexington, Jackson wrote in a letter to his wife, "What do you think about the state of the country? Viewing things at Washington from human appearances, I think we have great reason for alarm." A great crisis was indeed at hand, but if to her, who was ever beside him, while the storm clouds were rising dark and terrible over the fair skies of the prosperous republic, the Christian soldier seemed the man best fitted to lead the people, it was not so outside. None doubted his sincerity or questioned his resolution, but few had penetrated his reserve. As the playful tenderness he displayed at home was never suspected, so the consuming earnestness, the absolute fearlessness, whether of danger or of responsibility, the utter disregard of man, and the unquestioning faith in the Almighty which made up the individuality which men called Stonewall Jackson, remained hidden from all but one. To his wife his inward graces idealized his outward seeming, but others, noting his peculiarities, and deceived by his modesty, saw little that was remarkable, and much that was singular in the staid professor. Few detected, beneath that quiet demeanor and absent manner, the existence of energy incarnate, and an iron will, and still fewer beheld, in the plain figure of the Presbyterian deacon, the potential leader of great armies, inspiring the devotion of his soldiers and riding in the forefront of victorious battle. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4, Secession, 1860 to 61. 1861. Jackson spent 10 years at Lexington, and he was just 35 when he left it. For 10 years he had seen no more of military service than the drills of the cadet battalion. He had lost all touch with the army. His name had been forgotten, except by his comrades of the Mexican campaign, and he had hardly seen a regular soldier since he resigned his commission. But, even from a military point of view, those 10 years had not been wasted. His mind had a wider grasp, and his brain was more active. Striving to fit himself for such duties as might devolve on him, should he be summoned to the field, like all great men and all practical men, he had gone to the best masters. In the campaigns of Napoleon, he had found instruction in the highest branch of his profession, and had made his own the methods of war which the greatest of modern soldiers both preached and practiced. Maturer years and the search for wisdom had steadied his restless daring, and his devotion to duty, always remarkable, had become a second nature. His health, under careful and self-imposed treatment, had much improved, and the year 1861 found him in the prime of physical and mental vigor. Already it had become apparent that his life at Lexington was soon to end. The Damascus blade was not to rust upon the shelf. During the winter of 1860 61, the probability of a conflict between the free and slave-holding states, that is, between North and South, had become almost a certainty. South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas had formally seceded from the Union, and establishing a provisional government, with Jefferson Davis as president, at Montgomery, in Alabama, had proclaimed a new republic, under the title of the Confederate States of America. In order to explain Jackson's attitude at this momentous crisis, it will be necessary to discuss the action of Virginia, and to investigate the motives which led her to take the side she did. Forces which it was impossible to curb, and which but few detected, were at the root of the secession movement. The ostensible cause was the future status of the Negro. Slavery was recognized in 15 states of the Union. In the North, it had long been abolished, but this made no difference to its existence in the South. The states which composed the Union were semi-independent communities with their own legislatures, their own magistracies, their own militia, and the power of the purse. How far their sovereign rights extended was a matter of contention, but, under the terms of the Constitution, slavery was a domestic institution, which each individual state was at liberty to retain or discard at will, and over which the federal government had no control whatever. Congress would have been no more justified in declaring that the slaves in Virginia were free men than in demanding that Russian conspirators should be tried by jury. Nor was the philanthropy of the Northern people, generally speaking, of an enthusiastic nature. The majority regarded slavery as a necessary evil, and, if they deplored the reproach to the Republic, they made little parade of their sentiments. A large number of Southerners believed it to be the happiest condition for the African race, but the best men, especially in the border states, of which Virginia was the principal, would have welcomed emancipation. But neither Northerner nor Southerner saw a practicable method of giving freedom to the Negro. Such a measure, if carried out in its entirety, meant ruin to the South. Cotton and tobacco, the principal and most lucrative crops, required an immense number of hands, and in those hands, his Negro slaves, the capital of the planter was locked up. Emancipation would have swept the whole of this capital away. Compensation, the remedy applied by England to Jamaica and South Africa, was hardly to be thought of. Instead of 20 millions sterling, it would have cost 400 millions. It was doubtful, too, if compensation would have staved off the ruin of the planters. The labor of the free Negro, naturally indolent and improvident, was well known to be most inefficient as compared with that of the slave. For some years, to say the least, after emancipation, it would have been impossible to work the plantations except at a heavy loss. Moreover, abolition, in the judgment of all who knew him, meant ruin to the Negro. Under the system of the plantations, honesty and morality were being gradually instilled into the colored race, but these virtues had as yet made little progress. The Christianity of the slaves was but skin deep, and if all restraint were removed, if the old ties were broken, and the influence of the planter and his family should cease to operate, it was only too probable that the 4 millions of Africans would relapse into the barbaric vices of their original condition. The hideous massacres which had followed emancipation in San Domingo had not yet been forgotten. It is little wonder, then, that the majority shrank before a problem involving such tremendous consequences. A party, however, conspicuous both in New England and the West, had taken abolition for its watchword. Small in numbers, but vehement in denunciation, its voice was heard throughout the Union. Zeal for universal liberty rose superior to the Constitution. That instrument was repudiated as an iniquitous document. The sovereign rights of the individual states were indignantly denied. Slavery was denounced as the sum of all villainies, the slaveholder as the worst of tyrants, and no concealment was made of the intention, should political power be secured, of compelling the South to set the Negroes free. In the autumn of 1860 came the presidential election. Hitherto, of the two great political parties, the Democrats had long ruled the councils of the nation, and nearly the whole South was Democratic. The South, as regards population, was numerically inferior to the North, but the Democratic party had more than held its own at the ballot boxes, for the reason that it had many adherents in the North. So long as the Southern and Northern Democrats held together, they far outnumbered the Republicans. In 1860, however, the two sections of the Democratic Party split asunder. The Republicans, favored by the schism, carried their own candidate, and Abraham Lincoln became president. South Carolina at once seceded, and the Confederacy was soon afterwards established. It is not at first sight apparent why a change of government should have caused so sudden a disruption of the Union. The Republican party, however, embraced sections of various shades of thought. One of these, rising every day to greater prominence, was that which advocated immediate abolition, and to this section, designated by the South as Black Republicans, the new president was believed to belong. It is possible that on his advent to office, the political leaders of the South, despite the safeguards of the Constitution, saw in the near future the unconditional emancipation of the slaves. And not only this, but that the emancipated slaves would receive the right of suffrage, and be placed on a footing of complete equality with their former masters. As in many districts, the whites were far outnumbered by the Negroes. This was tantamount to transferring all local government into the hands of the latter and surrendering the planters to the mercies of their former bondsmen. It is hardly necessary to say that an act of such gross injustice was never contemplated except by hysterical abolitionists and those who truckled for their votes. It was certainly not contemplated by Mr. Lincoln, and it was hardly likely that a president who had been elected by a minority of the people would dare, even if he were so inclined, to assume unconstitutional powers. The Democratic Party, taking both sections together, was still the stronger, and the Northern Democrats, temporarily severed as they were from their Southern brethren, would most assuredly have united with them in resisting any unconstitutional action on the part of the Republicans. If, then, it might be asked, slavery ran no risk of unconditional abolition, why should the Southern political leaders have acted with such extraordinary precipitation? Why, in a country in which, to all appearances, the two sections had been cordially united, should the advent to power of one political party have been the signal for so much disquietude on the part of the other? Had the presidential seat been suddenly usurped by an abolitionist tyrant of the type of Robespierre, the South could hardly have exhibited greater apprehension. Few Americans denied that a permanent union, such as had been designed by the founders of the Republic, was the best guarantee of prosperity and peace. And yet, because a certain number of misguided, if well-meaning men clamored for emancipation, the South chose to bring down in ruin the splendid fabric which their forefathers had constructed. In thus refusing to trust the good sense and fair dealing of the Republicans, it would seem, at a superficial glance, that the course adopted by the members of the new Confederacy, whether legitimate or not, could not possibly be justified. Unfortunately, something more than mere political rancor was at work. The areas of slave and of free labor were divided by an artificial frontier. Mason and Dixon's line, originally fixed as the boundary between Pennsylvania on the north and Virginia and Maryland on the south, cut the territory of the United States into two distinct sections, and little by little, these two sections, geographically as well as politically severed, had resolved themselves into what might almost be termed two distinct nations. Many circumstances tended to increase the cleavage. The South was purely agricultural. The most prosperous part of the North was purely industrial. In the South, the great planters formed a landed aristocracy. The claims of birth were ungrudgingly admitted. Class barriers were, to a certain extent, a recognized part of the social system, and the sons of the old houses were accepted as the natural leaders of the people. In the North, on the contrary, the only aristocracy was that of wealth, and even wealth, apart from merit, had no hold on the respect of the community. The distinctions of caste were slight in the extreme. The descendants of the Puritans, of those English country gentlemen who had preferred to ride with Cromwell rather than with Rupert, to pray with Baxter rather than with Laud, made no parade of their ancestry. And among the extreme Republicans existed an innate but decided aversion to the recognition of social grades. Moreover, Divergent interests demanded different fiscal treatment. The cotton and tobacco of the South, monopolizing the markets of the world, asked for free trade. The manufacturers of New England, struggling against foreign competition, were strong protectionists, and they were powerful enough to enforce their will in the shape of an oppressive tariff. Thus, the planters of Virginia paid high prices in order that mills might flourish in Connecticut, and the sovereign states of the South, to their own detriment, were compelled to contribute to the abundance of the wealthier North. The interests of labor were not less conflicting. The competition between free and forced labor, side by side on the same continent, was bound in itself, sooner or later, to breed dissension. And if it had not yet reached an acute stage, it had at least created a certain degree of bitter feeling. But more than all, and the fact must be borne in mind if the character of the Civil War is to be fully appreciated, the natural ties which should have linked together the states on either side of Mason and Dixon's line had weakened to a mere mechanical bond. The intercourse between North and South, social or commercial, was hardly more than that which exists between two foreign nations. The two sections knew but little of each other, and that little was not the good points, but the bad. For more than 50 years after the election of the first president, while as yet the crust of European tradition overlaid the young shoots of democracy, the supremacy, social and political, of the great landowners of the South had been practically undisputed. But when the young republic began to take its place amongst the nations, men found that the wealth and talents which led it forward belonged as much to the busy cities of New England as to the plantations of Virginia and the Carolinas. And with the growing sentiment in favor of universal equality began the revolt against the dominion of a caste. Those who had carved out their own fortunes by sheer hard work and ability questioned the superiority of men whose positions were no guarantee of personal capacity and whose wealth was not of their own making. Those who had borne the heat and burden of the day deemed themselves the equals and more than equals of those who had loitered in the shade, and, esteeming men for their own worth and not for that of some forgotten ancestor, they had come to despise those who toiled not, neither did they spin. Tenaciously the Southerners clung to the supremacy they had inherited from a bygone age. The contempt of the Northerner was repaid in kind. In the political arena the struggle was fierce and keen. Mutual hatred, fanned by unscrupulous agitators, increased in bitterness, and hindering reconciliation, rose the fatal barrier of slavery. It is true that prior to 1860 the abolitionists were not numerous in the North, and it is equally true that by many of the best men in the South the institution which had been bequeathed to them was thoroughly detested. Looking back over the years which have elapsed since the slaves were freed, the errors of the two factions are sufficiently manifest. If, on the one hand, the abolitionist, denouncing sternly in season and out of season the existence of slavery on the free soil of America, was unjust and worse to the slave owner who, to say the least, was in no way responsible for the inhuman and short-sighted policy of a former generation. On the other hand, the high-principled Southerner, although in his heart deploring the condition of the Negro, and sometimes imitating the example of Washington, whose dying bequest gave freedom to his slaves, made no attempt to find a remedy. The latter had the better excuse. He knew, were emancipation granted, that years must elapse before the Negro could be trained to the responsibilities of freedom, and that those years would impoverish the South. It appears to have been forgotten by the abolitionists that all races upon earth have required a protracted probation to fit them for the rights of citizenship and the duties of free men. Here was a people hardly emerged from the grossest barbarism, and possibly from the very beginning, of inferior natural endowment, on whom they proposed to confer the same rights without any probation whatsoever. A glance at the world around them should have induced reflection. The experience of other countries was not encouraging. Haiti, where the blacks had long been masters of the soil, was still a pandemonium. And in Jamaica and South Africa, the precipitate action of zealous but unpractical philanthropists had wrought incalculable mischief. Even Lincoln himself, redemption by purchase being impracticable, saw no other way out of the difficulty than the wholesale deportation of the Negroes to West Africa. In time, perhaps, under the influence of such men as Lincoln and Lee, the nation might have found a solution of the problem, and North and South have combined to rid their common country of the curse of human servitude. But between fanaticism on the one side and helplessness on the other, there was no common ground. The fierce invectives of the reformers forbade all hope of temperate discussion, and their unreasoning denunciations only provoked resentment. And this resentment became the more bitter because, in demanding emancipation either by fair means or forcible, and in expressing their intention of making it a national question, the abolitionists were directly striking at a right which the people of the South held sacred. It had never been questioned hitherto that the several states of the Union, so far at least as concerned their domestic institutions, were each and all of them, under the Constitution, absolutely self-governing. But the threats which the Black Republicans held out were tantamount to a proposal to set the Constitution aside. It was their Charter of Liberty, therefore, and not only their material prosperity, which the states that first seceded believed to be endangered by Lincoln's election. Ignorant of the temper of the great mass of the Northern people, as loyal in reality to the Constitution as themselves, they were only too ready to be convinced that the denunciations of the abolitionists were the first presage of the storm that was presently to overwhelm them, to reduce their states to provinces, to wrest from them the freedom they had inherited, and to make them hewers of wood and drawers of water to the detested plutocrats of New England. But the gravamen of the indictment against the Southern people is not that they seceded, but that they seceded in order to preserve and to perpetuate slavery, or, to put it more forcibly, that the liberty to enslave others was the right which most they valued. This charge, put forward by the abolitionists in order to cloak their own revolt against the Constitution, is true as regards a certain section, but as regards the South as a nation, it is quite untenable, for 3/4 of the population derived rather injury than benefit from the presence in their midst of 4 million serfs. Quote, "Had slavery continued, the system of labor," says General Grant, "would soon have impoverished the soil and left the country poor. The non-slaveholder must have left the country, and the small slaveholder have sold out to his more fortunate neighbor." End quote. The slaves neither bought nor sold. Their wants were supplied almost entirely by their own labor, and the local markets of the South would have drawn far larger profit from a few thousand white laborers than they did from the multitude of Negroes. It is true that a party in the South, more numerous perhaps among the political leaders than among the people at large, was averse to emancipation under any form or shape. There were men who looked upon their bondsmen as mere beasts of burden, more valuable but hardly more human than the cattle in their fields, and who would not only have perpetuated but have extended slavery. There were others who conscientiously believed that the Negro was unfit for freedom, that he was incapable of self-improvement, and that he was far happier and more contented as a slave. Among these were ministers of the gospel in no small number, who, appealing to the Old Testament, preached boldly that the institution was of divine origin, that the colored race had been created for servitude, and that to advocate emancipation was to impugn the wisdom of the Almighty. But there were still others, including many of those who were not slave owners, who, while they acquiesced in the existence of an institution for which they were not personally accountable, looked forward to its ultimate extinction by the voluntary action of the states concerned. It was impossible as yet to touch the question openly, for the invectives and injustice of the abolitionists had so wrought upon the Southern people that such action would have been deemed a base surrender to the dictation of the enemy. But they trusted to time, to the spread of education, and to a feeling in favor of emancipation which was gradually pervading the whole country. The opinions of this party, with which it may be said the bulk of the Northern people was in close sympathy, are perhaps best expressed in a letter written by Colonel Robert Lee, the head of one of the oldest families in Virginia, a large landed proprietor and slaveholder, and the same officer who had won such well-deserved renown in Mexico. Quote, "In this enlightened age," wrote the future General-in-Chief of the Confederate Army, "there are few, I believe, but will acknowledge that slavery as an institution is a moral and political evil. It is useless to expatiate on its disadvantages. I think it a greater evil to the white than to the colored race, and while my feelings are strongly interested in the latter, my sympathies are more deeply engaged for the former. The blacks are immeasurably better off here than in Africa, morally, socially, and physically. The painful discipline they are undergoing is necessary for their instruction as a race, and I hope will prepare them for better things. How long their subjection may be necessary is known and ordered by a merciful providence. Their emancipation will sooner result from the mild and melting influence of Christianity than from the storms and contests of fiery controversy. This influence, though slow, is sure. The doctrines and miracles of our Savior have required nearly 2,000 years to convert but a small part of the human race, and even among Christian nations what gross errors still exist. While we see the course of the final abolition of slavery is still onward, and we give it the aid of our prayers and all justifiable means in our power, we must leave the progress, as well as the result, in His hands, who sees the end, and who chooses to work by slow things, and with whom 1,000 years are but as a single day. The abolitionist must know this, and must see that he has neither the right nor the power of operating except by moral means and suasion. If he means well to the slave, he must not create angry feelings in the master. Although he may not approve of the mode by which it pleases Providence to accomplish its purposes, the result will nevertheless be the same, and the reason he gives for interference in what he has no concern holds good for every kind of interference with our neighbors when we disapprove of their conduct." End quote. With this view of the question, Jackson was in perfect agreement. Quote, "I am very confident," says his wife, "that he would never have fought for the sole object of perpetuating slavery. He found the institution a responsible and troublesome one, and I have heard him say that he would prefer to see the Negroes free, but he believed that the Bible taught that slavery was sanctioned by the Creator himself, who maketh all men to differ, and instituted laws for the bond and the free. He therefore accepted slavery as it existed in the South, not as a thing desirable in itself, but as allowed by Providence for ends which it was not his business to determine." End quote. It may perhaps be maintained that to have had no dealings with the accursed thing, and to have publicly advocated some process of gradual emancipation would have been the nobler course. But, setting aside the teaching of the churches and the bitter temper of the time, it should be remembered that slavery, although its hardships were admitted, presented itself in no repulsive aspect to the people of the Confederate States. They regarded it with feelings very different from those of the abolitionists, whose acquaintance with the condition they reprobated was small in the extreme. The lot of the slaves, the Southerners were well aware, was far preferable to that of the poor and the destitute of great cities, of the victims of the sweater and the inmates of fever dens. The helpless Negro had more hands to succor him in Virginia than the starving white man in New England. The children of the plantation enjoyed a far brighter existence than the children of the slums. The worn and feeble were maintained by their masters, and the black laborer, looking forward to an old age of ease and comfort among his own people, was more fortunate than many a northern artisan. Moreover, the brutalities ascribed to the slave owners as a class were of rare occurrence. The people of the South were neither less humane nor less moral than the people of the North or of Europe, and it is absolutely inconceivable that men of high character and women of gentle nature should have looked with leniency on cruelty, or have failed to visit the offender with something more than reprobation. Had the calumnies which were scattered broadcast by the abolitionists possessed more than a vestige of truth, men like Lee and Jackson would never have remained silent. In the minds of the Northern people, slavery was associated with atrocious cruelty and continual suffering. In the eyes of the Southerners, on the other hand, it was associated with great kindness and the most affectionate relations between the planters and their bondsmen. And if the Southerners were blind, it is most difficult to explain the remarkable fact that throughout the war, although thousands of plantations and farms, together with thousands of women and children, all of whose male relatives were in the Confederate armies, were left entirely to the care of the Negroes, both life and property were perfectly secure. Such, then, was the attitude of the South towards slavery. The institution had many advocates, uncompromising and aggressive, but, taking the people as a whole, it was rather tolerated than approved, and even if no evidence to the contrary were forthcoming, we should find it hard to believe that a civilized community would have plunged into revolution in order to maintain it. There can be no question but that secession was revolution, and revolutions, as has been well said, are not made for the sake of, quote, greased cartridges. To bring about such unanimity of purpose as took possession of the whole South, such passionate loyalty to the new Confederacy, such intense determination to resist coercion to the bitter end, needed some motive of unusual potency, and the perpetuation of slavery was not a sufficient motive. The great bulk of the population neither owned slaves nor was connected with those who did. Many favored emancipation, and the working men, a rapidly increasing class, were distinctly antagonistic to slave labor. Moreover, the Southerners were not only warmly attached to the Union, which they had done so much to establish, but their pride in their common country, in its strength, its prestige, and its prosperity was very great. Why, then, should they break away? History supplies us with a pertinent example. End of section 7. Read by Linda Johnson, October 2022. Section 8 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secession, 1860–61, Part 2. Previous to 1765, the honor of England was dear to the people of the American colonies. King George had no more devoted subjects, his enemies no fiercer foes, and yet it required very little to reverse the scroll. The right claimed by the crown to tax the colonists hardly menaced their material prosperity. A few shillings more or less would neither have added to the burdens nor have diminished the comforts of a well-to-do and thrifty people, and there was some justice in the demand that they should contribute to the defense of the British Empire. But the demand, as formulated by the government, involved a principle which they were unwilling to admit, and in defense of their birthright as free citizens, they flew to arms. So, in defense of the principle of states' rights, the Southern people resolved upon secession with all its consequences. It might be said, however, that South Carolina and her sister states seceded under the threat of a mere faction, that there was nothing in the attitude of the federal government to justify the apprehension that the Constitution would be set aside, and that their action, therefore, was neither more nor less than rank rebellion. But whether their rights had been infringed or not, a large majority of the Southern people believed that secession, at any moment and for any cause, was perfectly legitimate. The several states of the Union, according to their political creed, were each and all of them sovereign and independent nations. The Constitution, they held, was nothing more than a treaty, which they had entered into for their own convenience, and which, in the exercise of their sovereign powers, individually or collectively, they might abrogate when they pleased. This interpretation was not admitted in the North, either by Republicans or Democrats, yet there was nothing in the letter of the Constitution which denied it, and as regards the spirit of that covenant, North and South held opposite opinions. But both were perfectly sincere, and in leaving the Union, therefore, and in creating for themselves a new government, the people of the seceding states considered that they were absolutely within their right. It must be admitted at the same time that the action of the states which first seceded was marked by a petulant haste, and it is only too probable that the people of these states suffered themselves to be too easily persuaded that the North meant mischief. It is impossible to determine how far the professional politician was responsible for the Civil War, but when we recall the fact that secession followed close on the overthrow of a faction which had long monopolized the spoils of office, and that this faction found compensation in the establishment of a new government, it is not easy to resist the suspicion that the secession movement was neither more nor less than a conspiracy, hatched by a clever and unscrupulous cabal. It would be unwise, however, to brand the whole or even the majority of the Southern leaders as selfish and unprincipled, unless he has real grievances on which to work, or unless those who listen to him are supremely ignorant. The mere agitator is powerless, and it is most assuredly incredible that 7 millions of Anglo-Saxons, and Anglo-Saxons of the purest strain, English, Lowland Scottish, and North Irish, should have been beguiled by silver tongues of a few ambitious or hair-brained demagogues. The latter undoubtedly had a share in bringing matters to a crisis. But the South was ripe for revolution long before the presidential election. The forces which were at work needed no artificial impulse to propel them forward. It was instinctively recognized that the nation had outgrown the Constitution, and it was to this, and not to the attacks upon slavery, that secession was really due. The North had come to regard the American people as one nation, and the will of the majority as paramount. The South, on the other hand, holding, as it had always held, that each state was a nation in itself, denied in toto that the will of the majority except in certain specified cases, had any power whatever, and where political creeds were in such direct antagonism, no compromise was possible. Moreover, as the action of the abolitionists very plainly showed, there was a growing tendency in the North to disregard altogether the rights of the minority. Secession, in fact, was a protest against mob rule. The weaker community, hopeless of maintaining its most cherished principles within the Union, was ready to seize the first pretext for leaving it, and the strength of the popular sentiment may be measured by the willingness of every class, gentle and simple, rich and poor, to risk all and to suffer all in order to free themselves from bonds which must soon have become unbearable. It is always difficult to analyze the motives of those by whom revolution is provoked, but if a whole people acquiesce, it is a certain proof of the existence of universal apprehension and deep-rooted discontent. The spirit of self-sacrifice which animated the Confederate South has been characteristic of every revolution which has been the expression of a nation's wrongs, but it has never yet accompanied mere factious insurrection. When, in process of time, the history of secession comes to be viewed with the same freedom from prejudice as the history of the 17th and 18th centuries, it will be clear that the fourth great revolution of the English-speaking race differs in no essential characteristic from those which preceded it. It was not simply because the 5 members were illegally impeached in 1642, the 7 bishops illegally tried in 1688, men shot at Lexington in 1775, or slavery threatened in 1861, that the people rose. These were the occasions, not the causes of revolt. In each case, a great principle was at stake. In 1642, the liberty of the subject. In 1688, the integrity of the Protestant faith. In 1775, taxation only with consent of the taxed. In 1861, the sovereignty of the individual states. The accuracy of this statement, as already suggested, has been consistently denied. That the only principle involved in secession was the establishment of slavery on a firmer basis, and that the cry of states' rights was raised only by way of securing sympathy, is a very general opinion. But before it can be accepted, it is necessary to make several admissions. First, that the Southerners were absolutely callous to the evils produced by the institution they had determined to make permanent. Second, that they had persuaded themselves, in face of the tendencies of civilization, that it was possible to make it permanent. And third, that they conscientiously held their progress and prosperity to be dependent on its continued existence. Are we to believe that the standard of morals and intelligence was so low as these admissions would indicate? Are we to believe that if they had been approached in a charitable spirit, that if the Republican party, disclaiming all right of interference, had offered to aid them in substituting by some means which would have provided for the control of the Negro, and, at the same time, have prevented an entire collapse of the social fabric, a system more consonant with humanity, the Southerners would have still preferred to leave the Union, and by creating a great slave power, earn the execration of the Christian world? Unless the South be credited with an unusual measure of depravity and of short-sightedness, the reply can hardly be in the affirmative. And if it be otherwise, there remains but one explanation of the conduct of the seceding states, namely, the dread that if they remained in the Union, they would not be fairly treated. It is futile to argue that the people were dragooned into secession by the slaveholders. What power had the slaveholders over the great mass of the population, over the professional classes, over the small farmer, the mechanic, the tradesman, the laborer? Yet it is constantly asserted by Northern writers, although the statement is virtually an admission that only the few were prepared to fight for slavery, that the Federal sentiment was so strong among the Southerners that terrorism must have had a large share in turning them into separatists. The answer, putting aside the very patent fact that the Southerner was not easily coerced, is very plain. Undoubtedly, throughout the South there was much affection for the Union, but so in the first Revolution there was much loyalty to the Crown, and yet it has never been asserted that the people of Virginia or of New England were forced into sedition against their will. The truth is that there were many Southerners who, in the vain hope of compromise, would have postponed the rupture. But when the right of secession was questioned, and the right of coercion was proclaimed, all differences of opinion were swept away, and the people thenceforward were of one heart and mind. The action of Virginia is a striking illustration. The great border state, the most important of those south of Mason and Dixon's line, was not a member of the Confederacy when the provisional government was established at Montgomery. Nor did the secession movement secure any strong measure of approval. In fact, the people of Virginia, owing to their closer proximity to and to their more intimate knowledge of the North, were by no means inclined to make of the black Republican president the bugbear he appeared to the states which bordered on the Gulf of Mexico. Whilst acknowledging that the South had grievances, they saw no reason to believe that redress might not be obtained by constitutional means. At the same time, although they questioned the expediency, they held no half-hearted opinion as to the right of secession, and in their particular case the right seems undeniable. When the Constitution of the United States was ratified, Virginia, by the mouth of its legislature, had solemnly declared, quote, that the powers granted to the federal government under the Constitution, being truly derived from the people of the United States, may be resumed by them whenever the same shall be perverted to their injury and oppression. End quote. And this declaration had been more than once reaffirmed. As already stated, this view of the political status of the Virginia citizen was not endorsed by the North. Nevertheless, it was not definitely rejected. The majority of the Northern people held the federal government paramount, but at the same time they held that it had no power either to punish or coerce the individual states. This had been the attitude of the founders of the Republic, and it is perfectly clear that their interpretation of the Constitution was this: although the several states were morally bound to maintain the compact into which they had voluntarily entered, the obligation, if any one state chose to repudiate it, could not be legally enforced. Their ideal was a union based upon fraternal affection. And in the halcyon days of Washington's first presidency, when the long and victorious struggle against a common enemy was still fresh in men's minds, and the sun of liberty shone in an unclouded sky, a vision so utopian perhaps seemed capable of realization. At all events, the promise of a new era of unbroken peace and prosperity was not to be sullied by cold precautions against civil dissensions and conflicting interests. The new order, under which every man was his own sovereign, would surely strengthen the links of kindly sympathy, and by those links alone it was believed that the Union would be held together. Such was the dream of the unselfish patriots who ruled the destinies of the infant republic. Such were the ideas that so far influenced their deliberations that, with all their wisdom, they left a legacy to their posterity which deluged the land in blood. Mr. Lincoln's predecessor in the presidential chair had publicly proclaimed that coercion was both illegal and inexpedient, and for the 3 months which intervened between the secession of South Carolina and the inauguration of the Republican president, the government made not the slightest attempt to interfere with the peaceable establishment of the new Confederacy. Not a single soldier reinforced the garrisons of the military posts in the South. Not a single regiment was recalled from the western frontiers. and the seceded states, without a word of protest, were permitted to take possession, with few exceptions, of the forts, arsenals, navy yards, and custom houses which stood on their own territory. It seemed that the federal government was only waiting until an amicable arrangement might be arrived at as to the terms of separation. If, in addition to the words in which she had assented to the Constitution, further justification were needed for the belief of Virginia in the right of secession, it was assuredly to be found in the apparent want of unanimity on so grave a question even in the Republican party, and in the acquiescent attitude of the federal government. The people of Virginia, however, saw in the election of a Republican president no immediate danger of the Constitution being, quote, perverted to their injury and oppression. The North, generally speaking, regarded the action of the secessionists with that strange and good-humored tolerance with which the American citizen too often regards internal politics. The common sense of the nation asserted itself in all its strength. A union which could only be maintained by force was a strange and obnoxious idea to the majority. Amid the storm of abuse and insult in which the two extreme parties indulged, the abolitionists on the one side, the politicians on the other, Lincoln, quote, the still strong man in a blatant land, unquote, stood calm and steadfast, promising justice to the South and eager for reconciliation. And Lincoln represented the real temper of the Northern people. So, in the earlier months of 1861, there was no sign whatever that the Old Dominion might be compelled to use the alternative her original representatives had reserved. The question of slavery was no longer to the fore. While reprobating the action of the Confederates, the President, in his inaugural address, March 4, 1861, had declared that the government had no right to interfere with the domestic institutions of the individual states, and throughout Virginia the feeling was strong in favor of the Union. Earnest endeavors were made to effect a compromise, under which the seceded communities might renew the federal compact. The legislature called a convention of the people to deliberate on the part that the state should play, and the other states were invited to join in a peace conference at Washington. It need hardly be said that during the period of negotiation, excitement rose to the highest pitch. The political situation was the sole theme of discussion. In Lexington, as elsewhere, the one absorbing topic ousted all others. And in Lexington, as elsewhere, there was much difference of opinion. But the general sentiment was strongly Unionist, and in the election of members of the convention, an overwhelming majority had pronounced against secession. Between the two parties, however, there were sharp conflicts. A flagstaff flying the national ensign had been erected in Main Street, Lexington. The cadets fired on the flag, and, substituting the state colors, placed a guard over them. Next morning a report reached the Institute that the local company of volunteers had driven off the guard and were about to restore the Stars and Stripes. It was a holiday, and there were no officers present. The drums beat to arms. The boys rushed down to their parade ground, buckling on their belts and carrying their rifles. Ammunition was distributed, and the whole battalion, under the cadet officers, marched out of the Institute gates, determined to lower the emblem of Northern tyranny and drive away the volunteers. A collision would certainly have ensued had not the attacking column been met by the commandant. In every discussion on the action of the state, Jackson had spoken strongly on the side of the majority. In terse phrase, he had summed up his view of the situation. He was no advocate of secession. He deprecated the hasty action of South Carolina. Quote, "It is better," he said, "for the South to fight for her rights in the Union than out of it." End quote. But much as they loved the Union, the people of Virginia revered still more the principles inculcated by their forefathers, the right of secession and the illegality of coercion. And when the proposals of the peace conference came to nothing, when all hope of compromise died away, and the federal government showed no sign of recognizing the provisional government, it became evident even to the staunchest Unionist that civil war could no longer be postponed. From the very first, no shadow of a doubt had existed in Jackson's mind as to the side he should espouse, or the course he should pursue. Quote, "If I know myself," he wrote, "all I am and all I have is at the service of my country." End quote. According to his political creed, his country was his native state, and such was the creed of the whole South. In conforming to the ordinance of secession enacted by the legislatures of their own states, the people, according to their reading of the Constitution, acted as loyal and patriotic citizens. To resist that ordinance was treason and rebellion, and in taking up arms, quote, "they were not, in their own opinion, rebels at all. They were defending their states, that is, the nations to which they conceived themselves to belong, from invasion and conquest." End quote. When, after the incident described above, the cadets marched back to barracks, it was already so certain that the Stars and Stripes would soon be torn down from every flagstaff in Virginia that their breach of discipline was easily condoned. They were addressed by the commandant, and amid growing excitement, officer after officer, hardly concealing his sympathy with their action, gave vent to his opinions on the approaching crisis. Jackson was silent. At length, perhaps in anticipation of some amusement, for he was known to be a stumbling speaker, the cadets called on him by name. In answer to the summons, he stood before them, not, as was his wont in public assemblies, with ill-dissembled shyness and awkward gesture, but with body erect and eyes sparkling. Quote, "Soldiers," he said, "when they make speeches should say but few words, and speak them to the point, and I admire, young gentlemen, the spirit you have shown in rushing to the defense of your comrades. But I must commend you particularly for the readiness with which you listened to the counsel and obeyed the commands of your superior officer. The time may come," he continued, and the deep tones, vibrating with unsuspected resolution, held his audience spellbound, "when your state will need your services, and if that time does come, then draw your swords and throw away the scabbards." End quote. The crisis was not long postponed. Fort Sumter, in Charleston Harbor, the port of South Carolina, was held by a federal garrison. The state had demanded its surrender, but no reply had been vouchsafed by Lincoln. On April 8, a message was conveyed to the governor of the state that an attempt would be made to supply the troops with provisions. This message was telegraphed to Montgomery, still the capital of the Confederacy, and the government ordered the reduction of the fort. On the morning of April 12, the Southern batteries opened fire, and the next day, when the flames were already scorching the doors of the magazine, the standard of the Union was hauled down. 2 days later, Lincoln spoke with no uncertain voice. 75,000 militia were called out to suppress the rebellion. The North gave the president loyal support. The insult to the flag set the blood of the nation, of Democrat and Republican, aflame. The time for reconciliation was past. The Confederates had committed an unpardonable crime. They had forfeited all title to consideration, and even in the minds of those Northerners who had shared their political creed, the memory of their grievances was obliterated. So far, Virginia had given no overt sign of sympathy with the Revolution, but she was now called upon to furnish her quota of regiments for the Federal army. To have acceded to the demand would have been to abjure the most cherished principles of her political existence. As the Federal government, according to her political faith, had no jurisdiction whatever within the boundaries of states which had chosen to secede, it had not the slightest right to maintain a garrison in Fort Sumter. The action of the Confederacy in enforcing the withdrawal of the troops was not generally approved of, but it was held to be perfectly legitimate, and Mr. Lincoln's appeal to arms for the purpose of suppressing what, in the opinion of Virginia, was a strictly constitutional movement, was instantly and fiercely challenged. Neutrality was impossible. She was bound to furnish her tale of troops, and thus belie her principles, or to secede at once, and reject with a clean conscience the President's mandate. On April 17, she chose the latter, deliberately and with her eyes open, knowing that war would be the result, and knowing the vast resources of the North. She was followed by Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina. The world has long since done justice to the motives of Cromwell and of Washington, and signs are not wanting that before many years have passed it will do justice to the motives of the Southern people. They were true to their interpretation of the Constitution, and if the morality of secession may be questioned, if South Carolina acted with undue haste and without sufficient provocation, if certain of the Southern politicians desired emancipation for themselves that they might continue to enslave others, it can hardly be denied that the action of Virginia was not only fully justified, but beyond suspicion. The wildest threats of the Black Republicans, their loudly expressed determination, in defiance of the Constitution, to abolish slavery, if necessary by the bullet and the saber, shook in no degree whatever her loyalty to the Union. Her best endeavors were exerted to maintain the peace between the hostile sections, and not till her liberties were menaced did she repudiate a compact which had become intolerable. It was to preserve the freedom which her forefathers had bequeathed her, and which she desired to hand down unsullied to future generations, that she acquiesced in the Revolution. The North, in resolving to maintain the Union by force of arms, was upheld by the belief that she was acting in accordance with the Constitution. The South, in asserting her independence and resisting coercion, found moral support in the same conviction, and the patriotism of those who fought for the Union was neither purer nor more ardent than the patriotism of those who fought for states' rights. Long ago, a parliament of that nation to which Jackson and so many of his compatriots owed their origin made petition to the Pope that he should require the English king, quote, to respect the independence of Scotland and to mind his own affairs. So long as 100 of us are left alive, said the signatories, we will never in any degree be subjected to the English. It is not for glory, or for riches, or for honor that we fight, but for liberty alone, which no good man loses but with his life." End quote. More than 500 years later, for the same noble cause and in the same uncompromising spirit, the people of Virginia made appeal to the God of battles. End of Section 8. Read by Linda Johnson, October 2022.
Section 9 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Chapter 5, Harper's Ferry, Part 1. 1861. Immediately it became apparent that the North was bent upon reconquest. Jackson offered his sword to his native state. He was determined to take his share in defending her rights and liberties, even if it were only as a private soldier. Devotion to Virginia was his sole motive. He shrank from the horrors of civil strife. The thought that the land he loved so well was to be deluged with the blood of her own children, that the happy hearths of America were to be desecrated by the hideous image of war, stifled the promptings of professional ambition. If the general government, he said, should persist in the measures now threatened, there must be war. It is painful enough to discover with what unconcern they speak of war and threaten it. They do not know its horrors. I have seen enough of it to make me look upon it as the sum of all evils. The methods he resorted to in order that the conflict might be averted were characteristic. He proposed to the minister of his church that all Christian people should be called upon to unite in prayer. And in his own devotion, says his wife, he asked with importunity that, if it were God's will, the whole land might be at peace. His work after the ordinance of secession had been passed was constant and absorbing. The governor of Virginia had informed the superintendent of the institute that he should need the services of the more advanced classes as drill masters, and that they must be prepared to leave for Richmond under the command of Major Jackson at a moment's notice. The Lexington Presbytery was holding its spring meeting in the church which Jackson attended, and some of the members were entertained at his house, but he found no time to attend a single service. Every hour was devoted to the duty he had in hand. On the Saturday of that eventful week he expressed the hope that he would not be called upon to leave till Monday, and, bidding his wife dismiss from her thoughts everything pertaining to the war and his departure, they spent that evening as they had been accustomed, reading aloud from religious magazines, and studying together the lesson which was to be taught on the morrow in the Sunday school. But at dawn the next morning came a telegram directing Major Jackson to bring the cadets to Richmond immediately. He repaired at once to the Institute, and at 1 o'clock, after divine service, at his request, had been held at the head of the command, the cadet battalion marched to Staunton on the Virginia Central Railway, and there took train. Camp Lee, the rendezvous of the Virginia Army, presented a peculiar, if animated, scene. With few exceptions, every man capable of serving in the field belonged either to the militia or the volunteers. Some of the companies had a smattering of drill, but the majority were absolutely untaught, and the whole were without the slightest conception of what was meant by discipline, and it was difficult to teach them. The non-commissioned officers and men of the United States Army were either Irish or Germans without state ties, and they had consequently no inducement to join the South. With the officers it was different. They were citizens first and soldiers afterwards, and as citizens their allegiance, so far as those of the southern birth were concerned, was due to their native states. Out of the 1,200 graduates of West Point who, at the beginning of 1861, were still fit for service, a fourth were Southerners, and these, almost without exception, at once took service with the Confederacy. But the regular officers were almost all required for the higher commands, for technical duties and the staff. Thus very few were left to instruct the volunteers. The intelligence of the men was high, for every profession and every class was represented in the ranks, and many of the wealthiest planters preferred, so earnest was their patriotism, to serve as privates. But as yet they were merely the elements of a fine army and nothing more. Their equipment left as much to be desired as their training. Arms were far scarcer than men. The limited supply of rifles in the state arsenals was soon exhausted. Flintlock muskets converted to percussion action were then supplied, but no inconsiderable numbers of fowling pieces and shotguns were to be seen amongst the inventory, while the cavalry, in default of sabres, carried rude lances fabricated by country blacksmiths. Some of the troops wore uniform, the blue of the militia or the grey of the cadet, but many of the companies drilled and manoeuvred in plain clothes, and it was not until 3 months later, on the eve of the first great battle, that the whole of the infantry had received their bayonets and cartridge boxes. An assemblage so motley could hardly be called an army, and the daring of the government who, with this levée en masse as their only bulwark against invasion, had defied a great power, seemed at first sight strongly allied to folly. But there was little cause for apprehension. The federal authorities were as yet powerless to enforce the policy of invasion on which the President had resolved. The great bulk of the northern troops were just as far from being soldiers as the Virginians, and the regular army was too small to be feared. The people of the United States had long cherished the utopian dream that war was impossible upon their favoured soil. The militia was considered an archaeological absurdity. The regular troops, admirable as their work upon the frontier, were far from being a source of national pride. The uniform was held to be a badge of servitude. The drunken loafer, bartering his vote for $1 or a dram, looked down with contempt of a sovereign citizen upon men who submitted to the indignity of discipline. And, in denouncing the expense of a standing army, unscrupulous politicians found a sure path to popular favour. So when secession became something more than a mere threat, the armed forces of the Commonwealth had been reduced almost to extinction. And when the flag was fired upon, the nation found itself powerless to resent the insult. The military establishment mustered no more than 16,000 officers and men. There was no reserve, no transport, no organisation for war, and the troops were scattered in distant garrisons. The navy consisted of 6 screw frigates, only one of which was in commission, of 5 steam sloops, some 20 sailing ships, and a few gunboats. The majority of the vessels, although well armed, were out of date. 9,000 officers and men were the extent of the personnel, and several useful craft, together with more than 1,200 guns, were laid up in Norfolk Dockyard on the coast of Virginia, within 100 miles of Richmond. The cause of the Confederacy, although her white population of 7 million souls was smaller by 2/3 than that of the North, was thus far from being hopeless. The North undoubtedly possessed immense resources, but an efficient army, even when the supply of men and arms be unlimited, cannot be created in a few weeks, or even in a few months, least of all an army of invasion. Undisciplined troops, if the enemy be ill-handled, may possibly stand their ground on the defensive, as did Jackson's riflemen at New Orleans, or the Colonials at Bunker Hill. But fighting behind earthworks is a very different matter to making long marches and executing complicated manoeuvres under heavy fire. Without a trained staff and an efficient administration, an army is incapable of movement. Even with a well-organized commissariat, it is a most difficult business to keep a marching column supplied with food and forage, and the problem of transport, unless a railway or a river be available, taxes the ability of the most experienced leader. A march of 80 or 100 miles into an enemy's country sounds a simple feat, but unless every detail has been most carefully thought out, it would not improbably be more disastrous than a lost battle. A march of 200 or 300 miles is a great military operation. A march of 600 an enterprise of which there are few examples. To handle an army in battle is much less difficult than to bring it onto the field in good condition, and the student of the Civil War may note with profit how exceedingly chary were the generals during the first campaigns of leaving their magazines. It was not till their auxiliary services had gained experience that they dared to maneuver freely, and the reason lay not only in the deficiency of organization, but in the nature of the country. Even for a stationary force, standing on the defensive, unless immediately backed by a large town or a railway, the difficulties of bringing up supplies were enormous. For an invading army, increasing day by day the distance from its base, they became almost insuperable. In 1861, the population of the United States, spread over a territory as large as Europe, was less than that of England, and a great part of that territory was practically unexplored. Even at the present day, their 70 millions are but a handful in comparison with the size of their dominions, and their extraordinary material progress is not much more than a scratch on the surface of the continent. In Europe, nature has long since receded before the works of man. In America, the struggle between them has just begun, and except upon the Atlantic seaboard, is almost lost to sight in the vast spaces he has yet to conquer. In many of the oldest states of the Union, the cities seem set in clearings of primeval forest. The wild woodlands encroaches on the suburbs, and within these reach of the very capital are districts where the Indian hunter might still roam undisturbed. The traveller lands in a metropolis as large as Paris. Before a few hours are passed, he may find himself in a wilderness as solitary as the Transvaal, and although within the boundaries of the townships he sees little that differs from England of the 19th century, beyond them there is much that resembles the England of the Restoration. Except over a comparatively small area, an army operating in the United States would meet with the same obstacles as did the soldiers of Cromwell in Turin. Roads are few and indifferent, towns few and far between. Food and forage are not easily obtainable, for the country is but partially cultivated. Great rivers, bridged at rare intervals, issue from the barren solitudes of rugged plateaus. In many low-lying regions, a single storm is sufficient to convert the undrained alluvial into a fetid swamp, and tracts as large as an English county are covered with pathless forest. Steam and the telegraph, penetrating even the most lonely jungles, afford, it is true, such facilities for moving and feeding large bodies of men that the difficulties presented by untamed nature have undoubtedly been much reduced. Nevertheless, The whole country, even today, would be essentially different from any European theatre of war, save the steppes of Russia, and in 1861 railways were few, and the population comparatively insignificant. The impediments then in the way of military operations were such as no soldier of experience would willingly encounter with an improvised army. It was no petty republic that the North had undertaken to coerce. The frontiers of the Confederacy were far apart. The coast washed by the Gulf of Mexico is 800 miles south of Harper's Ferry on the Potomac. The Rio Grande, the river boundary of Texas, is 1,700 miles west of Charleston on the Atlantic, and over this vast expanse ran but 6 continuous lines of railway. From the Potomac: 1. Washington, Richmond, Lynchburg, Chattanooga, Memphis, New Orleans. 2. Washington, Richmond, Weldon, Greensboro, Columbia, Atlanta, New Orleans. These connected Richmond with the Mississippi. From the Ohio: 3. Cairo, Memphis, New Orleans. 4. Cairo, Corinth, Mobile. 5. Louisville, Nashville, Dalton, Atlanta, Mobile. Those connected the Ohio with the Gulf of Mexico. 6. Richmond, Wilmington, Charleston, Savannah. This connected Richmond with the ports on the Atlantic. Although in the Potomac and the Ohio the Federals possessed 2 excellent bases of invasion on which it was easy to accumulate both men and supplies, the task before them, even had the regular army been large and well equipped, would have been sufficiently formidable. The city of Atlanta, which may be considered as the heart of the Confederacy, was 60 days' march from the Potomac, the same distance as Vienna from the English Channel, or Moscow from the Niemen. New Orleans, the commercial metropolis, was 36 days' march from the Ohio, the same distance as Berlin from the Moselle. Thus space was all in favor of the South. Even should the enemy overrun her borders, her principal cities, few in number, were far removed from the hostile bases, and the important railway junctions were perfectly secure from sudden attack. And space, especially when means of communication are scanty, and the country affords few supplies, is the greatest of all obstacles. The hostile territory must be subjugated piecemeal, state by state, province by province, as was Asia by Alexander, and after each victory a new base of supply must be provisioned and secured, no matter at what cost of time, before a further advance can be attempted. Had Napoleon in the campaign against Russia remained for the winter at Smolensk and firmly established himself in Poland, Moscow might have been captured and held during the ensuing summer. But the occupation of Moscow would have not ended the war. Russia in many respects was not unlike the Confederacy. She had given no hostages to fortune in the shape of rich commercial towns. She possessed no historic fortresses, and so offered but few objectives to an invader. If defeated or retreating, her armies could always find refuge in distant fastnesses. The climate was severe, the internal trade inconsiderable. To bring the burden of war home to the mass of the population was difficult, and to hold the country by force impracticable. Such were the difficulties which the genius of Napoleon was powerless to overcome, and Napoleon invaded Russia with 500,000 of seasoned soldiers. And yet, with an army of 75,000 volunteers, and without the least preparation, the federal government was about to attempt an enterprise of even greater magnitude. The northern states were not bent merely on invasion, but on reconquest, not merely on defeating the hostile armies, on occupying their capital, and exacting contributions, but on forcing a proud people to surrender the most cherished principles, to give up their own government, and to submit themselves for good and all to what was practically a foreign yoke. And this was not all. It has been well said by a soldier of Napoleon, writing of the war in Spain, that neither the government nor the army are the real bulwarks against foreign aggression, but the national character. The downfall of Austria and of Prussia was practically decided by the first great battle. The nations yielded without further struggle. Strangeness to freedom, crushed by military absolutism, the prostration of each and all to an irresponsible despot had paralyzed individual energy. Spain, on the other hand, without an army and without a ruler, but deriving new strength from each successive defeat, first taught Napoleon that he was not invincible, and the same spirit of liberty which inspired the people of the peninsula inspired to an even higher degree the people of the Confederate States. The northern states, moreover, were about to make a new departure in war. The manhood of a country has often been called upon to defend its borders, but never before had it been proposed to invade a vast territory with a civilian army, composed, it is true, of the best blood of the Republic, but without the least tincture of military experience. Nor did the senior officers, professionals though they were, appear more fitted for the enterprise than the men they led. The command of a company or a squadron against the Redskins was hardly an adequate probation for the command of an army, or even a brigade of raw troops against a well-armed foe. Had the volunteers been associated with an equal number of trained and disciplined soldiers, as had been the case in Mexico, they would have derived both confidence from their presence and stability from their example. Had there been even an experienced staff capable of dealing with large forces and an efficient commissariat capable of rapid expansion, they might have crushed all organized opposition, but only 3,000 regulars could be drawn from the western borders. The staff was as feeble as the commissariat, and so, from a purely military point of view, the conquest of the South appeared impossible. Her self-sustaining power was far greater than has been usually imagined. On the broad prairies of Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana ranged innumerable herds. The area under cultivation was almost equal to that of the north of the Potomac and the Ohio. The pastoral districts, the beautiful valley of Virginia, the great plains of Georgia, the fertile bottoms of Alabama, were inexhaustible granaries. The amount of livestock, horses, mules, oxen, and sheep was actually larger than in the north, and if the acreage under wheat was less extensive, the deficiency was more than balanced by the great harvests of rice and maize. Men of high ability, but profoundly ignorant of the conditions which governed military operations, prophesied that the South would be brought back to the Union within 90 days. General Winfield Scott, on the other hand, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal armies, declared that its conquest might be achieved in 2 or 3 years by a young and able general, a Wolfe, a Desault, a Hoche, with 300,000 disciplined men kept up to that number. Nevertheless, despite the extent of her territory and her scanty means of communication, the South was peculiarly vulnerable. Few factories or foundries had been established within her frontiers. She manufactured nothing, and not only for all the luxuries, but for almost every necessary of life she was dependent upon others. Her cotton and tobacco brought leather and cloth in exchange from England. Metals, machinery, rails, rolling stock, salt, and even medicines came, for the most part, from the north. The weapons which she put into her soldiers' hands during the first year of the war, her cannon, powder, and ammunition, were of foreign make. More than all, her mercantile marine was very small. Her foreign trade was in the hands of northern merchants. She had shipyards for Norfolk and Pensacola. Both national establishments were within her boundaries, but her seafaring population was inconsiderable, and shipbuilding was almost an unknown industry. Strong on land, she was powerless at sea, and yet it was on the sea that her prosperity depended. Cotton, the principal staple of her wealth, demanded free access to the European markets. Without the means of constructing one, or of manning the vessels that she might easily have purchased, she was unable to keep open her communications across the Atlantic. Nor was it on the ocean alone that the South was at a disadvantage. The Mississippi, the main artery of her commerce, which brought the harvest of the plantations to New Orleans, and which divided her territory into 2 distinct portions, was navigable throughout, while other great rivers and many estuaries leading into the heart of her dominions formed the easiest of highways for the advance of an invading army. Very early had her fatal weakness been detected. Immediately Fort Sumter fell, Lincoln had taken measures to isolate the seceding states, to close every channel by which they could receive either succor or supplies, and, if need be, to starve them into submission. The maritime resources of the Union were so large that the Navy was rapidly expanded. Numbers of trained seamen, recruited from the merchant service and the fisheries, were at once available. The northern shipbuilders had long been famous, and both men and vessels, if the necessity should arise, might be procured in Europe. Judicious indeed was the policy which, at the very outset of the war, brought the tremendous pressure of sea power to bear against the South, and had her statesmen possessed the knowledge of what that pressure meant, they might have realized that Abraham Lincoln was no ordinary foe. In forcing the Confederates to become the aggressors and to fire on the national ensign, he had created a united North. In establishing a blockade of their coasts, he brought into play a force which, like the mills of God, grinds slowly, but grinds exceedingly small. But for the present, the Federal Navy was far too small to watch 3,000 miles of littoral indented by spacious harbours and secluded bays, protected in many cases by natural breakwaters, and communicating by numerous channels with the open sea. Moreover, it was still an even chance whether cotton became a source of weakness to the Confederacy or a source of strength. If the markets of Europe were closed to her by the hostile battleships, the credit of the young republic would undoubtedly be seriously impaired. But the majority of the Southern politicians believed the great powers beyond the Atlantic would never allow the North to enforce a restrictive policy. England and France, a large portion of whose population depended for their livelihood on the harvests of the South, were especially interested, and England and France, both great maritime states, were not likely to brook interference with their trade. Nor had the Southern people a high opinion of Northern patriotism. They could hardly conceive that the maintenance of the Union, which they themselves considered so light a bond, had been exalted elsewhere to the height of a sacred principle. Least of all did they believe that the great Democratic party, which embraced so large a portion of the Northern people, and which for so many years had been in close sympathy with themselves, would support the President in his coercive measures. History, moreover, not always an infallible guide, supplied many plausible arguments to those who sought to forecast the immediate future. In the War of Independence, not only had the impractical nature of the country, especially of the South, baffled the armies of Great Britain, but the European powers, actuated by old grudges and commercial jealousy, had come to the aid of the insurgents. On a theatre of war where trained and well-organized forces had failed, it was hardly to be expected that raw levies would succeed, and if England, opposed in 1782 by the fleets of France, Spain, and Holland, had been compelled to let the colonies go, it was hardly likely that the North, confronted by the naval strength of England and France, would long maintain the struggle with the South. Trusting then to foreign intervention, to the dissensions of their opponents, and to their own hardihood and unanimity, the Southerners faced the future with few misgivings. At Richmond, finding himself without occupation, Major Jackson volunteered to assist in the drilling of the new levies. The duty to which he was first assigned was distasteful. He was an indifferent draftsman, and a post in the topographical department was one for which he was hardly fitted. The appointment, fortunately, was not confirmed. Some of his friends in the Confederate Congress proposed that he should be sent to command at Harper's Ferry, an important outpost on the northern frontier of Virginia. There was some opposition, not personal to Jackson, and of little moment, but it called forth a remark that shows the estimation in which he was held by men who knew him. "Who is this Major Jackson?" it was asked. "He is one," was the reply, "who, if you order him to hold a post, will never leave it alive to be occupied by the enemy." Harper's Ferry, the spot where the first collision might confidently be expected, was a charge after Jackson's own heart. April the 26th. "Last Saturday," he writes to his wife, "the governor handed me my commission as a colonel of Virginia Volunteers, the post I prefer above all others, and has given me an independent command. Little one, you must not expect to hear from me very often, as I expect to have more work than I ever had in the same length of time before. But don't be concerned about your husband, for our kind Heavenly Father will give every needful aid." The garrison at Harper's Ferry consisted of a large number of independent companies of infantry, a few light companies, as they were called, of cavalry, and 15 smooth-bore cannon of small caliber. This force numbered 4,500 officers and men, of whom all but 400 were Virginians. Jackson's appearance was not hailed with acclamation. The officers of the state militia had hitherto exercised the functions of command over the ill-knit concourse of enthusiastic patriots. The militia, however, was hardly more than a force on paper, and the camp swarmed with generals and field officers who were merely civilians in gaudy uniform. By order of the state legislature, these gentlemen were now deprived of their fine feathers. Every militia officer above the rank of captain was deposed, and the governor of Virginia was authorized to fill the vacancies. This measure was by no means popular. Both by officers and men it was denounced as an outrage on freemen and volunteers, and the companies met in convention for the purpose of passing denunciatory resolutions. Their new commander was a sorry substitute for the brilliant figures he had superseded. The militia generals had surrounded themselves with a numerous staff, and on fine afternoons, it was said, the official display in Harper's Ferry would have done no discredit to the Champs-Élysées. Jackson had but 2 assistants who, like himself, still wore the plain blue uniform of the military institute. To eyes accustomed to the splendid trappings and prancing steed of his predecessors, there seemed an almost painful want of pomp and circumstance about the colonel of volunteers. There was not a particle of gold lace about him. He rode a horse as quiet as himself. His seat in the saddle was ungraceful. His well-worn cadet cap was tilted over his eyes. He was sparing of speech. His voice was very quiet, and he seldom smiled. He made no orations. He held no reviews, and his orders were remarkable for their brevity. Even with his officers he had little intercourse. He confided his plans to no one, and not a single item of information, useful or otherwise, escaped his lips. Some members of the Maryland legislature, a body to whom it was important to conciliate, visited Harper's Ferry during his tenure of command. They were received with the utmost politeness, and in return plied the general with many questions. His answers were unsatisfactory, and at length one more bold than the rest asked him frankly how many men he had at his disposal. "Sir," was the reply, "I should be glad if President Lincoln thought I had 50,000. Nor was this reticence observed only towards those whose discretion he mistrusted. He was silent on principle. In the campaign of 1814, the distribution of the French troops at a most critical moment was made known to the Allies by the capture of a courier, carrying a letter from Napoleon to the Empress. There was little chance of a letter to Mrs. Jackson, who was now in North Carolina, falling into the hands of the Federals. But even in so small a matter, Jackson was consistent. "You say," he wrote, "that your husband never writes you any news. I suppose you mean military news, for I have written to you a great deal about your sposo, and how much he loves you. What do you want with military news? Don't you know that it's unmilitary and unlike an officer to write news respecting one's post? You couldn't wish your officer to do an unofficer-like thing, could you?" And then, the claims of duty being thus clearly defined, he proceeds to describe the roses which climbed around the window of his temporary quarters, adding with that lover-like devotion which every letter betrays, "But my sweet little sunny face is what I want to see most of all." Careful as he was to keep the enemy in the dark, he was exceedingly particular when he visited his distant posts on the Potomac that his presence should be unobserved. Had it been known to the Federal generals that the commander at Harper's Ferry had reconnoitred a certain point of passage, a clue might have been given to his designs. The Confederate officers, therefore, in charge of these posts, were told that Colonel Jackson did not wish them to recognize him. He rode out accompanied by a single staff officer, and the men were seldom aware that the brigadier had been through their camps. Never was a commander who fell so far short of the popular idea of a dashing leader. This quiet gentleman who came and went unnoticed, who had nothing to say and was so anxious to avoid observation, was a type of soldier unfamiliar to the volunteers. He was duty personified and nothing more. But at the same time the troops instinctively felt that this absence of ostentation meant hard work, and began to realize the magnitude of the obligations they had assumed. Soldiering was evidently something more than a series of brilliant spectacles and social gatherings. Here was a man in earnest, who looked upon war as a serious business, who was completely oblivious to what people said or thought, and his example was not without effect. The conventions came to nothing, and when the companies were organized in battalions and some of the deposed officers were reappointed to command, the men went willingly to work. Their previous knowledge even of drill was of the scantiest. Officers and men had begun as recruits, and Jackson was not the man to cut short essential preliminaries. 7 hours drill daily was a heavy tax upon enthusiasm, but it was severely enforced, and the garrison of the frontier post soon learned the elements of manoeuvre. Discipline was a lesson more difficult than drill. The military code, in all its rigour, could not be at once applied to the body of high-spirited and inexperienced civilians. Undue severity might have produced the very worst results. The observance, therefore, of those regulations which were not in themselves essential to efficiency or health was not insisted on. Lapses in military etiquette went suffered to pass unnoticed. No attempt was made to draw a hard and fast line between officers and men, and many things which in a regular army would be considered grossly irregular were tacitly permitted. Jackson was well aware that the volunteers of the type he commanded needed most delicate and tactful handling. The chief use of minute regulations and exacting routine is the creation of the instinct of obedience. Time was wanting to instill such instinct into the Confederate troops, and the intelligence and patriotism of the men, largely of high class and good position who filled the ranks, might be relied upon to prevent serious misconduct. Had they been burdened with the constant acknowledgment of superior authority, which becomes a second nature to the regular soldier, disgust and discontent might have taken the place of high spirit and goodwill. But at the same time, wilful misbehaviour was severely checked. Neglect of duty and insubordination were crimes which Jackson never forgave, and deliberate disobedience was in his eyes as unmanly as an offence of cowardice. He knew when to be firm as well as when to relax, and it was not only in the administration of discipline that he showed his tact. He was the most patient of instructors. So long as those under him were trying to do their best, no one could have been kinder or more forbearing, and he constantly urged his officers to come to his tent when they required explanation as to the details of their duty. Besides discipline and instruction, Jackson had the entire administration of his command upon his hands. Ammunition was exceedingly scarce, and he had to provide for the manufacture of ball cartridges. Transport there was none, but the great wagons of the valley farmers supplied the deficiency. The equipment of the artillery left much to be desired, and ammunition carts, or caissons, were constructed by fixing roughly made chests on the running gear of wagons. The supply and medical services were non-existent, and everything had to be organized de novo. Thus the officer in command at Harper's Ferry had his hands full, and in addition to his administrative labours, there was the enemy to be watched, information to be obtained, and measures of defence to be considered. A glance at the map will show the responsibilities of Jackson's position. The Virginia of the Confederacy was cut in two by the Blue Ridge, a chain of mountains 330 miles in length, which, rising in North Carolina, passes under different names through Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York, and Vermont, and sinks to the level on the Canadian frontier. The Blue Ridge varies in height from 2,000 to 6,000 feet. Densely wooded, it is traversed in Virginia only by the gaps, through which ran 3 railways and several roads. These gaps were of great strategic importance, for if they were once secured, a northern army moving up the valley of the Shenandoah would find a covered line of approach towards the Virginia and Tennessee Railway, which connected Richmond with the Mississippi. Nor was this the only advantage it would gain. From Lexington at its head to Harper's Ferry, where it strikes the Potomac, throughout its whole length of 140 miles, the valley was rich in agricultural produce. Its average width, for it is bounded on the west by the eastern ranges of the Alleghanies, is not more than 24 miles. But there were few districts of the earth's surface of equal extent more favoured by nature or more highly cultivated. It was the granary of Virginia, and not Richmond only, but the frontier garrisons depended largely for subsistence on the farms of the Shenandoah. Moreover, if the valley were occupied by the Federals, northwestern Virginia would be cut off from the Confederacy, and Jackson's native mountains, inhabited by a brave and hardy race, would be lost as a recruiting ground. In order then to secure the loyalty of the mountaineers, to supply the armies, and to protect the railways, the retention of the valley was of the utmost importance to the Confederacy. The key of the communication with the northwest was Winchester, the chief town of the lower valley, 26 miles, in an airline southwest of Harper's Ferry. From Winchester, 2 highways led westward by Romney and Moorfield, 4 lead east and southeast, crossing the Blue Ridge by Snickers, Ashby's and Manassas and Chester Gaps, and the first objective of the Confederate force at Harper's Ferry was to cover this nucleus of roads. End of Section 9. Section 10 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Harper's Ferry, Part 2. During the month of May, the garrison of the frontier post was undisturbed by the enemy. Lincoln's first call had been for 75,000 volunteers. For May 3rd, he asked for an additional 40,000. These, when trained with 18,000 seamen and a detachment of regulars, would place at his disposal 150,000 men. The greater part of this force had assembled at Washington, but a contingent of 10,000 or 12,000 men under General Patterson, a regular officer of many years' service, was collecting in Pennsylvania, and an outpost of 3,000 men was established at Chambersburg, 45 miles north of Harper's Ferry. These troops, however, though formidable in numbers, were as ill prepared for war as the Confederates, and no immediate movement was to be anticipated. Not only had the federal authorities to equip and organize their levies, but the position of Washington was the cause of much embarrassment. The District of Columbia, the 60 square miles set apart for the seat of the federal government, lies on the Potomac, 50 miles southeast of Harper's Ferry, wedged in between Virginia on one side and Maryland on the other. The loyalty of Maryland to the Union was more than doubtful. As a slaveholding state, her sympathies were strongly Southern. It was only her geographical situation north of the Potomac, and with no strong frontier to protect her from invasion, which had held her back from joining the Confederacy. As only a single line of railway connected Washington with the North, passing through Baltimore, the chief city of Maryland, a very hotbed of secession sentiment, the attitude of the state was a matter of the utmost anxiety to the federal government. An attempt to send troops through Baltimore to Washington had provoked a popular commotion and some bloodshed. Stern measures had been necessary to keep the railway open. Baltimore was placed under martial law and strongly garrisoned. But despite these precautions, for some weeks the feeling in Maryland was so hostile to the Union that it was not considered safe for the northern troops to cross the territory except in large numbers, and the concentration at Washington of a force sufficient to defend it was thus attended with much difficulty. A single railroad, too, the Baltimore and Ohio, connected Washington and the West, crossing the Potomac at Harper's Ferry and following the course of the river. It ran for 120 miles within the confines of Virginia. Thus, the district commanded by Jackson embraced an artery of supply and communication which was of great importance to the enemy. The natural course would have been to destroy the line at once, but the susceptibilities of both Maryland and West Virginia had to be considered. The stoppage of all traffic on their main trade route would have done much to alienate the people from the South, and there was still hope that Maryland might throw in her lot with the seceded sisters. The line was therefore left intact, and the company permitted to maintain the regular service of trains, including the mails. For this privilege, however, Jackson exacted toll. The Confederate railways were deficient in rolling stock, and he determined to effect a large transfer from the Baltimore and Ohio. From Point of Rocks, 12 miles east of Harper's Ferry, to Martinsburg, 15 miles west, the line was double. The coal traffic along it, says General Imboden, was immense, for the Washington government was accumulating supplies of coal on the seaboard. These coal trains passed Harper's Ferry at all hours of the day and night, and thus furnished Jackson with a pretext for arranging a brilliant capture. A detachment was posted at Point of Rocks, and the 5th Virginia Infantry at Martinsburg. He then complained to the president of the Baltimore and Ohio that the night trains eastward bound disturbed the repose of his camp, and requested a change of schedule that would pass all eastbound trains by Harper's Ferry between 11 and 1 o'clock in the daytime. The request was complied with, and thereafter for several days was heard the constant roar of passing trains for an hour before and an hour after noon. But since the empties were sent up the road at night, Jackson again complained that the nuisance was as great as ever, and, as the road had 2 tracks, said he must insist that the westbound trains should pass during the same hour as those going east. Again he was obliged, and we then had for 2 hours every day the liveliest railroad in America. One night, as soon as the schedule was working at its best, Jackson instructed the officer commanding at Point of Rocks to take a force of men across to the Maryland side of the river, and next day at 11 o'clock, and letting all westbound trains pass till 12 o'clock to permit none to go east. He ordered the reverse to be done at Martinsburg. Thus he caught all the trains that were going east or west between these points, and ran them up to Winchester, 32 miles on the branch line, whence they were removed by horsepower to the railway at Strasburg, 18 miles further south. May 24th. This capture was Jackson's only exploit while in command at Harper's Ferry. On May 24th he was relieved by General Joseph E. Johnston, one of the senior officers of the Confederate Army. The transfer of authority was not, however, at once effected. Johnston reached Harper's Ferry in advance of his letter of appointment. Jackson had not been instructed that he was to hand over his command, and strictly conforming to regulations, he respectfully declined to vacate his post. Fortunately, a communication soon came from General Lee, commanding the Virginia troops, in which he referred to Johnston as in command at Harper's Ferry. Jackson at once recognized this letter as an official evidence that he was superseded, and from that time forth rendered his superior the most faithful and zealous support. He seems at first to have expected he would be sent to northwest Virginia, and his one ambition at this time was to be selected as the instrument of saving his native mountains to the south. But the Confederate government had other views. At the beginning of June, a more compact organization was given to the regiments at Harper's Ferry, and Jackson was assigned to the command of the 1st Brigade of the Army of the Shenandoah. Recruited in the valley of the Shenandoah and the Western Mountains, the brigade consisted of the following regiments: the 2nd Virginia, Colonel Allen; the 4th Virginia, Colonel Preston; the 5th Virginia, Colonel Harper; the 27th Virginia, Lieutenant Colonel Eccles; the 33rd Virginia, Colonel Cummings. A battery of artillery raised in Rockbridge County was attached to the brigade, commanded by the Reverend Dr. Pendleton, the rector of Lexington, an old West Point graduate, who was afterwards distinguished as Lee's chief of artillery. And recruited largely from theological colleges, it soon became peculiarly efficient. No better material for soldiers ever existed than the men of the valley. Most of them were of Scotch-Irish descent, but from the more northern counties came many of the English blood, and from those in the centre of Swiss and German. But whatever their origin, they were thoroughly well qualified for their new trade. All classes mingled in the ranks, and all ages. The heirs of the oldest families and the humblest sons of toil, boys whom it was impossible to keep at school, and men whose white beards hung below their cross-belts. Youths who had been reared in luxury, and rough hunters from their lonely cabins. They were a mountain people, nurtured in a wholesome climate, bred to manly sports, and hardened by the free life of the field and forest. To social distinctions they gave little heed. They were united for a common purpose. They had taken arms to defend Virginia and to maintain her rights, and that patriotism was proved by the sacrifice of all personal consideration and individual interest. Nor is the purity of their motives to be questioned. They had implicit faith in the righteousness of their cause. Slave owners were few in the valley, and the farms were tilled mainly by free labor. The abolition of Negro servitude would have affected but little the population west of the Blue Ridge. But nevertheless, west of the Blue Ridge, the doctrine of states' rights was as firmly rooted as in the Carolinas. The idea that a state could be coerced into remaining within the Union as fiercely repudiated, and the men of the valley faced the gathering hosts of the North in the same spirit that they would have faced the hosts of a foreign foe. In the first weeks of June, the military situation became more threatening. The Union armies were taking shape. The levies of volunteers seemed sufficiently trained to render reconquest practicable, and the great wave of invasion had already mounted the horizon. A force of 25,000 men, based on the Ohio, threatened northwest Virginia. There had been collisions on the Atlantic seaboard, where the Federals held Fortress Monroe, a strong citadel within 80 miles of Richmond, and Richmond had become the capital of the Confederacy. There had been fighting in Missouri, and the partisans of the South in that state had already been badly worsted. The vast power of the North was making itself felt on land, and on the sea had asserted an ascendancy which it never lost. The blue waters of the Gulf of Mexico were patrolled by a fleet with which the Confederates had no means of coping. From the sea wall of Charleston, the great Atlantic port of the South, the masts of the blockading squadron were visible in the offing, and beyond the mouths of the Mississippi, closing the approaches to New Orleans, the long black hulls steamed slowly to and fro. But it was about Manassas Junction, 30 miles southwest of Washington, and barring the road to Richmond, that all interest centered during the first campaign. Here was posted the main army of the Confederacy, 20,000 volunteers under General Beauregard, the Manassas Gap Railway forming an easy means of communication with the Army of the Shenandoah. Johnston's force had been gradually increased to 10,000 officers and men, but the general was by no means convinced of the desirability of holding Harper's Ferry. The place itself was insignificant. It had contained an arsenal, but this had been burned by the Federals when they evacuated the post, and it was absolutely untenable against attack. To the east runs the Shenandoah, and immediately above the river stands a spur of the Blue Ridge, the Loudon Heights, completely commanding the little town. Beyond the Potomac is a crest of equal altitude, covered with forest trees and undergrowth, and bearing the name of the Maryland Heights. Jackson, without waiting for instructions, had taken on himself to hold and fortify the Maryland Heights. I am of the opinion, he had written to General Lee, that this place should be defended with the spirit which actuated the defenders of Thermopylae. And, if left to myself, such is my determination, the fall of this place would, I fear, result in the loss of the northwestern part of the state, and who can estimate the moral power thus gained to the enemy and lost to ourselves? Lee, also, was averse to evacuation. Such a measure, he said, would be depressing to the cause of the South, and would leave Maryland isolated. The post, it was true, could be easily turned, by crossing the Potomac at Williamsport and Shepherdstown, 20 and 10 miles northwest respectively. The Federals would threaten the communications of the garrison with Winchester. In case they were attacked, the Confederates would have to fight with their backs to the Shenandoah, broad, deep, and unbridged, and the ground westward of Harper's Ferry was ill-adapted for defense. Attack, in Lee's opinion, would have been best met by a resolute offense. Johnston, however, believed his troops unfitted for active maneuvers, and he was permitted to choose his own course. The incident is of small importance, but it served to show an identity of opinion between Lee and Jackson, and the regard for the moral aspect of the situation, which was to make itself manifest with extraordinary results at a later period. June 14th. On June 14th, Johnston destroyed the railway bridge over the Potomac, removed the machinery that had been rescued from the arsenal, burned the public buildings, and the next day retired on Winchester. His immediate opponent, General Patterson, had crossed the Pennsylvania border and, moving through Maryland, had occupied Williamsport with 14,000 men. A detachment of Confederate militia had been driven from Romney, 35 miles northwest of Winchester, and the general forward movement of the enemy had become pronounced. June 20th. On June 20th, Jackson's brigade was ordered to destroy the workshops of the Baltimore and Ohio Railway at Martinsburg, together with the whole of the rolling stock that might be found, and to support the cavalry. The first of these tasks, although Martinsburg is no more than 10 miles distant from Williamsport, was easily accomplished. 4 locomotives were sent back to Winchester, drawn by teams of horses, and several more, together with many wagons, were given to the flames. The second task demanded no unusual exertions. The Federals, as yet, manifested no intention of marching upon Winchester, nor was the Confederate cavalry in need of immediate assistance. The force numbered 300 sabres. The men were untrained, but they were first-rate horsemen. They knew every inch of the country, and they were exceedingly well commanded. Lieutenant Colonel J.E.B. Stuart, who had been a captain of dragoons in the United States Army, had already given token of those remarkable qualities which were afterwards to make him famous. Of an old Virginia family, he was the very type of the cavalier, fearless and untiring, boisterous as March, yet fresh as May. Educated at West Point and trained in Indian fighting in the prairies, he brought to the great struggle upon which he had now entered a thorough knowledge of arms, a bold and fertile conception, and a constitution of body which enabled him to bear up against fatigues which would have prostrated the strength of other men. Those who saw him at this time are eloquent in their description of the energy and the habits of the man. They tell how he remained almost constantly in the saddle, how he never failed to instruct personally every squad which went out on picket, how he was everywhere present, at all hours of the day and night along the line which he guarded, and how, by infusing into the raw cavalry his own activity and watchfulness, he was enabled, in spite of the small force which he commanded, to observe the whole part of the Potomac from the Point of Rocks to beyond Williamsport. His animal spirits were unconquerable, his gaiety and humour unfailing. He had a ready jest for all, and made the forests ring with his songs as he marched at the head of the column. So great was his activity that General Johnston compared him to that species of hornet called a yellow jacket, and said that he was no sooner brushed off than he lit back again. When the general was subsequently transferred to the West, he wrote to Stuart, "How can I eat, sleep, or rest in peace without you upon the outpost?" No officer in the Confederate was more trusted by his superiors or more popular with the men, and Jackson was no more proof than others against the attractions of his sunny and noble nature. As a soldier, Stuart was a colleague after his own heart, and, as a man, he was hardly less congenial. The dashing horseman of 28, who rivaled Marat in his fondness for gay colours, and to all appearance looked upon war as a delightful frolic, held a rule of life as strict as that of his Presbyterian comrade, and outwardly a sharp contrast, inwardly they were in the closest sympathy. Stuart's fame as a leader was to be won in the larger fields than those west of the Blue Ridge, and although sprung from the same Scotch-Irish stock, he was in no way connected with the Valley soldiers. but from the very outbreak of the war he was intimately associated with Jackson and his men. Fortune seemed to take a curious delight in bringing them together. They were together in their first skirmish and in their last great victory, and now on the banks of the Potomac, watching the hostile masses that were assembling on the further shore, they first learned to know each other's worth. July 2nd. On July 2nd, Patterson crossed the river. The movement was at once reported by Stuart, and Jackson, with the 5th Virginia and a battery, advanced to meet the enemy. His instructions from Johnston was to ascertain the strength of the hostile force, and then to retire under cover of the cavalry. 4 regiments of his brigade were therefore left in the camp. The baggage was sent back, and when the 5th Virginia had marched out a short distance, 3 of the 4 guns were halted. Near Falling Waters, a country church some 5 miles south of the Potomac, Patterson's advanced guard was discovered on the road. The country on either hand, like the greater part of the valley, was open, undulating, and highly cultivated, view and movement being obstructed only by rail fences and patches of high timber. The Virginians were partially concealed by a strip of woodland, and when the Federal skirmishers deployed on either side of the highway moved forward to the attack, they were received by heavy and unexpected fire. As the enemy fell back, a portion of the Confederate line was thrown forward, occupying a house and barn, and despite the fire of 2 guns which the Federals had brought up, the men, with their impetuous rashness of young troops, dashed out to the attack. But Jackson intervened. The enemy, who had 2 brigades of infantry, were well closed up, was deploying a heavy force, his skirmishers were again advancing, and the 5th Virginia, in danger of being outflanked, was ordered to retire to its first position. The movement was misconstrued by the Federals, and down the high road, in solid column, came the pursuing cavalry. A well-aimed shot from the single field piece sufficed to check their progress. A confused mass of horsemen went flying to the rear, and the Confederate gunners turned their attention to the hostile battery. Stuart, at the same time, performed a notable feat. He had moved with 50 troopers to attack the enemy's right flank, and in reconnoitring through the woods had become detached for the moment from his command. As he rode along a winding lane, he saw resting in a field a company of Federal infantry. He still wore the uniform of the United States Army. The enemy suspected nothing, taking him for one of their own cavalry, and he determined to effect their capture. Riding up to the fence, he bade one of the men remove the bars. This was done with respectful alacrity, and then he galloped among them, shouting, "Throw down your arms, or you're all dead men." The stentorian order was at once obeyed. The raw troops not only dropped their rifles, but fell upon their faces, and the Confederate troopers, coming to their leader's aid, marched the whole company as prisoners to the rear. So firm was the attitude of Jackson's command that General Patterson was thoroughly imposed upon. Slowly and cautiously he pushed out right and left, and it was not till noon that the Confederates were finally ordered to retreat. Beyond desultory skirmishing, there was no further fighting. The 5th Virginia fell back on the main body. Stuart came in with his string of captives, and leaving the cavalry to watch the enemy, the 1st Brigade went into camp some 2 miles south of Martinsburg. Patterson reported to his government that he had been opposed by 3,500 men, exactly 10 times Jackson's actual number. The losses on either side were inconsiderable, a few men killed and 10 or 15 wounded, and if the Confederates carried off 50 prisoners, the Federals had the satisfaction of burning some tents, which Jackson had been unable to remove. The engagement, however, had the best effect on the morale of the Southern troops, and they were not so ignorant as to overlook the skill and coolness with which they had been manoeuvred. It is possible that their commander appeared in an unexpected light, and that they had watched his behaviour with some amount of curiosity. They certainly discovered that a distaste for show and frippery is no indication of an unwarlike spirit. In the midst of the action, while he was writing a dispatch, a cannonball had torn a tree above his head to splinters. Not a muscle moved, and he wrote on as if he was seated in his own tent. July 3rd. The day after Falling Waters, on Johnston's recommendation, Jackson received from General Lee his commission as Brigadier General in the Confederate Army. "My promotion," he wrote to his wife, "was beyond what I had anticipated, as I only expected to be in the volunteer forces of the States. One of my greatest desires for advancement is the gratification it will give my darling, and the opportunity of serving my country more efficiently. I have had all that I ought to desire in the line of promotion. I should be very ungrateful if I were not contented, and exceedingly thankful to our kind Heavenly Father." Of Patterson's further movements it is unnecessary to speak at length. The Federal army crawled on to Martinsburg. Halting 7 miles southwest, Jackson was reinforced by Johnston's whole command, and here for 4 days the Confederates, drawn up in line of battle, awaited attack. But the Federals stood fast in Martinsburg, and on the 4th day Johnston withdrew to Winchester. The Virginia soldiers were bitterly dissatisfied. At first even Jackson chafed. He was eager for further action. His experiences at Falling Waters had given him no exalted notion of the enemy's prowess, and he was ready to engage them single-handed. "I want my brigade," he said, "to feel that it can itself whip Patterson's whole army, and I believe we can do it." But Johnston's self-control was admirable. He was ready to receive attack, believing that in his selected position he could repulse superior numbers. But he was deaf to all who clamoured for an offensive movement, to the murmurs of the men, and to the remonstrances of the officers. The stone houses of Martinsburg and its walled enclosures were proof against assault, and promised at most a bloody victory. His stock of ammunition was scanty in the extreme. The infantry had but 14 cartridges apiece, and although his patience was construed by his troops as a want of enterprise, he had in truth displayed great daring in offering battle south of Martinsburg. The Federal army at Washington, commanded by General McDowell, amounted to 50,000 men. A portion of this force was already south of the Potomac, and Beauregard's 20,000 Confederates at Manassas Junction were seriously threatened. In West Virginia, the enemy had advanced, moving fortunately in the direction of Staunton, at the southern end of the valley, and not on Winchester. July 11th. On July 11th, this force of 20,000 men defeated a Confederate detachment at Rich Mountain, not far from Jackson's birthplace, and although it was still in the heart of the Alleghanies, a few marches, which there were practically no troops to oppose, would give it control of the upper valley. Thus menaced by 3 columns of invasion numbering together over 80,000 men, the chances of the Confederates, who had mustered no more than 32,000 all told, looked small indeed. But the 3 Federal columns were widely separated, and it was possible, by means of the Manassas Gap Railway, for Johnson and Beauregard to unite with greater rapidity than their opponents. President Davis, acting on the advice of General Lee, had therefore determined to concentrate the whole available force at Manassas Junction, and to meet at that point the column advancing from Washington. The difficulty was for the Army of the Shenandoah to give Patterson the slip. This could easily have been done while that officer stood fast at Martinsburg, but in Lee's opinion, if the enemy found that the whole force of the Confederacy was concentrating at Manassas Junction, the Washington column would remain within the entrenchments around the capital, and the Confederates would be put to great disadvantage of achieving nothing, and leaving the other points, Winchester and Staunton, exposed. The concentration, therefore, was to be postponed until the Washington column had advanced. But by this time Patterson might be close to Winchester or threatening the Manassas Railway. Johnston had thus a most delicate task before him, and in view of the superior numbers which the Federals could bring against Manassas, it was essential that not a man should be wasted in minor enterprises. The defeat of Patterson, even had it been practical, would not have prevented the Washington column from advancing, and every Confederate rifleman who fell in the valley would be one less at Manassas. July 15th. On July 15th, Patterson left Martinsburg and moved in the direction of Winchester. On the 16th, he remained halted at Bunker's Hill, 9 miles north, and on the 17th, instead of continuing his advance, moved to his left and occupied Charlestown. His indecision was manifest. He, too, had no easy part to play. His instructions were to hold Johnston in the valley, while McDowell advanced against Beauregard. But his instructions were either too definite or not definite enough, and he himself was overcautious. He believed, and so did General Scott, that Johnston might be retained at Winchester by demonstrations, that is, by making a show of strength and by feigned attacks. For more vigorous action, Patterson was not in the least inclined, and we can hardly wonder if he hesitated to trust his ill-trained regiments to the confusion and chances of an attack. Even in that day of raw soldiers and inexperienced leaders, his troops had had an unenviable reputation. They had enlisted for 3 months, and their term of service was nearly up. Their commander had no influence with them, and turning a deaf ear to his appeals, they stubbornly refused to remain with the colours even for a few days over their term of service. They were possibly disgusted with the treatment they had received from the government. The men had received no pay. Many were without shoes, and others, according to their general, were without pants. They cannot march, he adds, and unless a paymaster goes with them, they will be indecently clad and have just cause of complaint. Nevertheless, the Federal authorities made a grievous mistake when they allowed Patterson and his sans-culottes to move to Charlestown. McDowell marched against Beauregard on the afternoon of the 16th, and Patterson should have been instructed to attack Johnston at any cost. Even had the latter been successful, he could hardly have reinforced the main army in time to meet McDowell. July 18th. At 1 a.m. on the morning of the 18th, Johnston received a telegram from the President to the effect that McDowell was advancing on Manassas. Stuart was immediately directed to keep Patterson amused, and leaving their sick, 1,700 in number, to the care of Winchester, the troops were ordered to strike tents and prepare to march. No man knew the object of the movement, and when the regiments passed through Winchester, marching southward with their backs to the enemy, the step was lagging and the men dispirited. A few miles out, as they turned eastward, the brigades were halted and an order was read to them. Our gallant army under General Beauregard is now attacked by overwhelming numbers. The commanding general hopes that his troops will step out like men and make a forced march to save the country. The effect of this stirring appeal was instantaneous. The soldiers, says Jackson, rent the air with shouts of joy, and all was eagerness and animation. The march was resumed, and as mile after mile was passed, although there was much useless delay and the pace was slow, the faint outlines of the Blue Ridge rising high above the valley changed imperceptibly to a mighty wall of rock and forest. As the night came down, a long reach of the Shenandoah crossed the road. The ford was waist deep, but the tall Virginians, plunging without hesitation into the strong current, gained the opposite shore with little loss of time. The guns and wagons followed in long succession through the darkling waters, and still the heavy tramp of the toiling column passed eastward through the quiet fields. The Blue Ridge was crossed at Ashby's Gap, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, near the little village of Paris, the 1st Brigade was halted on the further slope. They had marched over 20 miles, and so great was their exhaustion that the men sank prostrate on the ground beside their muskets. They were already sleeping when an officer reminded Jackson that there were no pickets round the bivouac. "Let the poor fellows sleep," was the reply. "I will guard the camp myself." And so, through the watches of the summer night, the general himself stood sentry over his unconscious troops. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Chapter 6. The First Battle of Manassas, or Bull Run. Part 1. July 19. At the first streak of dawn, Jackson aroused his men and resumed the march. Before the column gained the plain, Stuart's cavalry clattered past, leaving Patterson at Charlestown in ignorance of his adversary's escape, and congratulating himself on the success of his cautious strategy. At Piedmont, a station at the foot of the Blue Ridge, trains were waiting for the conveyance of the troops, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jackson and his brigade had reached Manassas Junction. The cavalry, artillery, and wagons moved by road, and the remainder of Johnston's infantry was expected to follow the 1st Brigade without delay. But in war, unless there has been ample time for preparation, railways are not always an expeditious means of travel. The line was single, so short notice had been given that it was impossible to collect enough rolling stock. The officials were inexperienced. There was much mismanagement, and on the morning of Sunday, July 21, only 3 brigades of the Army of the Shenandoah, Jackson's, B's, and Bartow's, together with the cavalry and artillery, had joined Beauregard. Kirby Smith's brigade, about 1,900 strong, was still upon the railway. The delay might easily have been disastrous. Happily, the Federal movements were even more tardy. Had the invading army been well organized, Beauregard would probably have been defeated before Johnston could have reached him. McDowell had advanced from Washington on the afternoon of the 16th with 35,000 men. On the morning of the 18th, the greater part of his force was concentrated at Centreville, 22 miles from Washington, and 5.5 northeast of Manassas Junction. Beauregard's outposts had already fallen back to the banks of Bull Run, a stream made difficult by wooded and precipitous banks from 2 to 3 miles south, and of much the same width as the Thames at Oxford. It would have been possible to have attacked on the morning of the 19th, but the Federal commander was confronted by many obstacles. He knew little of the country. Although it was almost within sight of the capital, the maps were indifferent. Guides who could describe roads and positions from a military point of view were not forthcoming. All information had to be procured by personal reconnaissance, and few of his officers had been trained to such work. Moreover, the army was most unwieldy. 35,000 men, together with 10 batteries and the requisite train of wagons, was a force far larger than any American officer had yet set eyes upon, and the movement of such a mass demanded precise arrangement on the part of the staff, and on the part of the troops, most careful attention to order and punctuality. But of these both staff and troops were incapable. The invading force might have done well in a defensive position, which would have had time to occupy, and where the supply of food and forage, carried on from stationary magazines, would have been comparatively easy. But directly it was put in motion, inexperience and indiscipline stood like giants in the path. The Federal troops were utterly unfitted for offensive movement, and both Scott and McDowell had protested against an immediate advance. The regiments had only been organized in brigades a week previously. They had never been exercised in mass. Deployment for battle had not yet been practiced, and to deploy 10,000 or 20,000 men for attack is a difficult operation, even with well-drilled troops and an inexperienced staff. Nor were the supply arrangements yet completed. The full complement of wagons had not arrived, and the drivers on the spot were as ignorant as they were insubordinate. The troops had received no instruction in musketry, and many of the regiments went into action without having once fired their rifles. But the protests of the generals were of no effect. The Federal cabinet decided that in the face of the public impatience it was impossible to postpone the movement. On to Richmond was the universal cry. The halls of Congress resounded with the fervid eloquence of the politicians. The press teemed with bombastic articles in which the Northern troops were favorably compared with the regular armies of Europe, and the need of discipline and training for the fearless and intelligent representatives of the sovereign people was scornfully repudiated. Ignorance of war and contempt for the lessons of history were to cost the nation dear. The march from Washington was a brilliant spectacle. The roads south of the Potomac were covered with masses of men, well armed and well clothed, amply furnished with artillery, and led by regular officers. To the sound of martial music, they had defiled before the President. They were accompanied by scores of carriages. Senators, members of Congress, and even ladies swelled the long procession. A crowd of reporters rode beside the columns, and the return of a victorious army could hardly have been hailed with more enthusiasm than the departure of these untrained and unblooded volunteers. Yet, pitiful masquerade as the march must have appeared to a soldier's eye, the majority of those who broke camp that summer morning were brave men and good Americans. To restore the Union, to avenge the insult to their country's flag, they had come forward with no other compulsion than the love of their motherland. If their self-confidence was supreme and even arrogant, it was the self-confidence of a strong and a fearless people, and their patriotism was of the loftiest kind. It would have been easy for the North, with her enormous wealth, to have organized a vast army of mercenaries wherewith to crush the South. But no, her sons were not willing that their country's honor should be committed to meaner hands. As they advanced into Virginia, the men, animated by their surroundings, stepped briskly forward, and the countryside was gay with fantastic uniforms and gorgeous standards. But the heat was oppressive, and the roads lay deep in dust. Knapsack, rifle, and blankets became a grievous burden. The excitement died away, and unbroken to the monotonous exertion of the march, the 3 months' recruits lost all semblance of subordination. The compact array of the columns was gradually lost, and a tail of laggards, rapidly increasing, brought up the rear. Regiment mingled with regiment. By each roadside brook, the men fell out in numbers. Every blackberry bush was surrounded by a knot of stragglers, and heedless of the orders of those officers who still attempted to keep them in the ranks, scores of so-called soldiers sought the cool shade of the surrounding woods. When darkness fell, the army was but 6 miles from its morning bivouacs, and it was not till late the next day that the stragglers rejoined their regiments. McDowell had intended to attack at once, but I could not, he says, get the troops forward earlier than we did. I wished them to go to Centreville the second day, but when I went to urge them forward, I was told that it was impossible for the men to march further. They had only come from Vienna about 6 miles, and it was not more than 6.5 miles further to Centreville, in all a march of 12.5 miles. But the men were foot-weary, not so much, I was told, by the distance marched, as by the time they had been on foot, caused by the obstructions in the road and the slow pace we had to move to avoid ambuscades. The men were, moreover, unaccustomed to marching, and not used to carrying even the load of light marching order. The trains hurriedly gotten together, with horses, wagons, drivers, and wagon masters, all new and unused to each other, moved with difficulty and disorder, and were the cause of a day's delay in getting the provisions forward. On the morning of the 18th, in order to attract the enemy's attention from his right, a brigade was sent south in the direction of Bull Run. The Confederate outposts fell back over Blackburn's Ford. The woods about the stream concealed the defenders' forces, and the Federals pushed on, bringing artillery into action. 2 Confederate guns, after firing a few shots, were withdrawn under cover, and the attacking troops reached the ford. Suddenly, from the high timber on the further bank, volleys of musketry blazed out in their very faces, and then came proof that some, at least, of the Federal regiments were no more to be relied upon in action than on the march. A portion of the force, despite the strong position of the enemy and the heavy fire, showed a bold front, but at least one regiment turned and fled, and was only rallied far in rear. The whole affair was a mistake on the part of the commander. His troops had been heedlessly pushed forward, and General Longstreet, commanding the opposing brigade, by carefully concealing his infantry, had drawn him into an ambuscade. The results of the action were not without importance. The Federals fell back with a loss of 83 officers and men, and the Confederates were much elated at their easy success. Among some of the Northerners, on the other hand, the sudden check to the advance and the bold bearing of the enemy turned confidence and enthusiasm into irrational despondency. A regiment and a battery, which had enlisted for 3 months and whose time was up, demanded their discharge, and notwithstanding the appeals of the Secretary of War, moved to the rear to the sound of the enemy's cannon. McDowell's plans were affected by the behavior of his troops. He was still ignorant. So skillfully had the march from the valley been carried out that Johnston had escaped Patterson. He was well aware, however, that such movement was within the bounds of possibility, yet he found himself compelled to postpone attack until the 21st. The 19th and 20th were spent in reconnaissance and in bringing up supplies, and the lack of organization made the issue of rations a long process. But it was the general's want of confidence in his soldiers that was the main cause of delay. The Confederates were strongly posted. The bridges and fords across Bull Run, with the exception of Sudley Ford, a long way upstream to the Federal right, were obstructed with felled trees and covered by rude entrenchments. Even with regular troops, a direct attack on a single point of passage would have been difficult. McDowell's first idea was to pass across the front of the defenses and turn the right at Wolf Run Shoals, 5 miles southeast of Union Mills. The country, however, on this flank was found to be unfit for the operations of large masses, and it was consequently determined to turn the Confederate left by way of Sudley Springs. The Federal Army consisted of 5 divisions of infantry, 43 guns, and 7 troops of regular cavalry. 9 batteries and 8 companies of infantry were supplied by the United States Army, and there was a small battalion of Marines. The strength of the force told off for the attack amounted to 30,000 all told. The Confederates, along the banks of Bull Run, disposed of 26,000 infantry, 2,500 cavalry, and 55 guns. Johnston, who had arrived on the 20th, had assumed command, but, ignorant of the country, he had allowed Beauregard to make the dispositions for the expected battle. The line occupied was extensive, 6 miles in length, stretching from the Stone Bridge, where the Warrenton High Road crosses Bull Run on the left, to the ford at Union Mills on the right. Besides these 2 points of passage, there were no less than 6 fords, to each of which ran a road from Centreville. The country to the north was undulating and densely wooded, and it would have been possible for the Federals, especially as the Southern cavalry was held back south of the stream, to mass before any one of the fords unobserved in superior numbers. Several of the fords, moreover, were weakly guarded, for Beauregard, who had made up his mind to attack, had massed the greater part of his army near the railroad. The Shenandoah troops were in reserve. B's and Bartow's brigades between McLean's and Blackburn's fords, Jackson's between Blackburn's and Mitchell fords in rear of the right center. The position south of Bull Run, originally selected by General Lee, was better adapted for defense than for attack. The stream, with its high banks, ran like the ditch of a fortress along the front, and to the south was the plateau on which stands Manassas Junction. The plateau is intersected by several creeks, running through deep depressions, and dividing the high ground into a series of bold undulations, level on the top and with gentle slopes. The most important of the creeks is Young's Branch, surrounding on 2 sides the commanding eminence crowned by the Henry House, and joining Bull Run a short distance below the Stone Bridge. That part of the field which borders on Flat Run and lies immediately north of Manassas Junction is generally thickly wooded, but shortly after passing New Market, the Manassas-Sudley Road, running northwest, emerges into more open country, and from the Henry House onward passes over several parallel ridges, deep in grass and corn, and studded between with groves of oak and pine. Here the large fields, without hedges and scantily fenced, formed an admirable maneuver ground. The wide depressions of the creeks, separating the crests of the ridges by a space of 1,500 or 1,600 yards, gave free play to the artillery. The long, easy slopes could be swept by fire, and the groves were no obstruction to the view. The left flank of the Confederate position, facing north on either side of the Manassas-Sudley Road, was thus an ideal battlefield. July 21, 6:30 a.m. Sunday morning, the 21st of July, broke clear and warm. Through a miscarriage of orders, the Confederate offensive movement was delayed, and soon after 6 o'clock the Federals opened with musketry and artillery against the small brigade commanded by Colonel Evans, which held the Stone Bridge on the extreme left of the Confederate line. An hour later, the Shenandoah brigades, B's, Bartow's, and Jackson's, together with Bonham's, were ordered up in support. 8:30 a.m. The attack was feebly pressed, and at 8:30 Evans, observing a heavy cloud of dust rising above the woods to the north of the Warrenton Road, became satisfied that the movement to his front was but a feint, and that a column of the enemy was meanwhile marching to turn his flank by way of Sudley Springs, about 2 miles northwest. 9 a.m. Sending back this information to the next brigade, he left 4 companies to hold the bridge, and with 6 companies of riflemen, a battalion called the Louisiana Tigers, and 2 6-pounder howitzers, he moved across Young's Branch, and took post on the Matthews Hill, a long ridge which, at the same elevation, faces the Henry Hill. Evans' soldierly instinct had penetrated the design of the Federal commander, and his ready assumption of responsibility threw a strong force across the path of the turning column, and gave time for his superiors to alter their dispositions and bring up the reserves. The Federal force opposite the Stone Bridge consisted of a whole division, and its commander, General Tyler, had been instructed to divert attention by means of a vigorous demonstration from the march of Hunter's and Heintzelman's divisions to a ford near Sudley Springs. Part of the 5th Division was retained in reserve at Centerville, and part threatened the fords over Bull Run below the Stone Bridge. The 4th Division had been left upon the railroad, 7 miles in rear of Centerville, in order to guard the communications with Washington. Already, in forming the line of march, there had been much confusion. The divisions had bivouacked in loose order, without any regard for the morrow's movements, and their concentration previous to the advance was very tedious. The brigades crossed each other's route, the march was slow, and the turning column, blocked by Tyler's division on its way to the Stone Bridge, was delayed for nearly 3 hours. 9:30 a.m. At last, however, Hunter and Heintzelman crossed Sudley Ford, and after marching a mile in the direction of Manassas Junction, the leading brigade struck Evans' riflemen. The Confederates were concealed by a fringe of woods, and the Federals were twice repulsed. But supports came crowding up, and Evans sent back for reinforcements. The fight had lasted for an hour. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and the check to the enemy's advance had given time for the Confederates to form a line of battle on the Henry Hill. B and Bartow, accompanied by Imboden's battery, were in position. Hampton's Legion, a regiment raised and commanded by an officer who was one of the wealthiest planters in South Carolina, and who became one of the finest soldiers in the Confederacy, was not far behind, and Jackson was coming up. Again, the situation was saved by the prompt initiative of a brigade commander. B had been ordered to support the troops at the Stone Bridge. Moving forward towards the Henry Hill, he had been informed by a mounted orderly that the whole Federal army seemed to be moving to the northwest. A signal officer on the plateau who had caught the glint of the brass field pieces which accompanied the hostile column, still several miles distant, had sent the message. B waited for no further instructions. Ordering Bartow to follow, he climbed the Henry Hill. The wide and beautiful landscape lay spread before him. Evans' small command was nearly a mile distant on the Matthews Hill, and on the ridges to the far northwest he saw the glitter of many bayonets. 11 a.m. Rapidly placing his battery in position near the Henry House, B formed a line of battle on the crest above Young's Branch, but very shortly afterwards, acceding to an appeal for help from Evans, he hurried his troops forward to the Matthews Hill. His new position protected the rear of the companies which held the Stone Bridge, and so long as the bridge was held, the two wings of the Federal Army were unable to cooperate. But on the Matthews Hill, the enemy's strength, especially in artillery, was overwhelming, and the Confederates were soon compelled to fall back to the Henry Hill. McDowell had already sent word to Tyler to force the Stone Bridge, and Sherman's brigade of this division, passing the stream by a ford, threatened the flank of B and Evans as they retreated across Young's Branch. The Federals now swarmed over the Matthews Hill, but Imboden's battery, which B had again posted on the Henry Hill, and Hampton's Legion, occupying the Robinson House, a wooden tenement on the open spur which projects toward the Stone Bridge, covered the retirement of the discomfited brigades. They were not, however, suffered to fall back unharassed. A long line of guns, following fast upon their tracks and crossing the fields at a gallop, came into action on the opposite slope. In vain Imboden's gunners, with their pieces well placed behind a swell of ground, strove to divert their attention from the retreating infantry, now climbing the slopes of the Henry Hill. The Federal batteries, powerful in numbers, in discipline, and in material, plied their fire fast. The shells fell in quick succession among the disordered ranks of the Southern regiments, and not all the efforts of their officers could stay their flight. The day seemed lost. Strong masses of Northern infantry were moving forward past the stone house on the Warrenton Turnpike. Hampton's Legion was retiring on the right. Imboden's battery, with but 3 rounds remaining for each piece, galloped back across the Henry Hill, and this commanding height, the key of the battleground, was abandoned to the enemy. But help was at hand. Jackson, like Bee and Bartow, had been ordered to the stone bridge. Hearing the heavy fire to his left increasing in intensity, he had turned the head of his column toward the most pressing danger and had sent a messenger to Bee to announce his coming. As he pushed rapidly forward, part of the troops he intended to support swept by in disorder to the rear. Imboden's battery came dashing back, and that officer, meeting Jackson, expressed with a profanity which was evidently displeasing to the general his disgust at being left without support. "I'll support your battery," was the brief reply. "Unlimber right here." 11:30 a.m. At this moment appeared General B, approaching at full gallop, and he and Jackson met face to face. The latter was cool and composed, B covered with dust and sweat, his sword in his hand and his horse foaming. "General," he said, "they are beating us back." "Then, sir, we will give them the bayonet." The thin lips closed like a vice, and the 1st Brigade, pressing up the slope, formed into line on the eastern edge of the Henry Hill. Jackson's determined bearing inspired B with renewed confidence. He turned bridle and galloped back to the ravine where his officers were attempting to reform their broken companies. Riding into the midst of the throng, he pointed with his sword to the Virginia regiments, deployed in well-ordered array on the height above. "Look," he shouted, "there is Jackson standing like a stone wall. Rally behind the Virginians." The men took up the cry, and the happy augury of the expression, applied at a time when defeat seemed imminent and hearts were failing, was remembered when the danger had passed away. The position which Jackson had occupied was the strongest that could be found. He had not gone forward to the crest which looks down upon Young's Branch and commands the slopes by which the Federals were advancing. From that crest extended a wide view and a wide field of fire, but both flanks would have been exposed. The Henry House was nothing more than a cottage. Neither here nor elsewhere was there shelter for his riflemen, and they would have been exposed to the full force of the Federal artillery without power of reply. But on the eastern edge of the hill, where he had chosen to deploy, ran a belt of young pines, affording excellent cover, which merged into a dense oak wood near the Sudley road. Along the edge of the pines, Jackson placed his regiments, with 6 guns to support them. Lying in rear of the guns were the 4th and 27th Virginia. On the right was the 5th, on the left the 2nd and 33rd. Both flanks were in the woods, and Stuart, whom Jackson had called upon to secure his left, was watching the ground beyond the road. To the front, for a space of 500 yards, stretched the level crest of the hill, and the ground beyond the Henry House, dipping to the valley of Young's Branch, where the Federals were now gathering, was wholly unseen. But as the tactics of Wellington so often proved, a position from which the view is limited, well in rear of a crest line, may be exceedingly strong for defense, provided that troops who hold it can use the bayonet. It would be difficult in the extreme for the Federals to pave the way for their attack with artillery. From the guns on the Matthews Hill, the Virginia regiments were well sheltered, and the range was long. To do effective work, the hostile batteries would have to cross Young's Branch, ascend the Henry Hill, and come into action within 500 yards of Jackson's line. Even if they were able to hold their ground at so short a range, they could make no accurate practice under the fire of the Confederate marksmen. 12 noon. In rear of Jackson's line, B, Bartow, and Evans were rallying their men, when Johnston and Beauregard, compelled by the unexpected movement of the Federals to abandon all idea of attack, appeared upon the Henry Hill. They were accompanied by 2 batteries of artillery, Pendleton's and Albertus's. The colors of the broken regiments were ordered to the front, and the men rallied, taking post on Jackson's right. The moment was critical. The blue masses of the Federals, the dust rolling high above them, were already descending the opposite slopes. The guns flashed fiercely through the yellow cloud, and the Confederate force was but a handful. 3 brigades had been summoned from the fords, but the nearest was 4 miles distant, and many of the troops upon the plateau were already half demoralized by retreat. The generals set themselves to revive the courage of their soldiers. Beauregard galloped along the line, cheering the regiments in every portion of the field, and then, with the color-bearers accompanying him, rode forward to the crest. Johnston was equally conspicuous. The enemy's shells were bursting on every side, and the shouts of the Confederates, recognizing their leaders as they dashed across the front, redoubled the uproar. Meanwhile, before the center of his line, with an unconcern which had a marvelous effect on his untried command, Jackson rode slowly to and fro. Except that his face was a little paler and his eyes brighter, he looked exactly as his men had seen him so often on parade, and as he passed along the crest above them, they heard from time to time the reassuring words, uttered in a tone which betrayed no trace of excitement. "Steady, men, steady. All's well." It was at this juncture, while the confusion of taking up a new position with shattered and ill-drilled troops was at the highest, that the battle lulled. The Federal infantry, after defeating Bee and Evans, had to cross the deep gully and marshy banks of Young's Branch, to climb the slope of the Henry Hill, and to form for a fresh attack. Even with trained soldiers, a hot fight is so conducive of disorder that it is difficult to initiate a rapid pursuit, and the Northern regiments were very slow in resuming their formations. At the same time, too, the fire of their batteries became less heavy. From their position beyond Young's Branch, the rifled guns had been able to ply the Confederate lines with shell, and their effective practice had rendered the work of rallying the troops exceedingly difficult. But when his infantry advanced, McDowell ordered one half of his artillery, 2 fine batteries of regulars made up principally of rifled guns, to cross Young's Branch. This respite was of the utmost value to the Confederates. The men, encouraged by the gallant bearing of their leaders, fell in at once upon the colors, and when Hunter's regiments appeared on the further rim of the plateau, they were received with a fire which for a moment drove them back. But the regular batteries were close at hand, and as they came into action the battle became general on the Henry Hill. The Federals had 16,000 infantry available, the Confederates no more than 6,500, but the latter were superior in artillery, 16 pieces confronting 12. The Federal guns, however, were of heavier caliber. The gunners were old soldiers, and both friend and foe testified to the accuracy of their fire, their fine discipline, and staunch endurance. The infantry, on the other hand, was not well handled. The attack was purely frontal. No attempt whatever was made to turn the Confederate flanks, although the stone bridge, except for the abattis, was now open, and Johnston's line might easily have been taken in reverse. Nor does it appear that the cavalry was employed to ascertain where the flanks rested. Moreover, instead of massing the troops for a determined onslaught, driven home by sheer weight of numbers, the attack was made by successive brigades, those in rear waiting till those in front had been defeated, and in the same manner, the brigades attacked by successive regiments. Such tactics were inexcusable. It was certainly necessary to push the attack home before the Confederate reinforcements could get up, and troops who had never drilled in mass would have taken much time to assume the orthodox formation of several lines of battle, closely supporting one another. Yet there was no valid reason, beyond the inexperience of the generals in dealing with large bodies, that brigades should have been sent into action piecemeal, or that the flanks of the defense should have been neglected. The fighting, nevertheless, was fierce. The Federal regiments, inspirited by their success on the Matthews Hill, advanced with confidence, and soon pushed forward past the Henry House. The contest that ensued, says General Imboden, was terrific. Jackson ordered me to go from battery to battery and see that the guns were properly aimed and the fuses cut the right length. This was the work of but a few minutes. On returning to the left of the line of guns, I stopped to ask General Jackson's permission to rejoin my battery. The fight was just then hot enough to make him feel well. His eyes fairly blazed. He had a way of throwing up his left hand with the open palm toward the person he was addressing, and as he told me to go, he made this gesture. The air was full of flying missiles, and as he spoke, he jerked down his hand, and I saw that blood was streaming from it. I exclaimed, "General, you are wounded." "Only a scratch, a mere scratch," he replied, and binding it hastily with a handkerchief, he galloped away along his line. 1:30 p.m. When the battle was at its height, and across that narrow space, not more than 500 yards in width, the cannon thundered, and the long lines of infantry struggled for the mastery. The two Federal batteries, protected by 2 regiments of infantry on their right, advanced to a more effective position. The movement was fatal. Stuart, still guarding the Confederate left, was eagerly awaiting his opportunity, and now, with 150 troopers filing through the fences on Bald Hill, he boldly charged the enemy's right. The regiment thus assailed, a body of Zouaves in blue and scarlet with white turbans, was ridden down, and almost at the same moment the 33rd Virginia, posted on Jackson's left, charged forward from the copse in which they had been hidden. The uniforms in the two armies at this time were much alike, and from the direction of their approach it was difficult at first for the officers in charge of the Federal batteries to make sure that the advancing troops were not their own. A moment more, and the doubtful regiment proved its identity by a deadly volley, delivered at a range of 70 yards. Every gunner was shot down. The teams were almost annihilated, and several officers fell killed or wounded. The Zouaves, already much shaken by Stuart's well-timed charge, fled down the slopes, dragging with them another regiment of infantry. 3 guns alone escaped the marksmen of the 33rd. The remainder stood upon the field, silent and abandoned, surrounded by dying horses, midway between the opposing lines. This success, however, brought but short relief to the Confederates. The enemy was not yet done with. Fresh regiments passed to the attack. The 33rd was driven back, and the thin line upon the plateau was hard put to it to retain its ground. The Southerners had lost heavily. Bee and Bartow had been killed, and Hampton wounded. Few reinforcements had reached the Henry Hill. Stragglers and skulkers were streaming to the rear. The Federals were thronging forward, and it seemed that the exhausted defenders must inevitably give way before the successive blows of superior numbers. The troops were losing confidence. Yet no thought of defeat crossed Jackson's mind. "General," said an officer, riding hastily towards him, "the day is going against us." "If you think so, sir," was the quiet reply, "you had better not say anything about it." And although affairs seemed desperate, in reality the crisis of the battle had already passed. McDowell had but 2 brigades remaining in reserve, and one of these, of Tyler's division, was still beyond Bull Run. His troops were thoroughly exhausted. They had been marching and fighting since midnight. The day was intensely hot. They had encountered fierce resistance. Their rifle batteries had been silenced, and the Confederate reinforcements were coming up. 2 of Bonham's regiments had taken post on Jackson's right, and a heavy force was approaching on the left. Kirby Smith's brigade of the Army of the Shenandoah, coming up by train, had reached Manassas Junction while the battle was in progress. It was immediately ordered to the field, and had been already instructed by Johnston to turn the enemy's right. But before the weight of Smith's 1,900 bayonets could be thrown into the scale, the Federals made a vigorous effort to carry the Henry Hill. Those portions of the Confederate line which stood upon the open ground gave way before them. Some of the guns, ordered to take up a position from which they could cover the retreat, were limbering up, and with the exception of the belt of pines, the plateau was abandoned to the hostile infantry, who were beginning to press forward at every point. The Federal engineers were already clearing away the abatis from the stone bridge in order to give passage to Tyler's 3rd Brigade and a battery of artillery. And all were certain, says McDowell, that the day was ours. 2:45 p.m. Jackson's men were lying beneath the crest of the plateau. Only one of his regiments, the 33rd, had as yet been engaged in the open, and his guns in front still held their own. Riding to the center of his line, where the 2nd and 4th Virginia were stationed, he gave orders for a counterstroke. Reserve your fire till they come within 50 yards, then fire and give them the bayonet, and when you charge, yell like furies. Right well did the hot Virginian blood respond. Inactive from the stroke of noon till 3 o'clock, with the crash and cries of battle in their ears, and the shells plowing gaps in their recumbent ranks, the men were chafing under the stern discipline which held them back from the conflict they longed to join. The Federals swept on, extending from the right and left, cheering as they came, and following the flying batteries in the ardor of success. Suddenly a long gray line sprang from the ground in their very faces. A rolling volley threw them back in confusion, and then, with their fierce shouts pealing high above the tumult, the 2nd and 4th Virginia, supported by the 5th, charged forward across the hill. At the same moment that the enemy's center was thus unexpectedly assailed, Kirby Smith's fresh brigade bore down upon the flank, and Beauregard, with ready judgment, dispatched his staff officers to order a general advance. The broken remnants of B, Hampton, and Evans advanced upon Jackson's right, and victory, long wavering, crowned the standards of the South. The Federals were driven past the guns, now finally abandoned, past the Henry House, and down the slope. McDowell made one desperate endeavor to stay the rout. Howard's brigade was rapidly thrown in, but the center had been completely broken by Jackson's charge. The right was giving way, and the Confederates, manning the captured guns, turned them on the masses which covered the fields below. Howard, although his men fought bravely, was easily repulsed. In a few minutes not a single Federal soldier, save the dead and dying, was to be seen upon the plateau. End of section 11. Section 12 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. The First Battle of Manassas, or Bull Run, Part 2. 3:30 p.m. A final stand was made by McDowell along Young's Branch, and there, at 3:30, a line of battle was once more established, the battalion of regular infantry forming a strong center. But another Confederate brigade, under General Early, had now arrived, and again the enemy's right was overthrown, while Beauregard, leaving Jackson, whose brigade had lost all order and many men in its swift advance to hold the plateau, swept forward towards the Matthews Hill. The movement was decisive. McDowell's volunteers broke up in the utmost confusion. The Confederate infantry was in no condition to pursue, but the cavalry was let loose, and before long the retreat became a panic. The regular battalion, composed of young soldiers but led by experienced officers, alone preserved its discipline, moving steadily in close order through the throng of fugitives and checking the pursuing troopers by its firm and confident bearing. The remainder of the army dissolved into a mob. It was not that the men were completely demoralized, but simply that discipline had not become a habit. They had marched as individuals, going just so far as they pleased and halting when they pleased. They had fought as individuals, bravely enough, but with little combination, and when they found that they were beaten as individuals, they retreated. The old soldier, wrote one of the regular officers a week later, feels safe in the ranks, unsafe out of the ranks, and the greater the danger, the more pertinaciously he clings to his place. The volunteer of 3 months never attains this instinct of discipline. Under danger, and even under mere excitement, he flies away from his ranks and hopes for safety in dispersion. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 21st, there were more than 12,000 volunteers on the battlefield of Bull Run who had entirely lost their regimental organization. They could no longer be handled as troops, for the officers and men were not together. Men and officers mingled together promiscuously, and it is worthy of remark that this disorganization did not result from defeat or fear, for up to 4 o'clock we had been uniformly successful. The instinct of discipline which keeps every man in his place had not been acquired. We cannot suppose that the enemy had attained a higher degree of discipline than our own, but they acted on the defensive and were not equally exposed to disorganization. Cohesion was lost, says one of McDowell's staff, and the men walked quietly off. There was no special excitement except that arising from the frantic efforts of officers to stop men who paid little or no attention to anything that was said, and there was no panic, in the ordinary sense and meaning of the word, until the retiring soldiers, guns, wagons, congressmen, and carriages were fired upon on the road east of Bull Run. At Centreville, the reserve division stood fast, and the fact that these troops were proof against the infection of panic and the exaggerated stories of the fugitives is in itself strong testimony to the native courage of the soldiery. A lack of competent staff officers, which earlier in the day had prevented an advance on Centreville by the Confederate right, brought Johnston's arrangements for pursuit to naught. The cavalry, weak in numbers, was soon encumbered with squads of prisoners. Darkness fell upon the field, and the defeated army streamed over the roads to Washington, followed only by its own fears. Why the Confederate generals did not follow up their success on the following day is a question round which controversy raged for many a year. Deficiencies in commissariat and transport, the disorganization of the army after the victory, the difficulties of a direct attack upon Washington, defended as it was by a river a mile broad, with but a single bridge, and patrolled by gunboats. The determination of the government to limit its military operations to a passive defense of Confederate territory have all been pressed into service as excuses. "Give me 10,000 fresh troops," said Jackson, as the surgeon dressed his wound, "and I would be in Washington tomorrow." Before 24 hours had passed, reinforcements had increased the strength of Johnston's army to 40,000. Want of organization had undoubtedly prevented McDowell from winning a victory on the 19th or 20th, but pursuit is a far less difficult business than attack. There was nothing to interfere with a forward movement. There were supplies along the railway, and if the mechanism for their distribution and the means for their carriage were wanting, the counties adjoining the Potomac were rich and fertile. Herds of bullocks were grazing in the pastures, and the barns of the farmers were loaded with grain. It was not a long supply train that was lacking, nor an experienced staff, nor even well-disciplined battalions, but a general who grasped the full meaning of victory, who understood how a defeated army, more especially of new troops, yields at a touch, and who, above all, saw the necessity of giving the North no leisure to develop her immense resources. For 3 days Jackson impatiently awaited the order to advance, and his men were held ready with 3 days' cooked rations in their haversacks. But his superiors gave no sign, and he was reluctantly compelled to abandon all hope of reaping the fruits of victory. It is true that the Confederates were no more fit for offensive operations than McDowell's troops. "Our army," says General Johnston, "was more disorganized by victory than that of the United States by defeat." But it is to be remembered that if the Southerners had moved into Maryland, crossing the Potomac by some of the numerous fords near Harper's Ferry, they would have found no organized opposition save the debris of McDowell's army between them and the Northern capital. On July 26, 5 days after the battle, The general who was to succeed McDowell arrived in Washington and rode round the city. I found, he wrote, no preparations whatever for defense, not even to the extent of putting the troops in military position. Not a regiment was properly encamped, not a single avenue of approach guarded. All was chaos, and the streets, hotels, and bar-rooms were filled with drunken officers and men, absent from their regiments without leave, a perfect pandemonium. Many had even gone to their homes, their flight from Bull Run terminating in New York, or even in New Hampshire and Maine. There was really nothing to prevent a small cavalry force from riding into the city. A determined attack would doubtless have carried Arlington Heights and placed the city at the mercy of a battery of rifled guns. If the secessionists attached any value to the possession of Washington, they committed their greatest error in not following up the victory of Bull Run. On the same day, the Secretary of War, Mr. Stanton, wrote as follows: "The capture of Washington seems now to be inevitable. During the whole of Monday and Tuesday, July 22 and 23, it might have been taken without resistance. The rout, overthrow, and demoralization of the whole army were complete." Of his own share in the battle, either at the time or afterwards, Jackson said but little. A day or two after the battle, an anxious crowd was gathered round the post office at Lexington, awaiting intelligence from the front. A letter was handed to the Reverend Dr. White, who, recognizing the handwriting, exclaimed to the eager groups about him, "Now we shall know all the facts." On opening it, he found the following, and no more: "My dear Pastor, in my tent last night, after a fatiguing day's service, I remembered that I had failed to send you my contribution to our colored Sunday school. Enclosed you will find my check for that object, which please acknowledge at your earliest convenience, and oblige yours faithfully, T.J. Jackson." To his wife, however, he was less reserved. "Yesterday," he wrote, "we fought a great battle and gained a great victory, for which all the glory is due to God alone. Whilst great credit is due to other parts of our gallant army, God made my brigade more instrumental than any other in repulsing the main attack. This is for your information only. Say nothing about it. Let others speak praise, not myself." Again on August 5, "And so you think the papers ought to say more about your husband. My brigade is not a brigade of newspaper correspondents. I know that the 1st Brigade was the first to meet and pass our retreating forces, to push on with no other aid than the smiles of God, to boldly take up its position with the artillery that was under my command, to arrest the victorious foe in his onward progress, to hold him in check until the reinforcements arrived, and finally to charge bayonets, and thus advancing to pierce the enemy's center. I am well satisfied with what it did, and so are my generals, Johnston and Beauregard. It is not to be expected that I should receive the credit that Generals Johnston and Beauregard would, because I was under them, but I am thankful to my ever-kind Heavenly Father that He makes me content to await His own good time and pleasure for commendation, knowing that all things work together for my good. If my brigade can always play so important and useful a part as it did in the last battle, I trust I shall ever be most grateful. As you think the papers do not notice me enough, I send a specimen which you will see from the upper part of the paper is a leader. My darling, never distrust our God, who doeth all things well. In due time He will make manifest all His pleasure, which is all His people should desire. You must not be concerned at seeing other parts of the army lauded, and my brigade not mentioned. Truth is mighty and will prevail. When the official reports are published, if not before, I expect to see justice done to this noble body of patriots." These letters reveal a generous pride in the valor of his troops and a very human love of approbation struggles with the curb which his religious principles had placed on his ambition. Like Nelson, he felt perhaps that before long he would have a gazette of his own, but still of his own achievements, of his skillful tactics, of his personal behavior, of his well-timed orders, He spoke no word, and the victory was ascribed to a higher power. "The charge of the 2nd and 4th Virginia," he wrote in his modest report, "through the blessing of God, who gave us the victory, pierced the center of the army." And Jackson's attitude was that of the Southern people. When the news of Bull Run reached Richmond, and through the crowds that thronged the streets passed the tidings of the victory, there was neither wild excitement nor uproarious joy. No bonfires lit the darkness of the night. No cannon thundered out salutes. The steeples were silent till the morrow, and then were heard only the solemn tones that called the people to prayer. It was resolved on the day following the battle by the Confederate Congress that we recognize the hand of the Most High God, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, in the glorious victory with which he has crowned our arms at Manassas, and that the people of these Confederate States are invited, by appropriate services on the ensuing Sabbath, to offer up their united thanksgivings and prayers for this mighty deliverance. The spoils of Bull Run were large: 1,500 prisoners, 25 guns, 10 stand of colors, several thousand rifles, a large quantity of ammunition and hospital stores, 26 wagons, and several ambulances were left in the victors' hands. The Federal losses were 460 killed and 1,124 wounded. The Confederate, 387 killed, 1,582 wounded, and 13 missing. The 1st Brigade suffered more severely than any other in the Southern Army. Of 3,000 officers and men, 488 were killed or wounded, nearly a fourth of the total loss. A few days after the battle, Johnston advanced to Centreville, and from the heights above the broad Potomac, his cavalry vedettes looked upon the spires of Washington. But it was in vain that the Confederate troopers rode to and fro on the river bank and watered their horses within sight of the Capitol. The enemy was not to be beguiled across the protecting stream. But it was not from fear. Although the disaster had been as crushing as unexpected, it was bravely met. The President's demand for another army was cheerfully complied with. Volunteers poured in from every state. The men were no longer asked to serve for 3 months, but for 3 years. Washington became transformed into an enormous camp. Great earthworks rose on the surrounding heights, and the training of the new levies went steadily forward. There was no cry for immediate action. Men were not wanting who believed that the task of coercion was impossible. Able statesmen and influential journalists advised the President to abandon the attempt, but Lincoln, true to the trust which had been committed to his keeping, never flinched from his resolve that the Union should be restored. He, too, stood like a wall between his defeated legions and the victorious foe. Nor was the nation less determined. The dregs of humiliation had been drained, and though the draught was bitter, it was salutary. The President was sustained with no half-hearted loyalty. His political opponents raved and threatened, but under the storm of recrimination, the work of reorganizing the army went steadily forward, and the people were content that until the generals declared the army fit for action, the hour of vengeance should be postponed. To the south, Bull Run was a Pyrrhic victory. It relieved Virginia of the pressure of the invasion. It proved to the world that the attitude of the Confederacy was something more than the reckless revolt of a small section. But it led the government to indulge vain hopes of foreign intervention, and it increased the universal contempt for the military qualities of the Northern soldiers. The hasty judgment of the people construed a single victory as proof of their superior capacity for war, and the defeat of McDowell's army was attributed to the cowardice of his volunteers. The opinion was absolutely erroneous. Some of the Federal regiments had misbehaved, it is true, seized with sudden panic to which all raw troops are peculiarly susceptible. They had dispersed before the strong counterstroke of the Confederates. But the majority had displayed a sterling courage. There can be little question that the spirit of the infantry depends greatly on the staunchness of the artillery. A single battery, pushed boldly forward into the front of battle, has often restored the vigor of a wavering line. Although the losses it inflicts may not be large, the moral effect of its support is undeniable. So long as the guns hold fast, victory seems possible. But when these useful auxiliaries are driven back or captured, a general depression becomes inevitable. The retreat of the artillery strikes a chill into the fighting line which is ominous of defeat, and it is a wise regulation that compels the batteries, even when their ammunition is exhausted, to stand their ground. The Federal infantry at Bull Run had seen their artillery overwhelmed, the teams destroyed, the gunners shot down, and the enemy's riflemen swarming amongst the abandoned pieces. But so vigorous had been their efforts to restore the battle that the front of the defense had been, with difficulty, maintained. The guns, though they were eventually lost, had been retaken, and without the assistance of their artillery, but exposed to the fire at closest range of more than one battery, the Northern regiments had boldly pushed forward across the Henry Hill. The Confederates, during the greater part of the battle, were certainly outnumbered, but at the close they were the stronger, and the piecemeal attacks of the Federals neutralized the superiority which the invading army originally possessed. McDowell appears to have employed 18,000 troops in the attack, Johnson and Beauregard about the same number. A comparison of the relative strength of the two armies, considering that raw troops have a decided advantage on the defensive, detracts to a certain degree from the credit of the victory, and it will hardly be questioned that had the tactics of the Federals been better, the victory would have been theirs. The turning movement by Sudley Springs was a skillful maneuver, and completely surprised both Johnston and Beauregard. It was undoubtedly risky, but it was far less dangerous than a direct attack on the strong position along Bull Run. The retention of the 4th Division between Washington and Centreville would seem to have been a blunder. Another 5,000 men on the field of battle should certainly have turned the scale. But more men were hardly wanted. The Federals, during the first period of the fight, were strong enough to have seized the Henry Hill. B, Bartow, Evans, and Hampton had been driven in, and Jackson alone stood fast. A strong and sustained attack, supported by the fire of the regular batteries, must have succeeded. The Federal regiments, however, were practically incapable of movement under fire. The least change of position broke them into fragments. There was much wild firing. It was impossible to maneuver, and the courage of individuals proved a sorry substitute for order and cohesion. The Federals owed their victory simply and solely to the fact that their enemies had not yet learned to use their strength. The summer months went by without further fighting on the Potomac, but the camps at Fairfax and at Centreville saw the army of Manassas thinned by furloughs and by sickness. The Southern youth had come out for battle, and the monotonous routine of the outpost line and the parade ground was little to their taste. The government dared not refuse the numberless applications for leave of absence, the more so that in the crowded camps the sultry heat of the Virginia woodlands bred disease of a virulent type. The 1st Brigade seems to have escaped from all these evils. Its commander found his health improved by his life in the open air. His wound had been painful. A finger was broken, but the hand was saved, and some temporary inconvenience alone resulted. As he claimed no furlough for himself, so he permitted no absence from duty among his troops. "I can't be absent," he wrote to his wife, "as my attention is necessary in preparing my troops for hard fighting, should it be required, and as my officers and soldiers are not permitted to visit their wives and families, I ought not to see mine. It might make the troops feel that they are badly treated, and that I consult my own comfort, regardless of theirs." In September, his wife joined him for a few days at Centreville, and later came Dr. White, at his invitation, to preach to his command. Beyond a few fruitless marches to support the cavalry on the outposts, of active service there was none. But Jackson was not the man to let the time pass uselessly. He had his whole brigade under his hand, a force which wanted but one quality to make it an instrument worthy of the hand that wielded it, and that quality was discipline. Courage and enthusiasm it possessed in abundance, and when both were untrained, the Confederate was a more useful soldier than the Northerner. In the South, nearly every man was a hunter, accustomed from boyhood to the use of firearms. Game was abundant, and it was free to all. Sport, in one form or another, was the chief recreation of the people, and their pastoral pursuits left them much leisure for its indulgence. Every great plantation had its pack of hounds, and fox hunting, an heirloom from the English colonists, still flourished. His stud was the pride of every Southern gentleman, and the love of horseflesh was inherent in the whole population. No man walked when he could ride, and hundreds of fine horsemen, mounted on steeds of famous lineage, recruited the Confederate squadrons. But despite their skill with the rifle, their hunter's craft, and their dashing horsemanship, the first great battle had been hardly won. The city-bred Northerners, unused to arms and uninured to hardship, had fought with extraordinary determination, and the same want of discipline that had driven them en route to Washington had dissolved the victorious Confederates into a tumultuous mob. If Jackson knew the worth of his volunteers, he was no stranger to their shortcomings. His thoughts might be crystallized in the words of Wellington, words which should never be forgotten by those nations which depend for their defense on the services of their citizen soldiery. "They want," said the great Duke, speaking of the Portuguese in 1809, "the habits and the spirit of soldiers, the habits of command on one side and of obedience on the other, mutual confidence between officers and men." In order that during the respite now offered he might instill these habits into his brigade, Jackson neither took furlough himself nor granted it to others. His regiments were constantly exercised on the parade ground. Shoulder to shoulder they advanced and retired, marched and countermarched, massed in column, formed line to front or flank, until they learned to move as a machine, until the limbs obeyed before the order had passed from ear to brain, until obedience became an instinct, and cohesion a necessity of their nature. They learned to listen for the word of the officer, to look to him before they moved hand or foot, and in that subjection of their own individuality to the will of their superior, they acquired that steadiness in battle, that energy on the march, that discipline in quarters which made the 1st Brigade worthy of the name it had already won. "Every officer and soldier," said their commander, "who is able to do duty ought to be busily engaged in military preparation by hard drilling, in order that, through the blessing of God, we may be victorious in the battles which in his all-wise providence may await us." Jackson's tactical ideas as regards the fire of infantry expressed at this time are worth recording. "I rather think," he said, "that fire by file, independent firing, is best on the whole, for it gives the enemy an idea that the fire is heavier than if it was by company or battalion, volley firing. Sometimes, however, one may be best, sometimes the other, according to circumstances. But my opinion is that there ought not to be much firing at all. My idea is that the best mode of fighting is to reserve your fire till the enemy get, or you get them, to close quarters. Then deliver one deadly deliberate fire, and charge." Although the newspapers did scant justice to the part played by the brigade in the Battle of Bull Run, B's epithet survived, and Jackson became known as Stonewall throughout the army. To one of his acquaintances, the general revealed the source of his composure under fire. 3 days after the battle, hearing that Jackson was suffering from his wound, I rode, writes Imboden, to his quarters near Centreville. Of course, the battle was the only topic discussed during breakfast. "General," I remarked, "how is it that you can keep so cool and appear so utterly insensible to danger in such a storm of shell and bullets as rained about you when your hand was hit?" He instantly became grave and reverential in his manner, and answered, in a low tone of great earnestness, "Captain, my religious belief teaches me to feel as safe in battle as in bed. God has fixed the time for my death. I do not concern myself about that, but to be always ready, no matter when it may overtake me." He added, after a pause, looking me full in the face, "That is the way all men should live, and then all would be equally brave." Although the war upon the borders had not yet touched the cities of the South, the patriotism of Virginia saw with uneasiness the inroads of the enemy in that portion of the state which lies beyond the Alleghanies, especially the Northwest. The country was overrun with Federal soldiers, and part of the population of the district had declared openly for the Union. In that district was Jackson's birthplace, the home of his childhood, and his mother's grave. His interest and his affections were bound by many ties to the country and the people, and in the autumn of 1861 he had not yet come to believe that they were at heart disloyal to their native state. A vigorous effort, he believed, might still restore to the Confederacy a splendid recruiting ground, and he made no secret of his desire for employment in that region. The strategical advantages of this corner of Virginia were clearly apparent, as will be seen hereafter, to his perception. Along its western border runs the Ohio, a river navigable to its junction with the Mississippi and giving an easy line of communication into the heart of Kentucky. Through its northern counties passed the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, the main line of communication between Washington and the West, and alongside the railway ran the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, a second and most important line of supply. Above all, projecting as it did toward the Great Lakes of the North, the northwestern angle, or Virginia Panhandle, narrowed the passage between east and west to an isthmus not more than 100 miles in breadth. With this territory in the possession of the Confederates, the Federal dominions would be practically cut in two, and in northwestern Virginia, traversed by many ranges of well-nigh pathless mountains, with few towns and still fewer roads, a small army might defy a large one with impunity. November 4. On November 4, Jackson's wish was partially granted. He was assigned to the command of the Shenandoah Valley District, embracing the northern part of the area between the Alleghanies and the Blue Ridge. The order was received with gratitude, but dashed by the fact that he had to depart alone. Had this communication, he said to Dr. White, not come as an order, I should instantly have declined it, and continued in command of my brave old brigade. Whether he or his soldiers felt the parting most, it is hard to say. Certain it is that the men had a warm regard for their leader. There was no more about him at Centerville to attract the popular fancy than there had been at Harper's Ferry. When the troops passed in review, the eye of the spectator turned at once to the trim carriage of Johnston and of Beauregard, to the glittering uniform of Stuart, to the superb chargers and the martial bearing of young officers fresh from the Indian frontier. The silent professor, absent and unsmiling, who dressed as plainly as he lived, had little in common with those dashing soldiers. The tent where every night the general and his staff gathered together for their evening devotions, where the conversation ran not on the merits of horse and hound, on strategy and tactics, but on the power of faith and the mysteries of the redemption, seemed out of place in an army of high-spirited youths. But while they smiled at his peculiarities, the Confederate soldiers remembered the fierce counterstroke on the heights above Bull Run. If the Presbyterian general was earnest in prayer, they knew that he was prompt in battle and indefatigable in quarters. He had the respect of all men, and from his own brigade he had something more. Very early in their service, away by the rippling Shenandoah, they had heard the stories of his daring in Mexico. They had experienced his skill and coolness at Falling Waters. They had seen at Bull Run, while the shells burst in never-ending succession among the pines, the quiet figure riding slowly to and fro on the crest above them. They had heard the stern command, "Wait till they come within 50 yards, and then give them the bayonet." And they had followed him far in that victorious rush into the receding ranks of their astonished foe. Little wonder that these enthusiastic youths, new to the soldier's trade, should have been captivated by a nature so strong and fearless. The Stonewall Brigade had made Jackson a hero, and he had won more from them than their admiration. His incessant watchfulness for their comfort and well-being, the patient care with which he instructed them, his courtesy to the youngest private, the tact and thoughtfulness he showed in all his relations with them had won their affection. His very peculiarities endeared him to them. Old Jack, or Stonewall, were his nicknames in the lines of his own command, and stories went round the campfire of how he had been seen walking in the woods round Centerville absorbed in prayer, or lifting his left hand with that peculiar gesture which the men believed was an appeal to heaven, but which, in reality, was made to relieve the pain of his wounded finger. But while they discussed his oddities, not a man in the brigade but acknowledged his ability, and when the time came, not a man but regretted his departure. His farewell to his troops was a striking scene. The forest, already donning its gorgeous autumnal robes, shut in the grassy clearing where the troops were drawn up. There stood the gray columns of the 5 regiments, with the colors, already tattered, waving in the mild November air. The general rode up, their own general, and not a sound was heard. Motionless and silent they stood, a veritable stone wall, whilst his eye ran along the ranks and scanned the familiar faces. "I am not here to make a speech," he said, "but simply to say farewell. I first met you at Harper's Ferry, at the commencement of the war, and I cannot take leave of you without giving expression to my admiration for your conduct from that day to this, whether on the march, in the bivouac, or on the bloody plains of Manassas, where you gained the well-deserved reputation of having decided the fate of battle. Throughout the broad extent of country through which you have marched, by your respect for the rights and property of citizens, you have shown that you are soldiers not only to defend, but able and willing both to defend and protect. You have already won a brilliant reputation throughout the army of the whole Confederacy, and I trust in the future, by your deeds in the field, and by the assistance of the same kind Providence who has hitherto favored our cause, you will win more victories and add luster to the reputation you now enjoy. You have already gained a proud position in the future history of this, our second War of Independence. I shall look with great anxiety to your future movements, and I trust whenever I shall hear of the 1st Brigade on the field of battle, it will be of still nobler deeds achieved and higher reputation won." Then there was a pause. General and soldiers looked upon each other, and the heart of the leader went out to those who had followed him with such devotion. He had spoken his words of formal praise, but both he and they knew the bonds between them were too strong to be thus coldly severed. For once he gave way to impulse. His eye kindled, and rising in his stirrups and throwing the reins upon his horse's neck, he spoke in tones which betrayed the proud memories that thronged upon him. "In the Army of the Shenandoah, you were the 1st Brigade. In the Army of the Potomac, you were the 1st Brigade. In the 2nd Corps of the Army, you are the 1st Brigade. You are the 1st Brigade in the affections of your general, and I hope by your future deeds and bearing you will be handed down to posterity as the 1st Brigade in this, our second War of Independence. Farewell." For a moment there was silence. Then the pent-up feeling found expression, and cheer upon cheer burst forth from the ranks of the Valley regiments. Waving his hand in token of farewell, Jackson galloped from the field. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Section 13, Chapter 7, Romney. While the Indian summer still held carnival in the forests of Virginia, Jackson found himself once more on the Shenandoah. Some regiments of militia, the greater part of which were armed with flintlock muskets, and a few squadrons of irregular cavalry, formed his sole command. The autumn of 1861 was a comparatively quiet season. The North, silent but determined, was preparing to put forth her stupendous strength. Scott had resigned. McDowell had been superseded. But the president had found a general who had caught the confidence of the nation. In the same month that had witnessed McDowell's defeat, a young officer had gained a cheap victory over a small Confederate force in West Virginia, and his grandiloquent dispatches had magnified the achievement in the eyes of the Northern people. He was at once nicknamed the Young Napoleon, and his accession to the chief command of the Federal armies was enthusiastically approved. General McClellan had been educated at West Point and had graduated first of the class in which Jackson was 17th. He had been appointed to the engineers, had served on the staff in the war with Mexico, and as United States Commissioner with the Allied armies in the Crimea. In 1857, he resigned to become president of a railway company, and when the war broke out, he was commissioned by the state of Ohio as Major General of Volunteers. His reputation at the military academy and in the regular army had been high. His ability and industry were unquestioned. His physique was powerful, and he was a fine horseman. His influence over his troops was remarkable, and he was emphatically a gentleman. It was most fortunate for the Union at this juncture that caution and method were his distinguishing characteristics. The states had placed at Lincoln's disposal sufficient troops to form an army 7 times greater than that which had been defeated at Bull Run. McClellan, however, had no thought of committing the new levies to an enterprise for which they were unfitted. He had determined that the army should make no move till it could do so with the certainty of success, and the winter months were to be devoted to training and organization. Nor was there any cry for immediate action. The experiment of a civilian army had proved a terrible failure. The nation that had been so confident of capturing Richmond was now anxious for the security of Washington. The war had been in progress for nearly 6 months, and yet the troops were manifestly unfit for offensive operations. Even the crude strategists of the press had become alive to the importance of drill and discipline. October 21st. A reconnaissance in force, pushed contrary to McClellan's orders, across the Potomac, was repulsed by General Evans at Ball's Bluff with heavy loss, and mismanagement and misconduct were so evident that the defeat did much towards inculcating patience. So the work went on, quietly but surely, the general supported by the president, and the nation giving men and money without remonstrance. The South, on the other hand, was still apathetic. The people, deluded by their decisive victory, underrated the latent strength of their mighty adversary. They appear to have believed that the earthworks which had transformed Centreville into a formidable fortress, manned by the Army of Northern Virginia, as the force under Johnston was now designated, were sufficient in themselves to end the war. They had not yet learned that there were many roads to Richmond, and that a passive defense is no safeguard against a persevering foe. The government, expecting much from the intervention of the European powers, did nothing to press the advantage already gained. In vain, the generals urged the president to reinforce the army at Centreville to 60,000 men, and to give it transport and supplies sufficient to permit the passage of the Potomac above Washington. In vain, they pointed out, in answer to the reply that the government could furnish neither men nor arms, that large bodies of troops were retained at points the occupation of which by the enemy would cause only a local inconvenience. Was it not possible, they asked the president, by stripping other points to the last they would bear, and even risking defeat at all other places, to put the Virginian army in condition for a forward movement? Success, they said, in the neighborhood of Washington was success everywhere, and it was upon the northeastern frontier all the available force of the Confederacy should be concentrated. Mr. Davis was immovable. Although Lee, who had been appointed to a command in West Virginia almost immediately after Bull Run, was no longer at hand to advise him, he probably saw the strategical requirements of the situation. That a concentrated attack on a vital point is a better measure of security than dissemination along a frontier, that the counterstroke is the soul of the defense, and that the true policy of the state, which is compelled to take up arms against a superior foe, is to allow that foe no breathing space, are truisms which it would be an insult to his ability to say that he did not realize. But to have surrendered territory to the temporary occupation of the army in order to seek a problematical victory elsewhere would have probably provoked a storm of discontent. The authority of the new government was not yet firmly established, nor was the patriotism of the Southern people so entirely unselfish as to render them willing to endure minor evils in order to achieve a great result. They were willing to fight, but they were unwilling that their own states should be left unprotected. To apply Frederick the Great's maxim requires greater strength of will in the statesman than in the soldier. The cries and complaints of those who find themselves abandoned do not penetrate to the camp, but they may bring down an administration. It is easy to contrive excuses for the inaction of the president, and it is no new thing to find the demands of strategy sacrificed to political expediency. Nor did the army, which had suffered so heavily on the banks of Bull Run, evince any marked desire to be led across the Potomac. Furloughs were liberally granted. Officers and privates dispersed to look after their farms and their plantations. The harvests had to be gathered. The Negroes required the master's eye, and even the counties of Virginia asked that part of the contingents they had furnished might be permitted to return to agricultural pursuits. The senior generals of the Virginia Army were not alone in believing that the victory they had won would be barren of result unless it were at once utilized as a basis for further action. Jackson, engrossed as he was with the training of his command, found time to reflect on the broader aspects of the war. Before he left for the Shenandoah Valley, he sought an interview with General G.W. Smith, recently appointed to the command of his division. Finding me lying down in my tent, writes this officer, he expressed regret that I was sick and said he had come to confer with me on a subject of great importance, but would not then trouble me with it. I told him that I wished to hear whatever he desired to say, and could rest whilst he was talking. He immediately sat down on the ground, near the head of the cot on which I was lying, and entered on the subject of his visit. McClellan, he said, with his army of recruits, will not attempt to come out against us this autumn. If we remain inactive, they will have greatly the advantage over us next spring. Their raw recruits will have then become an organized army, vastly superior in numbers to our own. We are ready at the present moment for active operations in the field, while they are not. We ought to invade their country now, and not wait for them to make the necessary preparations to invade ours. If the President would reinforce this army by taking troops from other points not threatened, and let us make an active campaign of invasion before winter sets in, McClellan's raw recruits could not stand against us in the field. Crossing the upper Potomac, occupying Baltimore, and taking possession of Maryland, we could cut off the communications of Washington, force the federal government to abandon the capital, beat McClellan's army if it came out against us in the open country, destroy industrial establishments wherever we found them, break up the lines of interior commercial intercourse, close the coal mines, seize and, if necessary, destroy the manufactories and commerce of Philadelphia and of other large cities in our reach, take and hold the narrow neck of country between Pittsburgh and Lake Erie, subsist mainly the country we traverse, and making unrelenting war amidst their homes, force the people of the North to understand what it will cost them to hold the South in the Union at the bayonet's point. He then requested me to use my influence with Generals Johnston and Beauregard in favor of immediate aggressive operations. I told him that I was sure that an attempt on my part to exert any influence in favor of his proposition would do no good. Not content with my answer, he repeated his arguments, dwelling more at length on the advantages of such strategy to ourselves and its disadvantages to the enemy, and again urged me to use my influence to secure its adoption. I gave him the same reply I had already made. After a few minutes' thought, he abruptly said, "General, you have not expressed any opinion in regard to the views I have laid before you, but I feel assured that you favor them, and I think you ought to do all in your power to have them carried into effect." I then said, "I will tell you a secret." He replied, "Please do not tell me any secret. I would prefer not to hear it." I answered, "I must tell it to you, and I have no hesitation in doing so because I am certain that it will not be divulged." I then explained to him that these views had already been laid before the government in a conference which had taken place at Fairfax Courthouse in the first days of October between President Davis, Generals Johnston, Beauregard, and myself, and told him the result. When I had finished, he rose from the ground on which he had been seated, shook my hand warmly, and said, "I am sorry, very sorry." Without another word, he went slowly out to his horse, a few feet in front of my tent, mounted very deliberately, and rode sadly away. A few days afterwards, he was ordered to the valley. November 5th. It was under such depressing circumstances that Jackson quitted the army, which, boldly used, might have ensured the existence of the Confederacy. His headquarters were established at Winchester, and in communication with Centerville by road, rail, and telegraph, although 60 miles distant, he was still subordinate to Johnston. The Confederate front extended from Fredericksburg on the Rappahannock to Winchester on the Opequon. Jackson's force, holding the valley of the Shenandoah and the line of the Potomac westward of Point of Rocks, was the extreme outpost on the left, and was connected with the main body by a detachment at Leesburg, on the other side of the Blue Ridge, under his brother-in-law, General D.H. Hill. At Winchester, his wife joined him, and of their first meeting she tells a pretty story. It can readily be imagined with what delight General Jackson's domestic plans for the winter were hailed by me, and without waiting for the promised aid to be sent on escort, I joined some friends who were going to Richmond, where I spent a few days to shop, to secure a passport, and to await an escort to Winchester. The latter was soon found in a kind-hearted, absent-minded old clergyman. We traveled by stagecoach from Strasburg, and were told, before reaching Winchester, that General Jackson was not there, having gone with his command on an expedition. It was therefore with a feeling of sad disappointment and loneliness that I alighted in front of Taylor's Hotel at midnight in the early part of dreary, cold December, and no husband to meet me with a glad welcome. By the dim lamplight, I noticed a small group of soldiers standing in the wide hall, but they remained silent spectators, and my escort led me up the big stairway, doubtless feeling disappointed that he still had me on his hands. Just before reaching the landing, I turned to look back, for one figure among the group looked startlingly familiar, but as he had not come forward, I felt that I must be mistaken. However, my backward glance revealed an officer muffled up in a military greatcoat, cap drawn down over his eyes, following us in rapid pursuit, and by the time we were upon the top step, a pair of strong arms caught me. The captive's head was thrown back, and she was kissed again and again by her husband before she could recover from the delightful surprise he had given her. The good old minister chuckled gleefully, and was no doubt a sincere sharer in the joy and relief experienced by his charge. When I asked my husband why he did not come forward when I got out of the couch, he said he wanted to assure himself that it was his own wife, as he didn't want to commit the blunder of kissing anybody else's esposa. The people amongst whom they found themselves were Virginian to the core. In Winchester itself, the feeling against the North was exceptionally bitter. The town was no mushroom settlement. Its history stretched back to the old colonial days. The grass-grown entrenchments on the surrounding hills had been raised by Washington during the Indian Wars, and the traditions of the first struggle for independence were not yet forgotten. No single section of the South was more conservative. Although the citizens had been strong Unionists, nowhere were the principles which their fathers had respected, the sovereignty of the individual state and the right of secession, more strongly held, and nowhere had the hereditary spirit of resistance to coercive legislation blazed up more fiercely. The soldiers of Bull Run, who had driven the invader from the soil of Virginia, were the heroes of the hour, and the leader of the Stonewall Brigade had peculiar claims on the hospitality of the town. It was to the people of the valley that he owed his command. With one voice, wrote the Secretary of War, have they made constant and urgent appeals that to you, in whom they have confidence, their defense should be assigned. The Winchester ladies, says Mrs. Jackson, were amongst the most famous of Virginia housekeepers, and lived in a good deal of old-fashioned elegance and profusion. The old border town had not then changed hands with the conflicting armies, as it was destined to do so many times during the war. Under the rose-colored light in which I viewed everything that winter, it seemed to me that no people could have been more cultivated, attractive, and noble-hearted. Winchester was rich in happy homes and pleasant people, and the extreme kindness and appreciation shown to General Jackson by all bound us to them so closely and warmly that ever after that winter he called the place our war home. But amid congenial acquaintances and lovely surroundings, with the tumult of war quiescent and the domestic happiness so dear to him restored, Jackson allowed no relaxation either to himself or to his men. His first care was to train and organize his new regiments. The ranks were filled with recruits, and to their instruction he devoted himself with unwearied energy. His small force of cavalry, commanded by Colonel Turner Ashby, a gentleman of Virginia, whose name was to become famous in the annals of the Confederacy, he at once dispatched to patrol the frontier. Prompt measures were taken to discipline the troops, and that this last was a task of no little difficulty the following incident suggests. In the middle of November, to Jackson's great delight, the Stonewall Brigade had been sent to him from Manassas, and after its arrival an order was issued which forbade all officers leaving the camp except upon passes from headquarters. A protest was immediately drawn up by the regimental commanders and laid before the general. They complained that the obnoxious order was an unwarranted assumption of authority, disparaged their dignity, and detracted from that respect of the force under their command which was necessary to maintain their authority and enforce obedience. Jackson's reply well illustrates his own idea of discipline and of the manner in which it should be upheld. His adjutant general wrote as follows to the discontented officers. The Major General commanding desires me to say that the within combined protest is in violation of Army regulations and subversive of military discipline. He claims the right to give his pickets such instructions as, in his opinion, the interests of the service require. Colonels Blank and Blank, on the day that their regiments arrived at their present encampment, either from incompetency to control their commands or from neglect of duty, so permitted their commands to become disorganized and their officers and men to enter Winchester without permission as to render several arrests of officers necessary. If officers desire to have control over their commands, they must remain habitually with them, industriously attend to their instruction and comfort, and in battle lead them well, and in such a manner as to command their admiration. Such officers need not apprehend loss of respect resulting from inserting in a written pass the words "on duty" or "on private business," should they have occasion to pass the pickets. Even the Stonewall Brigade had yet much to learn. At this time, Jackson was besieged with numerous applications for service on his staff. The majority of these were from persons without experience, and they were made to the wrong man. My desire, he wrote, is to get a staff specially qualified for their specific duties. I know Mr. Blank personally and was favorably impressed by him, but if a person desires office in these times, the best thing for him to do is to pitch into service somewhere and work with such energy, skill, and success as to impress those around him with a conviction that such are his merits that he must be advanced, or the interests of the service must suffer. My desire is to make merit the basis of my recommendations. Social claims had no weight with him whatever. He felt that the interests at stake were too great to be sacrificed to favoritism or friendship, and he had seen enough of war to know the importance of staff work. Nor was he in the unfortunate position of being compelled to accept the nominees of his superiors. The Confederate authorities were wise enough to permit their generals to choose for themselves the instruments on which they would have to rely for the execution of their designs. Wellington, in 1815, had forced on him by the Horse Guards, in the teeth of his indignant remonstrances, incompetent officers whom he did not know and whom he could not trust. Jackson, in a country which knew little of war, was allowed to please himself. He need appoint no one without learning all about him, and his inquiries were searching. Was he intelligent? Was he trustworthy? Was he industrious? Did he get up early? If a man was wanting in any one of these qualifications, he would reject him, however highly recommended. That his strict investigations and his insistence on the possession of certain essential characteristics bore good fruit, it is impossible to gainsay. The absence of mishaps and errors in his often complicated maneuvers is sufficient proof that he was exceedingly well served by his subordinates. The influence of a good staff is seldom apparent except to the initiated. If a combination succeeds, the general gets all the credit. If it fails, he gets all the blame. And while no agents, however efficient, can compensate by their own efforts for the weakness of a conception that is radically unsound, many a brilliant plan has failed in execution through the inefficiency of the staff. In his selection of such capable men as his assistants must needs have been, Jackson gave proof that he possessed one, at least, of the attributes of a great leader. He was not only a judge of character, but he could place men in the positions to which they were best suited. His personal predilections were never allowed to interfere. For some months, his chief of the staff was a Presbyterian clergyman, while his chief quartermaster was one of the hardest swearers in Virginia. The fact that the former could combine the duties of spiritual advisor with those of his official position made him a congenial comrade, but it was his energy and ability rather than this unusual qualification which attracted Jackson. And although the profanity of the quartermaster offended his susceptibilities, their relations were always cordial. It was to the intelligence of his staff officers, their energy and their loyalty, that he looked. For the business in hand that these qualities were more important than their morals. That a civilian should be found serving as chief of the staff to a general of division, one of the most important posts in the military hierarchy, is a curious comment on the organization of the Confederate Army. The regular officers who had thrown in their lot with the South had, as a rule, been appointed to commands, and the generals of lower rank had to seek their staff officers amongst the volunteers. It may be noticed, however, that Jackson was by no means bigoted in favor of his own cloth. He showed no anxiety to secure their services on his staff. He thought many of them unfitted for duties which brought them in immediate contact with the volunteers. In dealing with such troops, tact and temper are of more importance than where obedience has become mechanical, and the claims of rank are instinctively reflected. In all his campaigns, too, Jackson was practically his own chief of the staff. He consulted no one. He never divulged his plans. He gave his orders, and his staff had only to see that these orders were obeyed. His topographical engineer, his medical director, his commissary, and his quartermaster were selected, it is true, by reason of their special qualifications. Captain Hotchkiss, who filled the first position, was a young man of 26, whose abilities as a surveyor were well known in the valley. Major Harmon, his chief quartermaster, was one of the proprietors of a line of stagecoaches and a large farmer, and Major Hawks, his commissary, was the owner of a carriage manufactory. But the remainder of his assistants, with the exception of the chief of artillery, owed their appointments rather to their character than to their professional abilities. It is not to be understood at the same time that Jackson underrated soldierly acquirements. He left no complaints on record, like so many of his West Point comrades, of the ignorance of the volunteer officers and of the consequent difficulties which attended every combination. But he was nonetheless alive to their deficiencies. Early in 1862, when the military system of the Confederacy was about to be reorganized, he urged upon the government, through the member of Congress for the district where he commanded, that regimental promotion should not be obtained by seniority, unless the applicant were approved by a board of examination. And it was due to his representations that this regulation, to the great benefit of the Army, was shortly afterwards adopted. With all his appreciation of natural aptitude for the soldier's trade, so close a student of Napoleon could scarcely be blind to the fact that the most heroic character, unsustained by knowledge, is practically useless. If Napoleon himself, more highly endowed by nature with every military attribute than any other general of the Christian era, thought it essential to teach himself his business by incessant study, how much more is such study necessary for ordinary men? But no man was less likely than Jackson to place an exaggerated value on theoretical acquirements. No one realized more fully that Napoleon's character won more victories than Napoleon's knowledge. The qualities he demanded in his subordinates were those which were conspicuous in Napoleon. Who was more industrious than the great Corsican? Who displayed an intenser energy? Whose intelligence was brighter? Who understood human nature better, or handled men with more consummate tact? These were the very attributes which distinguished Jackson himself. They are the keynote to his success, more so than his knowledge of strategy and tactics, of the mechanism of march and battle, and of the principles of the military art. In selecting his staff officers, therefore, he deemed character of more importance than erudition. The men of the Stonewall Brigade had a saying that Jackson always marched at dawn, except when he started the night before, and it was perhaps this habit which his enemies found so unreasonable that led him to lay so much stress on early rising. It is certain that, like Wellington, he preferred 3 o'clock in the morning men. In a letter to his wife he says, "If you will vouch for your brother's being an early riser during the remainder of the war, I will give him an ageship. I do not want to make an appointment on my staff except of such as are early risers. But if you will vouch for him to rise regularly at dawn, I will offer him the position." Another characteristic he looked for was reticence, and it was undeniably of the utmost importance, especially in an army which spoke the same language as the enemy, where desertion was not uncommon, and spies could easily escape detection, that the men who might become cognizant of the plans of the commander should be gifted with discretion. Absolute concealment is generally impracticable in a camp. Maps must be drawn and reports furnished. Reconnoitering parties must be sent out, roads examined, positions surveyed, and shelter and supplies requisitioned in advance. Thus the movements of staff officers are a clue to the projected movements of the army, and the smallest hint may set 100 brains to the work of surmise. There will always be many who are just as anxious to discover the general's intentions as he is to conceal them, and if, by any possibility whatever, the gossip and guesses of the camp may come to the enemy's ears, it is well that curiosity should be balked. Nor is it undesirable that the privacy of headquarters should be respected. The vanity of a little brief authority has before now tempted subordinate officers to hint at weaknesses on the part of their superiors. Ignorance of war and of the situation has induced them to criticize and to condemn, and idle words, greedily listened to and quickly exaggerated, may easily destroy the confidence of the soldiery in the abilities of their leader. By the middle of December, Jackson's small army had become fairly effective. Its duties were simple: to watch the enemy, to keep open the communication with Manassas so as to be ready to join the main army should McClellan advance. Such were Johnston's orders. The upper Potomac was held by the enemy in force. General Banks, a volunteer officer who is yet to learn more of Stonewall Jackson, was in command. The headquarters of his division, 18,000 strong, were at Frederick City in Maryland, but his charge extended 75 miles further west, as far as Cumberland on the Potomac. In addition to Banks, General Kelly with 5,000 men was at Romney on the south branch of the Potomac, 35 miles northwest of Winchester by a good road. The Federal troops guarding the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal and that portion of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad which was still intact were necessarily much dispersed, for the Confederate guerrillas were active, and dam and aqueduct, tunnel and viaduct offered tempting objectives to Ashby's cavalry. Still, the force which confronted Jackson was far superior to his own. The Potomac was broad and bridgeless, and his orders appeared to impose a defensive attitude. But he was not the man to rest inactive, no matter what the odds against him, or to watch the enemy's growing strength without an endeavor to interfere. Within the limits of his own command, he was permitted every latitude, and he was determined to apply the aggressive strategy which he was so firmly convinced should be adopted by the whole army. The Secretary of War, Mr. Benjamin, in detaching him to the valley, had asked him to forward suggestions as to the means of rendering his measures of defense effectual. The earliest information he had received on his arrival at Winchester pointed to the conclusion that the enemy was meditating an advance by way of Harper's Ferry. His first suggestion thereupon was that he should be reinforced by a division under General Loring and a brigade under Colonel Edward Johnson, which were stationed within the Alleghanies on the great highways leading to the Ohio, covering Staunton from the west. His next was to the effect that he should be permitted to organize an expedition for the recapture and occupation of Romney. If he could seize this village, the junction of several roads, more decisive operations would at once become feasible. It has been said that the force of old associations urged Jackson to drive the invader from the soil which held his mother's grave. But even if we had not the evidence of his interview with General G.W. Smith, a glance at the map would in itself be sufficient to assure us that strategy prevailed with him rather than sentiment. The plan of campaign which first suggested itself to him was sufficiently comprehensive. While the Northern people and the federal authorities were still a prey to the demoralization which had followed Bull Run, he proposed to advance with 10,000 troops into northwest Virginia, where he would reclaim the whole country and summon the inhabitants of southern settlement to join his army. His information was extensive and reliable, and he did not doubt his ability to recruit between 15,000 and 20,000 men, enough for his designs. These were bold and simple. While the enemy was under the impression that his only object was to reclaim and occupy northwest Virginia, he would move his whole force rapidly across to the Monongahela, march down upon Pittsburgh, destroy the United States arsenal, and then, in conjunction with Johnston's army, which was to cross the Potomac at Leesburg, advance upon Harrisburg, the capital of Pennsylvania. From Harrisburg, he proposed that the army should advance upon Philadelphia. These suggestions, however, went no further than his friends in the Legislative Assembly. Although, for his conduct at Bull Run, he had now been promoted to Major General, the Lexington professor had as yet no voice in the councils of the young republic. Nevertheless, the president read and approved the less ambitious proposal for an attack on the federal force at Romney. Romney, the county seat of Hampshire, lies in a rich district watered by the south branch of the Potomac. For more than 100 miles, from source to mouth, the river is bordered by alluvial meadows of extraordinary fertility. Their prodigal harvests, together with the sweetness of the upland pastures, make them the paradise of the grazier. The farms which rest beneath the hills are of manorial proportions, and the valley of the beautiful South Branch is a land of easy wealth and old-fashioned plenty. From Romney, an excellent road runs southeast to Winchester, and another southwest by Moorfield and Franklin to Monterey, where it intersects the Great Road, constructed by one of Napoleon's engineers, that leads from Staunton in the valley to Parkersburg on the Ohio. When Jackson advocated the occupation of this important point, the whole of West Virginia, between the Alleghenies and the Ohio, was in possession of the Federals. The Army of Occupation, under General Rosecrans, amounted to 27,000 men and over 40 guns, but the troops were dispersed in detachments from Romney to Gully Bridge, a distance of near 200 miles. Their communications were exposed, and owing to the mountains, cooperation was almost impracticable. 5,000 men, based on Grafton, occupied Romney. 18,700, based on Clarksburg, occupied the passes southeast of Beverly. 9,000, based on the Ohio, were stationed on the Great Kanawha, a river which is navigable for small steamers to within a few miles of Gully Bridge. 4,000 protected the lines of communication. End of section 13.